Good morning. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is now called to order. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, testifiers, and most importantly, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. And welcome to another hearing on the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Today we are having an update on the housing matters from the Office of Disaster Recovery, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, with focus on the status of home repairs under the Envision program, home ownership and housing stability programs, and the status of affordable housing programs. We heard from these agencies last year, but due to the serious nature of our housing crisis and the urgent need to see forward movement on home repair efforts in particular, we will be having update hearings on these matters every few months to ensure that we continue with a sense of urgency and purpose. This fall will mark 7 years in which thousands of Virgin Islanders are still living in hurricane-damaged homes. While I appreciate the challenges that ODR and housing have been facing, I think we can all agree that this is simply unacceptable in terms of the movement and the pace of repairs. As such, the hearings will continue until such a time we have seen improvements. But before we begin today's session, it is important to remember that we are closing out Black History Month and preparing to begin VI History Month. As such, I would like to ask everyone to take a moment to reflect on the struggles and the contributions that our ancestors have made, and to pledge ourselves to continue the fight. It is the work that we do today that will shape the future of our children tomorrow. So I ask you to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good morning. Roll call. Senator Maurice James. Senator James, absent. Senator Angel L. Bolkers Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkers Jr., present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Carla Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Marvin Blyden.
I hear.
Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Okay, very well. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes.
Please proceed.
February 28, 2024, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI, 00802. Dear Senator Blyden, I do apologize that due to a prior engagement, I cannot be present at the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting scheduled for today, Wednesday, February 28, 2024. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience my absence may cause. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, very well. Please mark Senator Maurice James as excused. Please proceed with putting the agenda onto the record.
Okay. The agenda for Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, February 28, 2024, Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1. Update from the Office of Disaster Recovery and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority on the progress of housing-related disaster recovery programs and the status of emergency housing and other programs to address housing instability. Invited testifiers: Ms. Adrienne Williams-Octalien, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery; Ms. Dayna M. Clendinen, Interim Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Block 2. Update from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on the status of affordable housing and the operations of the authority, with emphasis on the condition and maintenance of public housing communities. Invited testifier, Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please mark Senator Dwayne DeGraff as present? Thank you. I see we do have the testifiers already in the well, so what I will do before I proceed with them putting their testimony on the record, I will ask all of them, starting from my left, to please state your name for the record, and our recorder today is remote, so please speak clearly and put your name before you speak on the record. Starting from my left.
Good morning. Earle Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance for the Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Adrienne Williams-Octalien, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dayna Clendinen, Interim Executive Director and Chief Disaster Recovery Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ann Hanley, Director of Programs, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning. Do we have anyone remotely joining us? Okay, thank you so much. Before I begin, I honestly would need to put on a record in respect to VIHFA and this testimony that I just received this morning, minutes ago, in which I know we requested it by the 23rd, last Friday, by the close of business, 5 o'clock. And it really speaks to exactly how we operations, and honestly, it speaks to how we deal with people individually. As I state on a regular basis, we are in a housing crisis, and it's all of us, our responsibility to really assist our people during these difficult times. You get the calls every day, and we get them also on a regular basis. And it's important, that we communicate, respond in a timely fashion. And I'm just disappointed this morning, for the response in respect to the testimony for this most important hearing. So I just want to put it on the record, and I ask moving forward that we really, really adhere to what needs to be done in respect to our housing stock and anything that has anything to do with housing and the recovery as a whole. So as we move forward, I'm looking forward to a productive and fruitful meeting, and also I'm looking forward to hear what solutions we have garnered thus far and what we are doing in the space as a whole. So I will begin the testimony with Director Earle Williams. You must proceed with the testimony, please. Before you begin, Director, I want to recognize Senator Nobel Francis Jr. Good morning. He's not a committee member, but he's always here to our meetings. Thank you so much. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, distinguished members of the committee, as well as fellow testifiers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Adrienne L. Williams-Octalien, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery. I'm accompanied by Earle Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance. I appreciate the opportunity to appear with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to provide a status on the Housing and Urban Development's Community Block Grant Disaster Recovery Programs transition to ODR, and on housing-related disaster recovery initiatives in the U.S. Virgin Islands. As mandated by Governor Bryan, restoring the territory's housing stock after Hurricanes Irma and Maria is a top priority for the Office of Disaster Recovery. On November 20th, 2023, the Office of Disaster Recovery became a subrecipient of the territory's CDBG DR funds. Through this expansion, ODR is centralizing disaster recovery efforts and fostering synergy across activities within the program and with external stakeholders. As a subrecipient, the Office of Disaster Recovery is tasked with providing pragmatic oversight to include day-to-day operations and program management. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority remains the recipient of HUD funding and in turn the managing entity, which includes orchestrating the movement of funds between HUD and the territory, as well as environmental, compliance, and policy administration. To date, our office has integrated CDBG-DR staff into daily operations and completed a full assessment of all programs to include identifying challenges and capacity issues and developing strategies to augment performance. In the next 60 days, ODR will continue to streamline operations, finalize action plans, and execute a key performance indicators for each program. CDBG-DR housing projects. As of January 31st, 2024, the territory has received $1.1 billion in CDBG-DR grant funds, and $300 million has been expended. Of that allocated amount, $483 million has been budgeted for affordable housing initiatives. The development and preservation of affordable housing is a critical component of the recovery. As such, it is imperative that we make significant progress on the repair of homes for the applicants of the Envision program. This mandate is not taken lightly. A total of 2,084 applications were submitted to the program. Of that amount, 610 applications have been deemed eligible. To date, 30 homes have been completed and 9 are in construction. Currently, 227 homes are in various stages of processing and 353 are left to be started. Over the last 90 days, ODR has conducted an in-depth assessment into the pervasive issues impacting this program. The rising cost of construction has invalidated many solicitations, as well as delays in the completion of scoping and designs, environmental reviews, and attracting and retaining qualified contractors have created significant impediments to progress. To increase its impact and provide long-awaited relief to homeowners, ODR is working to improve the timelines of decisions and communication with homeowners to accelerate the program. I've developed the following next steps to ensure that quality assurance and expedite the necessary scopes of work, drawings, and environmental processes. 1. Launch in Mission 100. Mission 100 is an initiative to have 100 homes in construction by summer 2024. The solicitation is expected to be released in March 2024. Secondly, maximize person's contract. Assign a minimum of 10 homes per month through December 2024 to Person Service Corp. that is currently under contract. 3, bundle solicitations. We will issue solicitations grouping homes based on complexity and construction type to maximize economies of scale. Implement an owner-led rehabilitation program, which is a voluntary option offering supportive services to help applicants facilitate the repairs of their homes. This concept will require VIHFA and HUD approval. Lastly, provide alternative documentation, submittal options, and support, which will assist applicants with flexible access to eligibility documentation through partnerships with agencies to include extended hours availability, coordinating transportation services for the elderly, and other accessibility options. In addition to the Envision Tomorrow program, CDBG-DR is also funding housing initiatives to the tune of $237.7 million, of which $16.5 million has been expended as of the end of January. Over $180 million is earmarked for the completion of 8 projects territory-wide. The The spending plan for these active projects forecasts the expenditure of $53.6 million in 2024. Of those 8 projects, 2 are in the construction phase. The revitalization of the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion is in June 2024, after work was suspending in 2022 to address contract issues. The 84-unit new construction project, located on the island of St. Thomas, is expected to be completed in the second quarter of 2026 at the proposed amended cost of $81 million, with $8.6 million already expended. VIHFA has an additional 4 projects for a combined $47.6 million that are in design phase. Ross mixed use and new home construction projects at Mount Pleasant, Fortuna on Wild Pineapple, and Queen Louise Townhomes. Lastly, there are 2 projects in development, Loveland Phase 2 and Cranagata Emergency Housing. Loveland Phase 2 was developed as affordable rental housing utilizing the low-income housing tax credit program. The property has now passed the end of the initial 15-year tax credit compliance period and is vulnerable to loss of affordability. The current owner, April Housing, would now like to divest their Virgin Islands portfolio of affordable housing, which includes Loveland Phase 2, 96 units. Jackson Development has applied to acquire the property to preserve the long-term affordability of the rental units and rehab buildings to ensure the quality and resiliency of the property. An application for $25.5 million is currently in review for funding to purchase and rehab the buildings. The Cranagata Inn is a 2-story structure that was built in 1962 and previously operated as a hotel on St. Croix. The plan is to rehab and redesign the structure to provide up to 18 emergency housing units. The application for $3.5 million is in the environmental review stage with anticipated completion and approval by May 2024. Our FEMA housing projects. ODR is also tracking approximately $235.7 million in FEMA Public Assistance Program to rehab housing communities across the territory. VIHFA projects include repairs and mitigation measures to Anna's Hope Emergency Housing for $1.2 million, Fitzlowett's Housing Community for $2.3 million, and Grandview, Altona for $4 million. The Virgin Islands Housing Authority has completed $6 million of roofing repair projects in both districts. Projects were completed at Marley Homes and Additions on St. Croix and Michael J. Curran Terrace and Paul M. Pearson Gardens on St. Thomas, to name a few. The FEMA Hazard Mitigation Program has obligated $7 million to Love City Strong to manage the St. John Community Foundation Residential Wind Retrofit Project. This project will harden homes to reduce future damages and protect lives. These homes are being structurally retrofitted to protect windows and doors from the impact of hurricanes and other storms. It will also provide the structural rebuilding of roofs. Initially, this project was expected to retrofit 97 homes, but due to increases in costs with construction and materials, the final number of homes was reduced. 21 homes have been completed to date, and since inception, a few homes have dropped from the program, and currently, FEMA is now reviewing a list of 31 potential replacement homes. This project is on hold until FEMA finalizes the review process. A meeting with all stakeholders to review the replacement homes and address any pending questions is scheduled for March 11, 2024. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you and the members of this body for your time and attention, and particularly for today's hearing on the status of housing projects in the territory. As we approach the end of the first quarter of 2024, the ODR will maintain its focus on the full recovery and rebuilding of the Virgin Islands. I would also like to reiterate our commitment to working with the VIHFA to accelerate the Envision program in particular and the other affordable housing initiatives. I would like to thank my hardworking team at the Office of Disaster Recovery for their continued dedication and tireless support. We remain committed to building a stronger, more resilient, and prosperous territory, and with your support, we'll continue to build a legacy of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Williams-Octalien. But before I go to Interim Director Clendinen, let me ask the two individuals I see on Teams on St. Croix to please put their name on the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Rupert Pell. I'm the Deputy Director of Infrastructure and Public Facilities under the Mitigation Program at Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Mr. Pell.
Good morning. My name is Janine Hector. I'm the Director of Federal Programs at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, Ms.
to all.
Hector. The Interim Director, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications.
One moment, sorry, excuse me. Your testimony circulated to all the senators, but they sent to all the senators?
The
Testimony.
For the record, Senator,
Yes.
we did send the testimony last night. We sent it again this morning, and I believe Ms. Rogers of my staff has brought it down to Mr. Krieger. But I also did ask this morning if copies of our testimony that we do have needed to be provided. So I would certainly love Mr. Krieger if he could tell us if it was circulated.
As far as I know, when you came in, we did not have the testimony, and we're gonna take a. We stand and recess for 3 minutes. We are back on the record. Interim Director Clendinen, you may proceed.
Senator. Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Dayna Clendinen, and I serve as Chief Disaster Recovery Officer and Interim Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Though 2024 is well on its way, this is the first time we are appearing before this body and our community, and as such, I extend to all warm wishes for a blessed year filled with peace and wisdom. Today, I'm accompanied by Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, Jaquil Fredericks, Chief Human Resources Officer, Rick Grant, Strategic Advisor, Royan Robinson, Director of Finance, Janine Hector, Director of Federal Programs, Ann Hanley, Director of Programs, Odari Thomas, Director of Energy Solutions, Jamili Perez, Deputy Director of Housing and Public Services, Rupert Pell, Deputy Director of Infrastructure and Public Facilities, Danny Dorset, Deputy Director of Economic Resilience and Revitalization, Monet Francis Gardner, ARPA Grants Administrator, Director of Home Ownership, Frida Webster, Manager of Rental Properties, Nicole Johnson, and Assistant Director of Planning and Construction, Mr. Marvin Vaughn. Senators, we appear before you on the heels of a productive and successful two-day visit from the HUD Deputy Assistant Secretary for Grant Programs, Claudia Monterosa. During the visit, the VIHFA team engaged with Deputy Assistant Secretary Monterosa and her team in a robust and critically constructive discussions and provided important updates on ongoing projects and plans. Ms. Monterosa and her team commended HFA's progress and approved of our dedication, focus, and effectiveness in disaster recovery efforts and housing plans. HUD's representative affirmed their support, provided suggestions for process improvement, and stressed the importance of a sustainable services, recognizing long-term project risk. We extend our sincere thanks for their guidance and support. Housing initiatives and construction. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is actively addressing challenges as it works towards financing, developing, and constructing affordable housing in the territory in line with the 2022 to 2024 Affordable Housing Plan. We are committed to achieving a balance between supply and demand, considering the projects currently underway and those set to begin within the next 6 months across the territory. We are revisiting and refining the existing plan, which should be in effect for 2025 to 2027, and look forward to public input. Furthermore, we are dedicated to ensuring that the structure of all divisions aligns seamlessly with established goals and objectives with a focus on improving project control, efficiency, productivity, and profitability. Although many agencies are now competing for contractors and developers, our housing priorities delineated in the plan have not changed. Our focus remains on developing affordable homeownership opportunities. VIHFA sponsors several programs that provide direct and indirect assistance for those families seeking a homeownership alternative. VIHFA seeks to provide affordable homeownership to low and moderate income families, educate potential home buyers on ways to achieve homeownership, provide loss mitigation counseling to homeowners so that they maintain homeownership, and create sustainable communities. This undertaking is accomplished through pre-qualifying, financing, educating, and counseling potential buyers and current homeowners. As it pertains to the mortgage programs offered, the authority provides secondary lending to eligible first-time home buyers for a single-family residence and primary lending for land purchase of 1/2 acre plot. Homeownership financing programs. We are currently proposing to the HFA Board of Directors an increase to the total acquisition costs for non-home eligible transactions. The total acquisition costs associated with acquiring a home includes purchase price, rehabilitation costs, and closing costs as applicable. Presently, HFA utilizes the sale price limits of the Home and Housing Trust Fund published by HUD annually, which is every July, for all products offered by HFA. As of July 1, 2023, the Home and Housing Trust Fund sales price limits for a single-family dwelling on St. Croix are $261,000, St. John $527,000, and St. Thomas $333,000. The current Home and Housing Trust Fund limits do not reflect the growing cost of housing in the territory. As of November 15, 2023, the current FHA mortgage limits for a single-family dwelling in St. Croix is $498,257, for St. John a little over $1 million, and St. Thomas $639,400. Establishing FHA mortgage limits for non-home eligible clients could facilitate the financing of additional single-family homes with HFA's assistance. By increasing the total acquisition cost limit for non-home eligible households to match FHA mortgage limits, there are several benefits, including but not limited to the realistic alignment with current housing acquisition costs in the territory and enabling moderate income households to take advantage of HFA's first-time homebuyers program for moderate income households. To date, there's been no loans approved under this program, which in part is attributed to the existing acquisition cost limit. New construction projects, including those listed in the 2022-24 plan. Plan for the second and third quarter of 2024. Estate Bon Esperance, St. Croix. We're currently reviewing a proposal for the construction of up to 100 single-family dwellings and infrastructure on the remainder of HFA's property in Bon Esperance. The proposed terms of the agreement are being reviewed. Estate Fortuna, St. Thomas. We are currently soliciting for the design of this project and anticipate solicitation for construction immediately thereafter. We anticipate selection and design completion within 90 days. With the approval of the disaster recovery funds, this project, referred to as Wild Pineapple, consists of 20 turnkey homes. Estate Mount Pleasant, West, St. Croix. We expect funding approval for Estate Mount Pleasant within 2 weeks. This will allow us to solicit for the design of 7 units, 2 of which comply with ADA, which we expect to be complete within 60 days. Construction solicitation is set for second quarter of 2024. An additional 8 turnkey homes will be developed within this subdivision, and we will be soliciting for those designed within 2 weeks, with construction expected to start no later than the third quarter 2024. Queen Louise Apartments on St. Thomas. We are currently soliciting design services for this project and anticipate solicitation immediately thereafter for construction. We further anticipate selection and design completion within 90 days. With the approval of disaster recovery funds, 16 townhomes are slated to be constructed. Schedule for 2025. Cotton Valley, St. Croix. Given the demand for turnkey homes, our plan to subdivide and develop roads that provide an additional 21.5-acre lots for sale to clients is deferred until the first quarter of 2025. Estate Jealousy, St. Croix. The proposal to construct up to 6 single-family dwellings and infrastructure was not viable. However, given the projected commencement date of up to 4 projects this year, this project is also deferred until 2025. Estate Solitude, St. Croix. The proposal to construct up to 6 single-family dwellings and infrastructure was not viable. Again, however, given the project commencement of up to 4 projects this year, the project is deferred until 2025. Estate Nazareth, St. Thomas, our plans to subdivide this property and provide 30 lots and 40 homes for sale will also happen in 2025. Estate Duno St. Thomas, the completion of 2 turnkey homes is projected for the third quarter 2024. Given the projected commencement dates of up to 4 projects this year, the extensive infrastructure work required to develop additional turnkey homes will be deferred until 2025. Estate Bethany St. John, the proposal to construct up to 6 single-family dwellings and infrastructure again is deferred until 2025. Affordable rental housing. We are aggressively working on the Ross mixed-use facility on St. Thomas. This project is delayed, allowing for work to be completed on the existing plans. Solicitation for services to allow bridging of design drawings will commence within 30 days. With the approval of the disaster recovery funds, this 3-storied building will consist of commercial bays and 8 residential units on the 3rd floor. Solicitation for construction is slated to start third quarter of 2024. 20A Strand and 5BB Smith Street mixed-use facility on St. Croix. We are currently performing site assessments to determine the viability of renovating our existing building to become a multi-use facility, which will include a minimum of 10 residential units. Emergency housing. Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Emergency Housing Program is a short-term housing that temporarily assists persons who are displaced from their current household due to a natural disaster, catastrophic incident, domestic violence, or financial hardship. Projects include Tannenberg Emergency Housing on St. Thomas, which is expected to secure site control within 30 days. Pending approval of Disaster Recovery Fund, the project will involve constructing 11 emergency units along with necessary infrastructure. Stableland Apartments, also on St. Thomas, is currently undergoing repairs following damage from the 2017 storms, with completion expected by the end of the first quarter in 2024. Charlotte Apartments, also St. Thomas, consists of 6 buildings. Repair for 2 buildings, 12 units affected by the 2017 storms, are set to begin in this quarter of 24. Prophet Hills Emergency Housing St. Croix comprises 3 buildings, 12 units. Repairs for 1 building damaged in 2017 storms are scheduled to start no later than this quarter of 24. Anna's Hope Emergency Housing St. Croix is finalizing a scope of work not covered by FEMA, with solicitation for repairs to the 16-unit building expected to commence second quarter 24. Some aspects may require architectural and engineering services. Campo Rico Emergency Housing St. Croix involves 2 buildings, 16 units, with repairs for 1 building underway, projected to be completed by the second quarter of 24. The Cronagata Inn St. Croix will begin solicitation within 2 weeks for the design of the ADA-compliant units. Pending approval of Disaster Recovery Fund, solicitation for renovation to the 18-unit building will begin no later than the third quarter 24, with selection and design completion expected within 60 days. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The territory has received $19.8 million through the ERA 1 and ERA 2 grants, which provide essential support to eligible residents who face financial challenges during the COVID-19 pandemic. This assistance spans up to 18 months and covers rental and utility expenses. As of February 22nd, 2024, HFA has not only committed nearly $12.2 million, but has also dispersed over $11 million. The impact is tangible, with a total of 1,412 applications processed and almost $8.1 million distributed in rental and utility aid. In 2023, VIHFA introduced the Housing Stability and Eviction Prevention Services Program through Legal Services of the Virgin Islands, dispersing $371,812 to help residents maintain or secure housing. It's worth noting that these funds will remain available until September 30th, 2025. The Homeowner Assistance Program. A positive development under the American Rescue Plan Act is the allocation of $8.5 million to the Virgin Islands through Homeownership Assistance Fund. This program also provides critical post-pandemic support to homeowners, covering a range of housing costs such as mortgage payments, principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, insurance, and more. Further, HFA's Homeownership Division offers counseling to homeowners in financial distress. When the program first launched, we were able to offer applicants up to $25,000 in assistance. While the authority successfully addressed outstanding balances for most of the population served, 24% of applicants still had significant remaining balances, sometimes surpassing the maximum award amount by an average of $24,000. As the program aims to fully resolve or alleviate delinquent homeowner expenses to help applicants retain homeownership, VIHFA worked to increase the maximum award of the program. VIHFA announced last week that qualified homeowners can now access up to $65,000 in assistance. Homeowners must demonstrate financial distress experienced after January 21, 2020, including factors like job loss, reduced income, or substantial healthcare expenses related to COVID-19. The application is accessible at vihfa.gov. As of the 22nd of February 2024, the Homeowner Assistance Fund Program application portal has logged 239 applications. Positive progress is evident with 82 applications totaling $1.4 million already approved. Of the remainder, 28 are under review. Another 26 are awaiting data validation or certification from the lender. 87 are either incomplete or have been withdrawn, and 18 have been declined. This financial aid is accessible until September 30th, 2026. Community Development Block Grant, CARES CDBG CV, and Emergency Solutions CARES ESG CV. The Federal CARES Act allocated $2.8 million in supplemental community development block grant funds to the territory to address the COVID-19 pandemic. Selections were made in 3 rounds. The chart below shows 10 projects selected to receive a portion of the $2.8 million. As of February 26, a little over $203,000 of the CDBG CV funds have been drawn down, and the deadline for expenditure is September 2026. ESG CV funds totaling $1.65 million are dedicated to addressing the COVID-19 crisis, particularly for those who are homeless receiving homeless aid or for expanding prevention and assistance programs. 6 organizations, including Catholic Charities, St. Thomas St. John, Meeting the Needs of Our Community, and the Department of Human Services, among others, receive funding for 9 projects. These cover a range of activities such as emergency shelter operations, homelessness prevention, rapid rehousing, and more. As of now, a little over $1 million has been drawn of the funds. Although the program's deadline was September 2023, we have until April 2024 to draw on all funds. Disaster recovery via HFA ODR transition. As we focus on boosting housing development, we look forward to celebrating continued progress with our disaster recovery efforts, now led by the Office of Disaster Recovery. On November 20th, 2023, the IHFA and ODR transitioned the CDBG-DR program, transferring 45 specialized employees. As the grantee, HFA actively manages the grant, insurance compliance, and monitoring ODR's performance based on our agreement. We collaborate and provide technical assistance when needed. Further, we have a liaison who meets bi-weekly with program staff, keeping both teams on the same page and projects on track. This hands-on approach ensures the success of our disaster recovery initiatives and strengthens the collaboration between VIHFA and ODR for a resilient and thriving community. Looking at the financial snapshot, the balance of the CDBG-DR grant fund stands at a little over $770.3 million, with program-related remaining funds totaling $742 million. With this, planning and administration still hold $28.2 million. Notably, 80% or $612 million of the program funds has been earmarked for the ODR programmatic oversight transition, ensuring a strategic focus on program success. There is an optimistic outlook for the year ahead with projected fiscal year and expended rate of 47%. The positive trajectory indicates effective fund utilization and a commitment to advancing the outlined programs. CDBG mitigation grant. We launched the mitigation grant, $774 million, in January with a series of in-person town halls across both districts and greatly appreciate the overwhelming community response. The enthusiasm was evident with more than 300 participants, including local businesses, nonprofits, and food producers actively engaging in these sessions. We've also met with department and agency heads within the GVI to inform them of current and upcoming funding opportunities and how they can apply. The notice of funding availability for MIDS economic programs is now public, marking another significant step. In light of the valuable lessons learned from our experiences within the CDBG-DR program, we are committed to supporting the community through the application process by providing technical assistance to ensure a smoother application process and the completion of all required documents. The first workshop begins this evening at 6 p.m. with a virtual hearing on Zoom. Registration information is available on our website at vihfa.gov. Subsequent in-person hearings are scheduled as follows. On St. Thomas, Monday, March 4th at 6 p.m. at the UVI Innovation Center in the SBDC training room. On St. John, Tuesday, March 5th at 6 p.m. the Julius Eastbrough School Cafeteria. And on St. Croix, Friday, March 8th at 6 p.m. the Sunny Isle Shopping Center in the Elections Office. Details can also be found on our vihfa.gov website. Under MID, economic resilience and revitalization represents a significant commitment of $75 million aimed at substantially reducing future disaster risks, minimizing damage, and fortifying overall territorial resilience. A dedicated $40 million is allocated to enhance the resilience of commercial and private buildings against emergencies with the goal of strengthening and diversifying the economy. Further, an allocation of $35 million is directed towards small businesses, vital contributions to the local economy, and tourism. The objective is to reduce operational disturbances and expedite recovery post-disasters, ensuring stable access to energy and vital community lifelines. The deadline for submission under these programs is Friday, April 5th, 2024. A total of $188 million is allocated for housing, including $100 million for rehabilitating and reconstructing multifamily developments. $60 million is also dedicated to new home construction, while $23 million is allocated for housing for the unsheltered. $5 million is set aside for projects that will encourage resilience, such as a solar initiative that will provide grants for batteries and panels to eligible homeowners. We are currently finalizing the program plan and anticipate a launch in May of 2024. With $436 million allocated, our MID infrastructure program is a comprehensive initiative addressing crucial systems like energy, transportation, and telecommunication. It aims to fill existing gap and urgent needs, emphasizing the development of multi-purpose facilities to enhance disaster preparedness and response capabilities. The program includes upgrading resilient power systems in energy, improving transportation networks for efficient evacuation, establishing a new U.S. EPA-compliant waste disposal facilities, and expansion within both districts. Finally, the total allocation for public services, $15 million, with a notice of funding availability expected by the end of March. These programs will focus on several key areas such as food security, food scarcity, and lack of access for the homeless, case management assistance and housing support for the unsheltered, education and outreach, and technology-based resiliency programs that mitigate risk for future disasters. Electrical grid. Our electrical grid grant makes available $67.6 million for programs and activity execution. This grant is a dedicated effort to elevate and enhance the territory's electrical power system, focusing on aspects such as cost effectiveness, reliability, efficiency, sustainability, and long-term financial viability. Moreover, it aims to fortify the system's resilience against future disasters and address the impacts of climate change. The grant launch is set for summer of 2024, offering ample time for enthusiastic participation. The funds will be available until September 2029, with a significant portion, $53 million, dedicated to additional generation at the Estate Richmond Power Plant in St. Croix. This endeavor marks a transformative step towards a more resilient and sustainable future for our electrical infrastructure. Centered on community empowerment, we have also allocated $10 million from this grant to champion community-focused project. This offers a remarkable opportunity for qualified applicants to put forward innovative initiatives that have the potential to positively impact diverse populations and demographics. By doing so, we aim to narrow equity and access gaps, ensuring broader and more inclusive access to sustainable energy solutions. We invite a diverse range of entities to apply, including public and private organizations, small businesses with up to 100 employees, for-profit, non-profit groups, educational institutions, affordable housing developers, social service providers, community organizations, public authorities, government bodies, and those working with low to moderate income or vulnerable populations. This inclusive approach ensures a broad spectrum of ideas and involvement, promoting equity and engagement. I appreciate the opportunity to share the impactful progress and plans that are a result of our team's dedicated efforts. We've conducted through assessments, implemented crucial changes, upgraded systems, and strategically recruit new talent, all with a laser focus on driving tangible results. My heartfelt gratitude goes to our steadfast staff whose dedication has been instrumental in shaping our success. My staff and I stand ready to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Interim Director Clendinen. I would like to recognize the President of Senator Dan Capehart. Thank you for coming, Senator, non-committee member. Before I go to my colleagues for the first round of questioning, a 7-minute round, let me ask you, Director Octalien Williams, in respect to the Envision Tomorrow program. I know in December of 2022, a stop work order was issued to, I believe it was CF Breeze,
Yes.
the company at the time, to stop work. And there were 6 homeowners basically who was affected. Their homes were gutted out. What's going on with those individuals? Because I know there have been some issues with those individuals in terms of making them whole and them having nowhere to live, etc. Can you speak to that for me, please? What's
Sure.
going on in that space?
Sure, Senator. So those applicants that have been affected by that stop work order, we have prioritized them, and they're included in Mission 100, where their bids will go out in round about we're tracking the middle of March. And then we're also working with the Housing Finance Authority for any of the back-end stuff that need to be cleared out relative to the contract, but we're moving the applicants forward.
And as I started my opening statement in terms of communication and collaboration, I received calls from at least up to this morning when I saw you had a hearing that they said they have been reaching out to the office and they cannot get anyone to respond to them. So I believe it's important that we reach out to those individuals, and at least to assist them in terms of basically giving them a peace of mind, because it's very important, when you're in those type of situations and you're trying to reach out and you're not getting anyone in contact with anyone. So I would really appreciate that moving forward.
Thank you. We will.
And also in respect to Interim Director Clendinen, in your testimony you also spoke to HFA, and I was happy. FHA, I'm sorry. FHA. I'm glad you went there also, because my team and I have been doing some research in that respect. And the numbers you mentioned, though, was what caught my attention, so I had my researcher go and do some more research. You spoke to St. Thomas. It's for a single family dwelling in St. Croix, right? St. John and St. Thomas. You stated that it's 498,257 to 1,059, 150, and then you stated 639 respectively. Those are the thresholds, right? But those numbers seem kind of low here in our territory. But if you go and do your research and go to the mortgage loans limit under their website, it shows for Alaska, Hawaii, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, those numbers are way higher. For one unit in the St. Thomas, in the Virgin Islands, $1,724. $1.7 million, I'm sorry. $1.7 million. 2 units, $2.2 million. 3 units, basically $7 million, and 4 units, $3.3 million. So I was looking at those numbers, just putting a testimony, but the numbers are pretty much higher based on their estimates in our territory. It's different from the U.S. Territory, because, as you know, it's very, very expensive to build on the islands.
It is indeed, Senator, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. Dr. Berry and her team will go back and research that.
Please. Thank you for that.
Of course.
Also, in respect to the testimony also with Duno, it was kind of vague. Can we speak to Duno, please? Because it said that there are two model units for Duno, but I didn't mention anything else about Duno, the Duno project.
Right. In the testimony, I mentioned that the project was stalled in 2022. There's some additional funding that has been requested from the Housing Authority and the developer in order to get that started. So we're in the process of reviewing the cost reasonableness for this additional amount. It may require a substantial amendment, but that's in process with the Housing Authority, but we want to ensure that we get the application approved so we can start that process to get construction started.
Under which funding will be able to get those extra funds from?
So that will still be within CDBG DR. We're validating the request. That has to be done to ensure that it's adequate and it's reasonable, and then we're able, if necessary, then we will have to reshuffle money within the program, the housing program, to be able to accommodate that request.
And finally, Love City Strong, St. John. I know, as I stated earlier, these last several days, really, almost a week, we have had many showers of blessings. A lot of rain. Many people are happy for the system being full, etc., water in the plants. But what was on my mind, honestly, everyday rain was those individuals who really have not been made whole, or who are still having challenges in terms of the private sector with their roofs, etc., and the public sector in terms of their homes, in terms of the water coming in to the walls, etc. And those are the things that really bothers me. It really does. And when it rains, I always think about those individuals in that space. In respect to Love City Strong, can we speak a little bit more about that, please? Because you stated that $7 million was obligated.
Yes.
Right? But only... Can you speak to the numbers?
Sure.
And what's being done in that space, please?
Yes. So initially, when the program was developed and the application was made to FEMA hazard mitigation, the amount that we anticipated being able to serve was 97 homes. Of course, as we move along and the cost of construction increase, it limits the amount of how far that $7 million can go. And 21 homes were done. As the rising costs in construction, pretty much what happens with hazard mitigation is that you have to, any changes to your application, you have to go back to FEMA to be able to change that. So the project, some people have dropped out of the program, and now we've identified additional, Love City Strong has identified additional homes to go into the program, and FEMA needs to approve those homes in order for us to move forward.
What was the reason for those individuals dropping out of the program?
It varies. Maybe the length of time, maybe the some of it was the process, because the federally funded process is burdensome, and those were some of the issues that they encountered.
And the 21 homes, you said 7 million, 21 homes. The 21 homes cover all 7 million. How much? What the total for those 21 homes?
Okay, that I'll have to pull up my report and give to you.
Please, that'll be interesting to hear, because of course we know building on St. John is very, very expensive. But nonetheless, I'd like to know what the numbers are. Colleagues, I'm going to tell you the order in which we're going to go. The first senator to speak will be Senator Boquez. The second will be Senator Carla Joseph. Third will be Senator Carrion. Fourth, Senator DeGraff. Fifth, our President, Senator Francis. And sixth, Senator Capehart. So, Senator... Oh, I missed Fonseca. I think Fonseca came in after Senator Nobel Francis, so he will be 6 and Capehart will be 7. Okay? Thank you. Senator Boquet, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And of course, good morning to our testifying panel here today to discuss what is undoubtedly a critical concern with housing here in the Virgin Islands. I wanted to start off because the chair mentioned the Envision program, and given the low number of Envision program applicants deemed eligible out of the total applicants received, what steps are being taken now to simplify the eligibility criteria for those applicants so that we can see an increase in served applicants? Because I know for years now we've had individuals call our offices about how difficult it is or how difficult it was to get access to the program to be able to fix those homes. What is being done now? What is different?
Well, the eligibility requirements remain the eligibility requirements because they are, of course, mandated by HUD. What we're looking at, again, is to review any applications. There were some people that were determined ineligible for certain criteria, and the team is revisiting those applications to see if they can indeed qualify. What we're also working on is to assist them with getting the documentation together. Part of the problem that we're seeing, too, is that the property taxes that haven't been paid, just certain types of documentation that's necessary. Maybe our elderly community or participants, they don't really understand, and they may not know what to get in order to get the applications in. So we're looking at ways that we can support that. And one of the things I want to do is also to get maybe the Department of Human Services or any of other wraparound services to help those people who do not have the wherewithal to understand and navigate some of these federal requirements.
Okay, understood. But nevertheless, we want to try to assist them in any way, shape, or form
Absolutely.
that we can. And on the other side, or the other side of the coin concerning this issue, with contractor management and engagement, with those issues such as the rising cost of construction, the delays, the difficulties in attracting or retaining qualified contractors, what strategies are in place right now on your side to help ensure that we have a timely completion of these projects? Because I know also contractors are also a part of the issue with why the Envision program was not able to get off of the ground.
Yes.
What's being done now in that space?
So there's several things that's happening. We are providing through our IAATA funding that was provided by FEMA to help to manage all of the recovery projects. We have additional resources to us through like Jacobs Engineering national companies under contract by FEMA to provide us some construction management training for the team, and also to ensure that we train the contractors upfront on the things that they need to submit so that we can facilitate timely payment. Because when invoice packages are not done correctly, it takes time to process. And we understand timely payments are critical in order to keep projects moving.
Okay, thank you for that response. I want to shift over to Director Clendinen concerning your the 436 million that you referenced in your testimony, which was allocated from the MIT infrastructure to enhance disaster preparedness, and there was also 67 million for the electric grid grant. How is Housing Finance Authority measuring the effectiveness of these investments and in improving the resilience of the territory against future disasters?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So again, we've just begun the launch of this program. All sub-recipients, so if you apply, you need this. There's a criteria within HUD itself, our program, what defines mitigation and how you meet that. And from that, your application, the project, we come up with a list of performance measures, if you will, and that determines us measuring what you're doing and measuring and planning for future risk.
Okay, because I believe that electric grid grant is definitely something that's going to change a lot of lives here in the territory, and I'm looking forward to seeing that money being put to good use. Concerning fiscal management and oversight, I know that it's been hampering the Housing Finance Authority to try to, you shook your head, but to try to spend all this money so that we can get it out into the territory and change lives and fix things, right? Mm-hmm. So in light of the findings related to the lack of internal controls for processing advance payments to contractors and the issues with the Envision program procurement process, what steps are being taken right now to rectify these deficiencies and ensure that compliance with the federal regulations, as was stated, mm-hmm. So that we can move forward? You know, it's been a long time.
Absolutely. I mean, we share that sentiment as well. What we've been looking at are the solicitations that were done in the past, and one of the things that we asked with Housing Finance Authority is to understand the lessons learned, to ensure that those solicitations are structured in a manner that we can avoid some of the problems that we've had. So those are the things that are being taken into consideration, allowing us to swap out homes. And the existing contract, we're unable to do that.
1 minute.
But those are the things that we're changing.
Okay, and before my time is up, I'm going to also ask about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. You know, a significant portion of the ERA funds are still yet to be dispersed. And I'm just curious to know what sort of outreach or adjustments in the outreach that you've had before. How do you plan to increase the applications or the distributions of the funds? Because there's a lot of people out there that need rental assistance right now. I get calls. I'm sure the chairman gets calls more than I, because he's the chairman of this committee. But I get calls too about individuals needing assistance, and of course I send them in your direction. But what are we doing to increase the uptick in helping these individuals?
Sure. And just, Senator, to your last point about the audit findings, I do want to note most of those were closed, and one is expected to be closed by HUD this month. So we've rectified, to Director's point, we've rectified that issue, and we have better internal controls. I needed to put that on the record. In terms of ERAP, we have done advertisement, we have done pop-ups, etc., and we'll continue to do that. But we needed to first align our staff so that they are able to handle the influx of applications, new, etc. So we've changed our strategy, and we've hired a number of part-time individuals. So they come in after the 5 o'clock shift. They work until about 10, 11 o'clock at night. And we've seen some uptick there. So now that we have that in place, you'll see more advertisements, etc., for those who qualify. We've paid out a lot that we could. Most people are on their second round of assistance, if you will. But again, knowing coming into this from the beginning, we knew we could not spend every single dollar of it. We just didn't have the applications of the population for it.
Well, let's get it spent now. People need help, as you know. I know I'm preaching to the choir right now, but let's get it done. And Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my time, but I'll be listening very adamantly and interjecting when I need to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Boakers. Let me piggyback off of what Senator Boakers said, and I have two questions, one for ODR and also via HFA. Director Octley and William, you spoke and responded to Senator Boakers in respect to why the number was so low and what are some of the issues in terms of that space, and you said that some of those individuals have challenges with filling out applications, etc., and dealing with that type of situation. But let me add, though, that I believe that, I know that, as a matter of fact, with legal services and the ERAP funds, my team and I actually was instrumental in advocating the Housing Finance Authority to meet with and utilize legal services moving forward at the time, for some time, and it did after some time, in assisting those type of individuals and also the individuals in the public space when it comes to evictions, etc. So those funds are specifically to help those individuals with those challenges. In addition to that, I know I'm happy to see that the Homeowners Assistance Fund program that receives $8.5 million should also assist those people in some way, shape, or form. I'm not too sure, but I'm sure that these two programs... See, one thing I must say, right, and I appreciate all of these different programs are to help our people stay whole, you know. That way they don't lose their homes. If they're having challenges, they do not be evicted. If they're having issues, you know, we can put them in a hotel, motel, what have you. And it is critical that we really, really press hard and utilize all of these funds to help our people during their difficult times. So I just wanted to put it on the record. Those two areas and those two spaces we can challenge into to see how we can help our people moving forward. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to the listening audience, my colleagues, as well as the hardworking men and women from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and also those from the Office on Disaster Recovery. Mr. Chairman, this is a very timely hearing, even though we didn't receive all of our testimonies here timely. I'm hoping that we will have a change of perspective and how we move forward, so we could do our very best to be a partner to you. It's very difficult for us to actually review and to be your partner at the table, and not necessarily in this venue, but your partner at the table to see how we can assist when we don't get information timely. So I've had a quick opportunity to do a comparative analysis, Director Clendinen, based on your previous testimony before this committee, which was done on March 9th of 2023. The legislature does an excellent job with putting up testimonies in our public drive, and I'm a fast reader. Now, I noted in your testimony on March 9th, 2023, you indicated that the Ross Mixed-Use Project, which is an anticipated project totaling about $13.6 million, you were anticipating a groundbreaking in 2023. However, I noted in your testimony today that there were some slight changes to that. When are you anticipating the groundbreaking?
So I will let Dr. Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, speak to that, because as stated in the testimony, we experienced some challenges with the design and it required it to go back out. Dr. Berry, if you could.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of Dr. Berry. She is seated on the right from me, the second on the right.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Chief Operating Officer, Housing Finance Authority. The anticipated solicitation for construction is slated to start by the third quarter of this year.
So we're going to have a longer delay for groundbreaking. Is that it? So
no.
I'm trying to understand where we are with the groundbreaking. I like groundbreaking. I attended one for the Clinton Phipps racetrack last year in 2023. And they are further along. I mean, that's a private entity. And we also had a groundbreaking here for the WIC program. That would have been in 2022. And guess what? They completed their whole construction in September or November of 2023. Excellent. So we need to see movement because this is money and it's not moving. So tell me where we are, Dr. Berry.
We're managing expectations, Senator. That's what we're doing right now.
Well, we need to...
So, may I?
You may.
Thank you. So what we did was we streamlined the process for solicitation. We're now in the maybe 20% left of our construction design to finish. We've improved our communication and synergy with our procurement department to ensure that we're shortlisting and prioritizing these types of projects so that we get it through the door. That means that we are improving our communications. We've already drafted solicitations in anticipation. We weren't doing that before. We're putting the planning back in our developments. And as such, Ross Mixed Use is slated for third quarter to go out to solicitation. We anticipate that the solicitation will not take that long, no more than 60 days, if that at all.
Okay, so just putting on my project management hat. Mm-hmm. Now, typically you would have a time frame for each of these things, mm-hmm. Each of these events or activities and associated individuals or parties and their mm-hmm. timeline to get it done. And your groundbreaking would be mm-hmm. be there. Do you have that kind of, you would call it a plan of action or your project schedule to do this? Because that's what I need to see, Mr. Chairman and members. I need to start to see project schedules that is associated with individuals who within your entity, because then it tells me that there is an issue relative to how we are managing these projects. You weren't able to put this project out to solicitation, but here in your testimony from last year, March, you're saying a groundbreaking would have been taking place in 2023. Mm-hmm. So I think I don't know why that was in there if all of this planning wasn't done, but I know that is some of the planning that needs to be done. I'm not going to belabor that issue. I want to move on to some clarification with Queen Louise Apartments in St. Thomas. Kindly indicate where we are with that project. And is it the same Queen Louise home that... No. The Department of Human Services is doing? It's two different. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to need more time.
Go ahead and respond.
Different.
Okay, Queen Louise Apartments, where are we with that?
Queen Louise Apartments is currently in the design phase to develop the townhomes that are necessary for that.
Okay, and again, I go back to this testimony. I go back to this testimony before the same committee of last year, March 9th, where it says, I'm going to read, the construction is anticipated to begin during the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2023. I do my research. And so no construction, nothing has been done since last year on these projects. This is unacceptable, especially if you're coming before us and we know housing is a critical issue. It's critical for us to be able to house our people. We have young people, older people leaving. Time. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you kindly. We have... People are leaving because we aren't moving these projects off of the drawing board. They're not moving. There's no construction. Mr. Chairman, I will wait for my next round. Thank you kindly. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, if we can, I'd like Dr. Berry to respond to that, please.
Definitely, sure.
One of the things that, back in even October of last year, when I came before this body, we had advised the body that we are trying to be realistic in terms of what we were saying before. And I had expressed my concerns to this body relative to us needing to improve our processes internally, look at our capacity, and be more realistic in terms of what we were representing to not only this body, but the listening and viewing audience. Senator, you are correct that in March of 2023, we did make representations relative to those two projects. However, we have to be realistic. And in this current market, we are looking at several layers of possible, I want to say just obstacles that we are trying to manage. So this is what we did. As indicated in earlier testimony, we decided that we needed to look at the possibility of bundling these projects to move forward faster. We also had to improve our procurement, look at our procurement and determine what was in the policy and how we can address it. You talk about critical path, making sure that our tasks that are under our ultimate goal are done. And sometimes we just needed to reassess and be more realistic in our charge of providing homes. So to answer your questions with regards to, yes, we remain confident that we will get the job done. But there are things that are going to be outside of our control that we're trying to manage. Queen Louise townhomes, 16 of them. It's on Fireburn Hill. We have designs in place that we have to finalize. We have already received conditional approval. When we came before this body in March of last year, we did not have many approvals in place for the projects that you have heard ODR mention to you, Cronagata Inn, Mount Pleasant 7. We didn't have any of these full approvals. Environmental is a process that we have to go through as well. And as you know, this can be very extensive and very important to the safety and health of our participants in our program. So that's just some of the issues that we've been facing, and we're further ahead now than we were in March of last year. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
My deepest concern, Dr. Berry, and all of you who are here, is that we don't lose this money.
We will.
Okay? Because as we do our assessments and all of those things and try to get things to the point where they are fine-tuned, we don't lose the money. When does and I guess this would be under now ODR, when does the funding for the HUD CDBG DR expire?
At 2026.
2026, and that's 2 years. Okay.
There's
so
an opportunity. I must
there
say
is a-
though, there's an opportunity for an extension if we can demonstrate significant progress.
Okay, and significant progress, and I'm just going to put on my hat again with the project management, is you got to be able to break some ground. That's it. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator DeGraff and then Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listener present. Specific to Queen Louise Apartments, top of Fireburn Hill, above Africa in Savannah. I know exactly where it is. The environmental issue of it was addressed. Yes. The buildings had asbestos. They were destroyed. It was taken down. And I asked my neighborhood, I know. But I'm saying the environmental end of it was abated a couple years back. So the process for building should be what's at hand now. There shouldn't be any other environmental issues, or has there been other environmental issues right now? That's basically what I'm trying to find out. Are there any other environmental issues regarding that property? 'Cause I know they were abated.
No, I was speaking
To
to
the chair.
the process and some of the delays in our projects, which include environmental, which can be long, but as it relates to your question and that
Right.
project, no.
Okay, so that's ready to go.
And
Okay.
Senator,
thank you.
just
That's
for some
specific. That's all.
clarification as well,
Yes.
all projects, no matter what they are, has to go through that process. So even demolition, environmental still has to, because we've put in an application.
No, I got that, but in specific to what my colleague is mentioning, specific to
No.
Queen Louise
No.
apartments, and like I say, she was wondering what she must have. I know exactly where they are.
Yes.
But I'm just saying the environmental portion of it was completed.
Correct.
So based on what she is asking, there should be timelines in place right now that to say A, B, C, this is going to be done, this is going to be done, these time frame, just in regards to what she is saying. So I
Absolutely,
would have to
Senator.
say you're online to my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I want to refer to page 4 of your testimony, Ms. Clendinen. You're saying here, as of November 15, 2024, the FHA mortgage limits on St. Croix is $498,257 for a single-family dwelling. How much square foot is that unit? On page 4, the top, the first sentence, as of November 15th, you find it? St. Croix is 498,257. What square foot is that
I'm
single?
not sure, Senator, that's how the formula works, but let me have either
How
Dr.
do
Berry
you get to
or-
the price of 498,257 for a home on St. Croix? There got to be some type of square foot cost.
Those are the limits as listed on the, within FHA. But
Okay,
if you'll
what's the
allow me,
size?
Senator, let me get Ms. Webster, Frida Webster here, and perhaps she can answer in detail as to how that formula is developed. Ms. Webster?
Okay. While we're waiting for the response to the senator's question, let me, and before I go to Senator Carrion, let me inquire once more, because I think it's very important in respect to our people having the information that's readily available and assuring that we utilize the funds that was given to the territory on behalf of the residents. I want to go back to the Homeowners Assistance Fund program. I think this program is important, very important and critical in our recovery, which offers access that was increased of up to $65,000 per household. And it was stated in the testimony that there have been 239 applications in the portal, and 82 applications have positive progress of $1.4 million that was already approved, and 28 are under review. My question is, number one, how do you qualify for this program? And number two, how is the information being put out there in terms of our community? Because I know a lot of individuals, who can use this program in terms of getting some type of assistance, which covers mortgage payments, principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, insurance. I mean, this is a very, very good program. I need to be hearing it out there all over the place on every station. How are we communicating this to our people, especially our local radio station, not only on the in terms of marketing, okay? Not only electronically, but how we really get this information, which is so critical and important to our people who are struggling and having a hard time.
Sure. And I have Monet Francis Gardner who could address in detail, and then Ms. Webster is here to address Mr. Fonseca. So do I answer your question first and then Mr. Fonseca's?
Yes, I think that question is way more important.
Oh.
Then go to his. No pun intended.
with the homeowner assistance fund, we have had flyers out there. Again, for that, we've done pop-up with the increase of the 65,000. We've done press releases, notice in the social media as well. But I'd like Ms. Gardner to just tell about what other activities are planned now that we've increased, again, just late last week to 65,000. Ms. Gardner, put your name on the record.
Good morning. Monet Francis Gardner, Art Brand Administrator. Good afternoon, everyone. Currently, we have distributed 5x7 flyers to all the servicers, which gives information pertaining to the eligibility criteria and the application process. So we do have a website where people can apply online. We also accept applications printed applications in our office via email. We have a case management company right now that assists the applicants with the application process and submitting the required documents used to determine eligibility. We were present at the agricultural fair last week, sharing this information with the community in St. Croix. And we do have some upcoming outreach efforts that are in the planning stage. Of course, we don't want to utilize much of our budget on marketing. We want the budget to assist applicants, and that's what we've done so far.
I appreciate your sentiment, but at the same time, I get it, but if you don't have all the applicants, the money's going to go back because you're not going to be able to spend all of the money. So my question really was, I heard you, but most of our people listen to the talk shows every morning faithfully. As a property manager, every morning as I do my rounds, the rate is on. Whether 1,000, 1340, 107.9, whatever. They listen to the radio every day. That's something we do, especially our older folks who own homes, many of them. You need to go to the radio stations and let them know. That's very important.
We've also partnered with the banks to share this information with their potential clients who could qualify for the program as well.
Very well, but again, please, I need to hear it on the radio stations. That's very important. Senator Fonseca, let me respond to the question right quick, and then I'll get to you.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Okay, so my question was to build a single-family dwelling on St. Croix. The FHA mortgage limit is $498,257. I want to know the size of that single-family home. What is that square foot cost for that home? What is the size of that home? Do you have that information?
Hello.
Speak into the mic.
Good day.
Pull the mic to you.
Good day.
Please recognize Senator Fred Gregory, Mike, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. To answer your question, Senator, the FHA limits are not based on a square footage per se. What the FHA does is that they look at market data to determine the sales and to get a feel as to what the mortgage limit should be. So the $498,257 in St. Croix is based on what the market data provided to them. FHA is a subsidiary of HUD, and as such, they look at what would be reasonable for the market in which they're serving. The figures that Senator Blyden provided early, the 1.7 million, that is based on the same figures, but they updated based on costs. The reason why we're using the 498, the million 059 is 639,000 is because it's more in line with our community and the clients that we serve. Remember, we're serving low to moderate income clients.
Mr. Chair, that did not answer my question. You guys are building homes. Tell me what your square foot cost is for a single family home on St. Croix. Tell me what it is for St. John, and tell me what it is for St. Thomas. You're spending over $1 billion in construction. You need to know what the cost per square foot is to build a home. That is what I want from you. tell me what is your experience on what is the square foot cost to build a home.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fonseca, I have to have Mr. Vaughn answer that question as he's the Planning and Construction Division.
Thank you.
Okay. Very well. While we're waiting for Mr. Vaughn, Mr. Vaughn, no, you can't. You have to sit next to her. You cannot do that. Okay, please put your name on the record and then respond to the question, please.
Yes, Marvin Vaughn, Assistant Director of Planning and Construction for Housing Finance Authority. In answer to your question, Mr. Fonseca, your first part of your question was what is the square footage? It is based on 12 to 1,300 square feet. And if you do the math on the square footage cost, that puts your cost at approximately $385 a square foot to $415 a square foot.
Okay. And then on St. Thomas, what is the square foot cost?
It's the same square footage.
No. It cannot be the same square foot because you're talking about a single family dwelling. On St. Croix, you say it's $498, and on St. Thomas, you're saying it's $1 million. So you cannot bill $1 million and $498 and tell me that's the same square footage.
No, what?
So give me the
What I'm
square
saying-
footage on St. John now. You gave me St. Croix, $415 a square foot.
The homes that we're building and based on the single-family home, it's the same square footage.
Yes.
Our limit is 1,300 square feet.
Okay. So my calculation is based on what you told me, 498,257 divided by the 13 comes out to 415 per square foot.
Yes.
On St. John, it's 1,059,150 divided by the 13 comes out to $882 per square foot. Is that the correct number?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Boquist, point of information.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information stemmed from your previous inquiry before Senator Fonseca concerning the Homeowner Assistance Fund Program. And I understand that the maximum award was changed from $25,000 to $65,000. And can you detail or let us know, has that increase maximized the amount of demand for the program, in addition to what measures are in place to ensure that the increased award amount does not deplete all of the funds before reaching all the eligible applicants?
Speaking to the mic.
Monet Francis Gardner, our brand administrator. The increase is evident in that we have, since September, I think our last testimony was September of last year, and we had expended $600,000 at that time. Since they increased the amount of applications that were processed with the increase for the assistance to the qualifying population has jumped from $600,000 to $1.4 million. Before we went into the program, we spoke to the banks about the about the number of applicants that would be eligible that were delinquent to get feedback on the number of the population that we would be serving. And we only had about 400 people in default at that time. All those people will not qualify for the program because the program is based on hardship due to COVID-19. So we considered that in determining how much we were going to increase it by. And since the increase, we still have a few applicants that exceed the limit of the maximum assistance, but we have been able to assist a higher percentage of applicants with curing their delinquent amount. I don't know if that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you provide us with the amount of funds still available for that program? How much of the funds are to be, or the approved funds to be allocated to applicants, and what is the balance, and if there is a cutoff date of endangering the availability of the funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, again, the funds are available until September 30th, 2025.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Let me expound on that question, though, in respect to the grant, because the testimony states that this program also provides critical post-pandemic support to homeowners. So, if it was not COVID-19 related and it stated it's post-pandemic, can you clarify that on the record for us, please, in terms of the grant? What does it cover post-pandemic, and is the post-pandemic assistance related to COVID-19, or is it post-pandemic period based on the difficulties individuals are facing?
It's post-pandemic based on the difficulties that applicants incurred during the pandemic period.
Okay, very well. Thanks for that clarification. Senator Carrion, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, viewing and listening audience. I want to thank you for holding this hearing, and also thank testifiers for providing their testimony to this body. Even though I have to agree with my colleagues regards of the timing of the testimony, which doesn't really give us necessary time to really digest and get in, but a very detailed testimony. Director Williams-Octalien, in your testimony you stated as part of the integration process that your office and the CBDG group has been joining. Part of the integration process, you said you complete an assessment, and part of that assessment you identify some of the challenges. Can you elaborate a little bit some of those challenges that you have identified?
So their program, the challenge assessments were done on each one of the programs to basically see where we are and what are, some of it is capacity, some technical, in the construction realm, to make sure that we are documenting current costs, because what happens is these applications are done before, and then you don't have actual costs, and validating that actual cost and being able to provide cost reasonableness there's still a gap, and that is critical to move forward. We've also looked at areas where structuring the envision in particular, we've gone back to look at the steps that it takes to get a house moving, and the eligibility pieces. What are the challenges with getting documents in so we can determine eligibility? The environmental process, ensuring that we get environmental reviews done timely by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and be able to get that back. We've created a system that now works where they're in on a Monday and out by a Friday, and then we can be able to track the progress. And then ensuring that the solicitations, the problem that you have with any project, you can always trace it back to the solicitation. So getting our assessments and also information from contractors and all of the team to make sure that we put out good solicitations. And then the last piece that is still hampering us is the ability to get reasonable costs for these homes. Because bids were put out in the past, but then if they're not reasonable, then you can't use them. So those are the main challenges, and Envision, of course, is our primary focus.
Got you. And I guess from what I hear from you, you've made some implementations to address some of these challenges. Some others might be a little bit more difficult and out of your hand. But nevertheless, you're moving forward. So kudos to you and the team. So we should be seeing some changes, at least in some areas, and some advancements, correct?
Absolutely.
Good. You mentioned from the CBDG grant fund, $1.1 billion. Of that, $300 million has been expended. What's the general breakdown of that $300 million? Did you provide it in one of the appendixes? Is it in there?
I think no, it wasn't asked for in this testimony, but I could get that to you.
Okay. Can you give me just an idea? a general review in some of the areas.
That's fine.
And then you could provide through the chair maybe a report how that has been expended.
Sure.
Just to mention a few.
Sure. In economic revitalization under that program, we've expended about 10.2 million. In housing, we've expended over 59.1 million. Infrastructure, a little over 192 million. And we've distributed some planning funds over 6.7 million. But I could
Okay.
get that.
Yes, please, through the chair, if you could submit that. Now, I'm very concerned with, one of the reasons we're here is because our housing shortage and our housing crisis that we have. Let's talk a little bit about our emergency housing. How many units do we currently have today that are occupied?
I will have Dr. Berry, COO,
Sure.
respond.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, COO, Housing Finance Authority. We have 15 now occupied emergency housing rental units in St. Thomas. We do not have a facility in St. John. And in St. Croix, Senator, if you give me a minute, I can add up all the ones that are
Okay,
in St.
yeah, because I really want to know how many are occupied, how many, if any, are available, how many are abandoned, what's the plan with those that are abandoned, you know, and how many of those are in the renovation construction phase, and timeline also.
Okay. Senator, I will have our rental properties manager address the occupancy rate in both districts, and I will touch right now on what you asked about abandoned and construction.
Okay.
In St. Thomas, we have 2 facilities, Stable End, that recently went through renovations, and it's almost complete, or just completed. And that's a 3-unit building. There are no occupancy there right now. Charlotte apartment.
Timeline when that will come online?
Well, you have to remember that emergency housing is based on a dire need, displacement by an individual.
Correct.
So it's not that it's not online, it's just that it's unoccupied.
Oh, so it's available now. So the renovations are complete, and if needed, that's available.
As long as it meets the
Criteria. Yeah, correct,
right.
for emergency housing. Okay.
Yes.
Continue.
Charlotte Apartments, we have 16 units. 15 of those units are occupied. And we're in the process of
30 seconds.
finishing up the solicitation to do renovations. And we have a relocation plan. We're not displacing those individuals. We're just going to move them around while we do the renovations. St. Croix, we have Profit. One of our buildings is currently scheduled to start, or it should have already started within the past 2 weeks, renovations to that. And Ms. Johnson will provide the occupancy. Oh, that's right there. Total of 8 occupied units in St. Croix and 15 in St. Thomas.
15 on St. Thomas, 8 on St. Croix. On St. Thomas, you only have 3 available.
Yes.
Abandoned, you have how many that have not begun the construction phase and are not habitable?
And that Anna's Retreat in St. Croix.
And that has how many units?
I'm sorry, Anna's Hope in St. Croix has 16 units.
16. And that's completely abandoned,
It is unoccupied.
unoccupied. Campo Rico?
Campo Rico has 2 buildings, 16 units. 16 units are currently, half is occupied, half is not occupied.
And Mr. Chair, I'm closing up. With regards to Chronogade, you said it's in the reviewing stage in the testimony.
Yes.
That's a new unit or a new building that's coming on board.
No, it's the hotel right down from Jiffy Mart.
Yeah, but I mean, it hasn't been used for emergency housing before, so
No,
that's
it's
new
going
to
to
the
be
stock.
converted to emergency housing, 16 units. We're currently getting ready to solicit for 2 for 88 units because we want to make sure that we
And the
comply with that.
timeline for that?
Probably we're looking at solicitation for renovations no later than the 3rd quarter of this year.
Okay. Okay. And I guess in the chair's time, you could provide the property renter manager any other information. But I think you covered all the questions that I really had.
Okay.
It's important that we bring these units back online as we're coming to hurricane season. We don't know where any other natural disaster or how many disaster people might need them. So I'm glad to hear that there's some progress, but we need to speed up a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Jennifer Gregory. And Senator, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and absolutely good morning to my colleagues, if it's still morning. Just piggybacking on the conversation from the previous speaker around emergency housing, it just sparked an interest. It's something that I've been concerned about for a while, and I'm trying to understand it. So, you know, what is the so once a family, an individual finds themselves needing emergency housing, they're given the emergency home. How long? What is the policy around emergency housing in the territory? Because it is my understanding, and I know many of you are new to HFA in particular, but it's my understanding that we have individuals in emergency housing in the territory since Hurricane Hugo. So how are we fixing that? And does it look different as the HFA is operating today?
How does it look different?
Is it different? Are we addressing that issue? Because it can be emergency housing if people are allowed to live in those homes, temporary homes, forever.
Senator,
literally.
we are attempting to address the issues, and you're correct, with regards to persons that have been there long term. What we're doing is we're working with our nonprofit organizations. A lot of these individuals were referred by nonprofit organizations with the understanding that they would take the case management.
I'm not trying to get that information. I want to know what is the HFA's policy around if there's an emergency housing home that is provided to a family. How long does that family stay in that home? And is there a responsibility for HFA to assist them to move out of that home, get their own home, help them to get into community with housing authority? What is that process? Is that happening now? Because we are aware that we have individuals, and before even Hugo, because I remember when I was in high school, they had people in emergency housing forever. Right away by the fire station bill. Shout out Mali. Yes, so I'm trying to understand, are we doing better? And is there a policy in place? And is there someone responsible for taking care of that and making sure that those families are assisted and they're moving out? So other individuals who find themselves needing emergency home can in fact have an opportunity as well. That's basically what I'm asking.
Yes. We started last year having those conversations. We do recertifications every 6 months with the individuals who are there. We are also reaching out to Housing Authority. We've also done Loveland, I believe, our rental properties manager is here that could confirm the outreach that we're doing. We've had workshops. We had a workshop with our homeownership division and the occupants relative to how we can support them in becoming self-sustaining and relocating, because a lot of them are unfortunately no longer eligible under the emergency housing criteria. So yes, we are doing our best to support the transition.
So then it makes me beg the question, and I'm going to give the mic back to the chair. How many individuals do we currently have in the territory who are in emergency housing long term?
Nicole, do you want to give her the answer?
Sure. Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Currently, we have 23 long-term residents. Senator.
You guys speak in the mic.
Please speak into the mic.
You could pull it out if you wish. And just tell me dating back to how far. Thank you.
Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Senator, we currently have 23 residents within the territory who are considered long-term under our program. Dating back to about further than 2019.
To when?
2019.
Before that.
Before that.
So we could get you the exact date, Senator, but as stated, we've had some long-term, you have the exact date?
From when Sports Parks and Rec, as we know it today, was Department of Recreation.
Mr. Chair, through the chair, can we please get the information from HFA as it relates to how many long-term emergency housing individuals we have in the territory and how long they have been in those facilities? Because you can't tell me from HFA, because sports parks, I don't remember that. So we have to get better, clearer vision of that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, I'd like to also request your current policy on the emergency housing that you're going by right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Diane Capehart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're talking about emergency housing, I wanted to ask, particularly for the Campo Rico area, is VI Housing Authority the entity that is dealing with the demolition presently of those units? Campo Rico? Is that VI Housing your VI Housing Finance? So that's VI Housing Authority that's dealing with the demolition of Campo Rico?
We don't have any demolition work being done in Campo Rico.
Okay. Presently, there are individuals who are in Campo Rico housing that is being evicted. They have to move because they are asked to move. And they've lived there since the beginning of time. And I know because my office is dealing with an elderly woman who has no place to go, and they told her she's no longer eligible based on her income. And that concerns me as to if we're going to have emergency housing and it even becomes from temporary to permanent, income becomes a problem where I receive social, I receive a retirement, I'm no longer eligible. So are your programs based on income base? And is there a possibility that we can increase income eligibility because a lot of these individuals now have to find private homes that they can't even afford? So that's why I was trying to figure out if you guys were the entity that was responsible for Campo Rico housing.
We are responsible for Campo Rico housing. You spoke to a demolition. We presently don't have a demolition going on. In terms of the criteria for emergency housing, this isn't based on, shouldn't be based on income, but it's an emergency. What is the emergency? Is it domestic violence? Is it is there some disaster or fire? It's emergency housing. And as you said, folks have been living there for quite some time. So HFA, through the years, at least to my understanding, has attempted to move individuals out, but then we get the backlash from the public, the Senate, all over we get the backlash. But now where we have some funding available, it's important for us to try to move these individuals so we could renovate, fix, so we have emergency housing for others.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Clendinen. So if you are asking individuals, elderly, to leave, don't you think that it would be a responsibility as an emergency housing, even though that the temporary became permanent, that we try to find another location.
Absolutely,
for these.
Senator, and Dr. Berry said that earlier. We're not just telling you go get out of here because we
Okay.
recognize
Well,
the
good.
problem with housing.
I'm going to refer that person to come to our door tomorrow so we could not have that stress of looking or assisting this person.
We're assisting them. We're calling VIHA, we're calling others, we're moving, and they have stories where they've moved other people into housing. So we're not asking you to leave without helping you try to find some
In this
place
situation,
else.
all due respect, that is not the case.
I would certainly like to offline
So-
get the name of that person so we
Yes.
could have that conversation.
Okay, thank you
you for
very
bringing
much.
it to our attention.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, I'll have to look at a correspondence that in respect to the homeowners assistance program, the funding that I sent out to the former director, Griffith, on August the 4th, 2021. We're in 2024. And at that time, when I wrote the director, it was in respect to the funding of $8.5 million and the difficulties that individuals were experiencing at the time with the mortgage, etc. And I was trying to seek information about the program because there was nothing on VIHFA's website or anywhere else. And at that time also individuals were facing challenges with ERAP at that time. So I was asking the status of the implementation of the program, including project timeline for the program startup and the status of efforts to prepare the required homeowners assistance fund plan. So I asked also what the plan was, and that was going to be submitted to the U.S. Department of Treasury. So why have it taken so long to roll out this program? That's my question, because these programs, as I stated earlier, is very important. So why the timeline took so long to roll out this program?
Senator, and I'll have Ms. Shelford just respond to that. But to our recollection, we still were waiting on Treasury's some approval from, or guidelines from Treasury, which we needed, and I think that came late, and when it did, we launched the program. But if Ms. Shelford could give the details as to what occurred, I'd appreciate that.
When did you submit the plan? When was the plan submitted?
And for that, I know the director of programs, federal programs, Ms. Hector, at that time, worked on that plan, so I would like to have her assistance in answering this
Please.
question.
Ms. Hector?
Good morning.
Morning. Afternoon.
So, Janine Hector, for the record, I'm the Director of Federal Programs. However, I'm no longer dealing with HAF or ERAP, as Ms. Gardner deals with those. However, I will simply state that initially, when the funds were announced in 2021, then the agency had to prepare and submit an allocation plan that spoke to how we would roll out the program. My recollection is that we submitted the plan. Treasury required some modifications to the plan, which we did and resubmitted. And if I recall correctly, the plan was, it took about 4 additional months for the plan to be approved. Once the plan was approved, then the process of actually rolling out the program in terms of contacting the lenders and working out how that would, how it would actually be executed took place. Beyond that, Ms. Gardner would be the best person to talk about, the rollout, because she was hired specifically with with those programs, ERAP and HAF, continued execution in mind.
Can someone tell me when was the initial submittal and also when was the resubmittal in terms of dates?
Senator, we'll have to get that back to you since we're...
Okay, very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I look at ODR and housing and stuff, and I say thank you because you have a tumultuous task. But the future of the Virgin Islands, to me, relies on what are you putting forward? The young generation have no future here if we can't straighten it out here. You know, to hear how many houses are we supposed to have built if all was to go right by next year? How many? What's the total amount of houses? 100 and change? How much was it?
If everything was supposed to go right by the end of next year, we should be able to do at least 450 of those homes.
Territory-wide?
Territory-wide.
Okay. And 450 homes is not enough. And I say that because realistically, I'm being realistic. I've lived here all my life. If I was able to purchase a home, you get your family home, you take it over, different things like that. The young generation sees no future here because when you talk about 450 homes, in the next 4 years, we are projecting 100 homes to start from, for the summer of this year. The summer is right around the corner. To start from March, 10 homes a month. Impossible. 10 homes a month. In your testimony, Director, Octalien, Williams-Octalien, I apologize. 10 homes a month starting March 2024 is impossible.
Impossible to the 10 homes
based on
a
your
month.
own testimony, Mission 100 to have 100
so
homes.
that's two different things.
Okay.
Mission 100 is 100 homes you want to get into solicitation to get into construction.
By the
And then-
summer of this year.
Right. For us to
Right.
get the solicitation and get them into construction. That means awarded, getting the construction companies to mobilize.
That is
In addition-
impossible.
It's
Right
impossible?
there, that by summer of this year.
It's impossible? That's what you said?
It's 6 years you're here now. It's impossible. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Let's be realistic. When we're talking, I would like us to talk to the young generation here in the Virgin Islands. In order to keep you here, we're talking Mission 100. Getting 100 houses thing here so you don't leave. Please don't leave our beautiful territory because we come in with these houses.
These are the
Let's talk
repairs,
realistic
though.
for them. 2024, how many houses can we realistically build for the young generation to stay here?
I just want to clarify though. I
Sure,
understand
sure.
your concern.
I don't want to quote you wrong.
I just want to clarify. These are the repairs to the Envision homes. That's what we're talking about. These
Good.
people who've been waiting for years to make sure that we start to fix their homes.
How long has the Envision program been in?
Senator, you just mentioned that this is an audacious task.
Yeah.
And I tell my team, we have to be forward-facing and solutions-oriented. So whatever happened in the past is the past. We need to fix the homes, and we're moving forward to fix the homes. I need you to
I support it.
encourage that we can do this. Because if you believe we can't, and everybody believes we can't, then we're wasting our time. We have to put our resources and fix those homes.
I believe I have $1 million, but my bank account don't say so.
Well, Senator, I respect.
Again,
One at a time,
I
one at a time,
apologize
please.
for because I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm not trying to make fun of the situation. I'm just saying, let's deal with realism. Let's deal with realistic situations. For our young generation to stay here, they have to see where the future is going. Now, how many of, with all this $1.8 billion for housing and everything, how much senior facilities or senior homes are on the agenda to be built? How many senior homes are we trying to get built? Anybody?
There is in the Virgin Islands Housing Authority's plan, there are plans to build a senior facility. So
To house how many seniors, if you know?
that you have them right after us, so you could probably
good,
get them to
good,
answer
good,
those
good.
questions.
No, and that's all I'm saying. I'm saying to be realistic. Another thing that's being said, we don't have the workforce to build these. What is the workforce that we have presently to get any of these projects off the ground? What's the workforce? Manpower numbers, do you have that?
So Senator, in regards to the Envision homes, because I really want to bifurcate this conversation.
Okay.
The Envision homes, it's territory-wide. So we're looking at 50 homes on St. Croix to get them started and 50 homes to get on St. Thomas. That is absolutely doable. If there are contractors and small contractors that are waiting. They've been waiting to bid on these homes. When we start to get to larger numbers, the challenge gets greater. But for the homes that we need to get started, we can get those homes started.
Okay, right there again. There's a basketball court in Savannah that has a project on the housing finance. The project is done based on hiring contractors who have the money to purchase the equipment and stuff, and then they be reimbursed. Is that the same process for the homes that are built or repaired? They have to have the funding?
No, Senator. They would be paid for work completed.
No, for completed.
So as work is completed, they will invoice and get paid so they can keep cash flow going to the project.
They are given
get a
the
mobilization so that they can go and start off by getting materials so they can start the project.
Okay, because again, I got basketball court in Savannah. About 8 years.
30 seconds.
You know, the young men can play basketball. The court is up now, but I'm just saying the whole facility. And that was one of the issues. And is, like I say, I want to support you, so I would be realistic in asking for 10 homes on St. Thomas, 10 homes on St. Croix, and 5 homes on St. John to be completed under the program you just mentioned. 50 and 50 is not conducive. Let's put out the numbers that we could accomplish. Accomplish 10 for me. If you get your 50, I'm satisfied.
Okay, very well.
But just do 10, 10, 5 for me.
And that's
I'll be happy for this year alone.
Okay, all right.
So thank you again. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Before I go to Senator Number Francis, one quick question in respect to what the last speaker spoke to. The materials from the Envision program, I wasn't saying I saw the pile of materials. Many of them on the top is no good. And also in St. Thomas, what's the status of the materials, especially the lumber that's sitting there in the element? Talk to me.
Yes, and that was one of when we took over. This was one of the first things I've done was to tour the lumber yard. So the one thing that is important to note, though, that the lumber there is tier 1 lumber. It is the best lumber you can absolutely get, and it's not sold in the territory. So with that, it's a lot of it. There's some spoilage, of course, but there's a lot that's still good. So what we're trying to do is identify the remaining homes that need to be done and segment everything that is necessary for those homes and be able to move it forward.
And the reason why I asked that question, as you know, lumber has risen tremendously. You understand? And you're right. I know in the last year it has risen at least by 8%. So we need to secure what we have. We need to at least secure the lumber because it's going to cost everyone more moving on. Mr. President, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, or actually good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for your testimony. I have to say that I am inclined to agree with the minority leader that we do have some challenges moving forward in being able to construct a lot of these homes that we're talking about. There is a crisis, a housing crisis all over the nation, and we're not immune from it here in the territory. So when I look at the status of the housing projects in this territory, it's dismal. We're working against time. Time is not our friend. When I hear things like reviewing proposal, site assessments, environmental reviews, soliciting design, aggressively working, well, a little bit of light when you hear about aggressively working on it. So in that vein, I'm hoping that we could really talk about what we're aggressively working towards so that we could really talk about some of the progress that we like to see here. In respect to the Krongata Inn, when was that property acquired?
2022.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Please speak into the mic.
Dr. Stephanie Berry, COO HFA, 2022.
Property was acquired in 2022, and we're in 2024, and we're still talking about a site assessment, and which is due in May, you said?
Kind of got it in.
Environmental review, that is. That's due in May? When is that due?
No, the Chronogata Inn, we just need to get a design to convert 2 of the existing units to ADA compliant units. That's what we're dealing with the Chronogata Inn at this time.
So what's taking us so long to get that done?
We should have it out in the next 2 weeks to get the design. And it's just 2 units. We don't anticipate that will take a long time.
What happens after we get this ADA environmental review?
Then we go out to solicitation for construction. Once we have full approval, there is one item that's pending in environmental that we anticipate will be completed.
Okay. HFA, how many employees have you lost in the last year?
I have that number, Senator. One moment, Senator.
Please hold my time as so many questions. And while you're looking for that number,
I have it, Senator.
Go ahead.
So I'm showing at least 3 retirements and, I'm sorry, in the St. Croix districts, 3 retirements, 2 resignations. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, 3 resignations.
Yeah. And I asked that question because when I look behind you, you have all these brilliant young minds. And they're only here by a whim and a string. We're only holding on to them by a thread. If we're not able to provide some housing and better working environment for them, they're going to be gone. They're going to be gone. Who going to take care of us? We getting up in age, and the way it's supposed to have worked is that these younger ones were supposed to go off, get their education, come back home, and be able to take care of us. That is slowly slipping away from us. Let's talk a little bit about the CDBG and CARES. And you talk about receiving $2.8 million in that, and of which $203,000 have drawn down. Is that adequate? Is that according to your guidelines? What's happening in that space that we have a little bit, what appears at the surface to be slow spending in that area?
Sure. This is reimbursement as well, and I'd let Director of Federal Programs, Ms. Janine Hector, respond. But this is reimbursement. So as the entities we have committed the funding to the various Catholic charities, Methodist outreach, etc., as they spend, they then submit to us for the draw. So there's a delay, significant delay in that spending and the draw. But I would love Senator Ms. Hector to go ahead and respond to that question.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your question. So the CDBG CARES program, which we call CDBG CV for short, the deadline for spending the funds under that program is September of 2026. Under the program, the spending that you mentioned, slightly over $200,000, basically is the spending of one project to date. We have the other projects, which is 9 other projects. Many of them, as IED Clendinen mentioned, are reimbursement projects, but I'll clarify that to say reimbursement meaning that under the CARES Act, subrecipients actually are allowed to get reimbursed for spending that they did even prior to being in grant agreements with us. That's an unusual thing, but it was done that way under the CARES regulations. So we have several subrecipients that Once they've signed their agreement and we do the verification that is required to make sure that there is no duplication of benefits, they will then be able to submit cash requests for activities that they have already carried out. As such, we anticipate that once those cash requests roll in, we will have significant spending very quickly.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. And we keep throwing out these dates of 2025, 2026 loosely.
30 seconds.
They're going to come quick. You know, it's right around the corner as we think about it. Real quickly, Envision, the Envision program, who's currently in charge of the Envision program now? Who's...
ODR has the programmatic responsibilities for Envision.
And you have a director that's overseeing it that directly?
The staff came over from HFA.
So you have a director
the team is intact.
So you have a director that's overseeing Envision program? Do you have what's the lead person that's responsible for Envision?
There's the construction side with Kenneth Turnbull, and the programmatic side is Greg Miller. Also, there's people under my team that oversees those programs as well.
Very well. Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude with one final question. And I know that we're here to talk about housing today, but can anyone give an update in regards to the WAPA Vital payment? What was pending? Where are we with the Vital payment?
Sure, Senator. That project acquisition structure is with HUD in their environmental review.
What does that mean in English?
All projects have to go through an environmental review, and right now HUD is doing that environmental review.
Any timelines or anything?
It's hard to say. We were hopeful that it would have already been done, but they have since asked for additional information, such as any agreements between Vital and WAPA, the legislature, the last item you passed, the bill, etc. So they've asked just for some additional information. So they're going through that. We are hopeful within a week or so we could get something back on that.
Thank you for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of information, Senator Joseph, you recognize?
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on the previous speaker question. When did you submit your EAR report to HUD for consideration, your environmental assessment report to HUD? Because that's...
I'm sorry, you were finishing your question? If I could have my...
For the Vital acquisition of the properties.
So we have not... If I could have my compliance policy director submit.
Thank you so much.
I think it's a different process to which you were referring.
I don't want to deviate.
But I can
I don't
have
want
her.
to deviate too much from today's topic, but it was, the question is raised and it's right there in the back of all of our minds. So if you could just tell us when they submitted the report.
Again, I believe it's a different process that we are dealing with than what you are asking about, but I do want Ms. Lavenier to speak on it, and I'm happy to give her my seat since we don't want to believe at that point.
Alana Lavenier, Director of Policy, Procedure, and Regulatory Services. The EA has not yet been submitted to HUD. We're still in the consultation phase. As part of that phase, they have requested additional information regarding the environmental. We have submitted that information to them. As late as last week, they've been requesting additional information. We did submit that to them, but we still are in the beginning phases of the environmental review process. However, they have requested information as we speak with them on a weekly basis.
Thank you. I believe we're going to have a deeper hearing on that issue. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good morning to the distinguished panel of testifiers and all the viewing and listening audiences. Blessings, give thanks and praises to the Most High. Well, you know, I'm going to speak in English now. And, you know, the legislature is charged with an oversight responsibility. And, you know, this committee meeting started at 10 a.m. sharp this morning, and I received this testimony at 9:59 a.m. And you know, it's about 80 pages if you add all, but you estimate 70 and at 240 per page. We have to read 672 words a minute, Papa, to be able to finish reading this. But my one colleague was able to do it, so congratulations to my one colleague. She has now the world record in reading per minute. But, you know, we understand what's going on. You see page 3, the home ownership financing program. No loans approved, no construction happening. I want to go to the bottom of page 3 where you're talking about the HUD limits. And this is your numbers. You're saying that on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, respectively, is 261,000, 527,000, 337,000. That's the HUD. On page 4, you're talking about the mortgage, the FHA mortgage limits. It's 498,000, St. Thomas 257, 1,059,000, St. John 639. There's a shortfall on St. Croix of 237,257, a shortfall in St. John of 532,150, and a shortfall in St. Thomas of 306,000. That's why no loans and no homes ain't getting built. You guys got to come to the legislature with a solution. I know you proposed this to the board. You mentioned it to the board. What is the board saying on this?
It's a proposal to the board. We were scheduled to meet today, but we since had to reschedule that board meeting to next month. So it's a proposal to the board. We don't foresee any problems with
Thank you. But you are responsible for providing solutions. That is your job. The legislature has the oversight responsibility for the funds. You know, I'm going to follow up with my colleague, right, who got the speed reading record with page 5, Ross Mixed Use Facility. You told us that April 2023 you was going to get it started. Now you're telling us that it's going to be the third quarter of 2024. That's a 16-month delay. A 16-month delay is almost a year and a half. These are significant delays. But I want to get to one quick point here, right? Yes, and that's right. We need to ask you why is the delays. I know you're talking about the design and all of that, right? But I want to ask Ms. Octalien, Adrienne Williams-Octalien, right? Octalien. I'm sorry, I know her well, and I have tremendous confidence in her, and I like the move that the governor made, giving her more responsibility, the Envision program. So I want to ask you, Ms. Adrienne Williams-Octalien. You know, I know her when she was Williams, so it's my apology. So give me your assessment of the ability of this program to pay the contractors. What would you say it's rated at? Tell me.
You mean currently?
Yes.
Currently, there's a lot of work to be done to ensure timely payments.
Yes, and see, that is what I want to hear. Listen, right, there's a contractor built one house in St. John. There was 4 of them to do. He had asked you to give him the 4 in a bundle. You didn't give it to him. But he did that one house, and he took 13 months to get paid for one house. He finished, it took 13 months to get paid. If somebody take 13 months to pay you, Miss Adrienne Williams-Octalien, are you going to work for them?
No.
No. So you got to be able to fix your ability to pay contractors. You know, there's $774 million in the CDB mitigation grant. See money there, Popa. 774 million. That one program is more than 70% of the total budget of the Virgin Islands government. The total just one program. This group that's before us today are well qualified and esteemed. But when you come to the legislature, you got to give us answers. We heard an answer about the emergency housing that there's some residents 2019. Listen, we, the senators, know the chairman of this committee, we toured the housing communities just a few months ago. We saw tenants living in emergency housing over 42 years. Okay, so for you to come and tell us that it's 2019, listen, we live here, we born here, we know what's going on. The legislature, the senators are in contact with the people. Come and give us the true information so that we can help you. We're not here to criticize you, but we have a job to do. Where we have a job to do, we have to make sure that the people of this community are being served. Okay, so good now. Blessings to all of that. So I want to go back to the home ownership program. How can we fix this shortfall with the loan financing those numbers? How can it be fixed? What does this committee need to do to address that so that that program can have, next time you come before the chairman here, that you can say, yes, loans were given out. What do you need? Tell us.
Senator, thank you. Where do I begin?
That's the home ownership financing program.
The home ownership
Yes,
financing
on page
program.
3 here, you're talking about on the
That's fine. I understand.
Yes.
I understand. And I'll let Dr. Berry follow up. But again, we put a measure, but we have a measure that's going to our board of directors for our next board meeting, which should be scheduled sometime for March, which should help address some of that issue. Ms. Webster already spoke to the FHA limits, what's happening there, but I do want Dr. Berry to follow up on the question, just so we make sure we get that clear before you pose your next question.
So you're saying that you can't tell the legislature what you're proposing. You have to go to the board before? Because if you can't tell us, then you can't answer the question.
I understand it. However, what we are proposing, it's what's in the testimony, and I want Dr. Berry to go ahead and respond. We're proposing to increase some limits so that we are able to better fund or get qualified applicants for this program. But if you'll allow me, please, I'll have Dr. Berry further expand. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Berry, COO, HFA. What we are currently doing is we recognize that there is a gap that you reference, and we're proposing to our board to address some of that gap. We cannot do all of it because the reality is there are a lot of people that may be eligible, but they can't afford a home loan, a mortgage. There are a lot of other variables outside of our control. So one of the things we're doing is trying to bridge that gap with the acquisition cost increase. The other thing that we're doing is we're increasing our community outreach about home buyer education, what it means to be a homeowner. And when you get in a home, what you can do, or how can we help you through counseling services to make sure that you stay in your home. So that's just two of the examples of how we're trying to encourage individuals while we are creating homeownership opportunities for them.
Mr. Chair, can I allow to finish that one question for the other?
Yeah, please wrap up.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about St. John specifically. There's a gap of $532,150 using your numbers, nothing I'm saying, on page 3 and page 4. How are you specifically going to fix that 532,000 gap? Are you saying that the St. Johnians will never be able to qualify? Tell me how. Let's deal with St. John. How can you fix that?
Go ahead.
I don't think there is a clear-cut answer for that, Senator. I'm speaking truthfully, because there's so many variables that go into the fix. Construction costs, we have no control over that. Here at HFA, we have eligibility limits. You have to meet a certain requirement, such as a credit score of at least 620. A lot of our individuals, being honest, don't have that credit score. So that's why we've increased the counseling. We just can't build homes. We have to make homes not only affordable, but we got to educate our individuals on how to maintain and become eligible for these homes. We're increasing the acquisition costs. So it's a total package that we all have to work together and pitch in, because it's not just Housing Finance Authority fixing it. It's a community effort. It includes contractors, it includes the workforce, it includes increasing the incomes of some of our residents here in this community, educating, all of those things. So that's my answer.
Thank you. That's a frank answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Capehart, you recognize for you. Let me take, we're going to recess for 2 minutes. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. We are back on the record. Senator Dan Capehart, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I just wanted to go to page 2 of the written testimony by Ms. Clendinen. You mentioned that, Senators, we appeared before you on the heels of a productive and successful meeting that you had with the HUD Deputy Assistant Secretary. And then in your last paragraph, you said HUD representatives affirmed their support, provided suggestions for process improvement, and stressed the importance of sustainable services and recognizing long-term project risk. Can you tell this body what were some of those suggestions that were provided for process improvement?
Thank you, Senator. In our visit with HUD, HFA as the grantee and ODR participated as well. It was more of a conversation with them, just some of the plans we have, what we're doing. In terms of process improvements, we discussed some of our procurement processes, how we're doing that, and I gave them some ideas as to how we believe we could address those issues, and they gave us from some of their experiences what other items we may want to consider. So like procurement was one. We talked about our public services unit under mitigation, where we have some $15 million. We talked about food sustainability, just a gamut there, and they gave us some ideas what other jurisdictions did, build construction, and were able to use it for storage of goods and services, things after the storm people maybe didn't have access to. So provided some ideas for that, as well as reminded us of our monitoring obligation to the end of the program to make sure performance is there, etc.
So the picture that you're painting, that this was a very good meeting. And based on my recollection, the last time the HUD secretary visited the Virgin Islands, I was not in the legislature, but if my memory serves me correct, that it was not a favorable meeting. So in this testimony, it says recognizing long-term project risk. Can we talk about that?
Sure. I just want to state from my recollection being present at the last time the secretary was here, I got no indication that it was not a successful meeting. And
I didn't say it wasn't a successful meeting. I said favorable responses as to the progress that's happening with HUD.
Okay.
So if you can just elaborate on recognizing long-term project risk, because these are things that you said, but you didn't elaborate. So if you can please elaborate and tell us what those project risks are.
So for example, one of the projects we are possibly proposing is our solar project. So with the solar project and battery, we want to be able to provide solar panels and batteries for the population we serve, the low to moderate income people, and they could afford it. So some of the questions were, as you look at that long term, how do we ensure the applicant is able to take care of this, service batteries, just do all the things that are required. And we are looking at that, okay, what are the things we need to put in place with whether it's the vendor, the subrecipient, et cetera, to manage that long term, because on the MIT, we have to manage it for 12 years. What are going to be the requirements from the applicant that they would need to do, whether it's education we have to provide, classes they may have to attend. How do we know when we walk away from $774 million, the projects can sustain and folks have necessary education to do so?
Is the division of energy included in these conversations?
Again, this was just a proposal, but we have spoken to Department of Energy as well.
Were there any timelines that was requested by HUD?
Absolutely, which made the meeting even more productive because we were able to provide that across the grants.
And what were some of those timelines that for some of these projects that they were requested?
There are quite a few, Senator. If you will allow me, I could submit through the chair.
Through the chair, please. Thank you. Let's talk about, we talked about earlier, I asked for a point of information on housing, the emergency housing. Does the territory use the HUD rules for emergency housing?
1 minute.
We do have a policy, our own policy for emergency housing, but I do want emergency housing manager, Ms. Johnson, to expound or answer your question.
Can you please recognize Ms. Johnson's mic?
Nicole Johnson, Manager of Rental Properties for the VIHFA.
30 seconds.
The HUD guidelines that we use are with the actual rent amounts. We use 30% of HUD's fair market value rental rate for the respective island for the respective year to determine what that rent amount is. And that's the only guideline that we use per HUD.
Thank you. I think one of my colleagues asked in regards to vacancies and retirees that and resignations.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you can mute.
Thank you. You have procurement and contracts managers or position in your division?
Procurement, yes.
How many do you have in the territory?
Right now, we have 3 territory-wide, with 1 being recently hired.
1 recently hired. Do you think that you need additional staff to help some of these projects through with your procurement and contracts?
Absolutely, Senator. But in addition to staff, we also need some guidance. So what we're procuring is an expert, if you will, outsourcing to really come in, do a thorough review and assessment of our procurement division, look at what we're doing right, areas of opportunities for improvement, and kind of set us on our way. So yes, I recognize more employees are required, but also we need to address some of the challenges within procurement itself.
What about planning and construction? Because I noticed for sure that you acquired a lot of technical individuals from DPNR. There was like a mass exodus of individuals that went to VI Housing Finance Authority. So what is your urgency to fill a lot of these positions that are vacant or becoming vacant, because this would assist with a lot of these projects that you have going on. And to me, it seems like we hearing the same thing that we heard the last time you guys were here. There were probably some movements, and I'm glad that you guys remain confident that you're getting the job done. But my question is, when? What are the timelines? We're not hearing timelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to go back quickly to the discussion that I had earlier with regards to the emergency housing. I think Dr. Berry made reference to the recertification. So what happens, so there's a recertification process. So when the recertification is completed, what next? Because I'm trying to figure out if we have that going on, then why are we seeing what we're seeing as it relates to individuals being in these units for 40 plus years?
Go ahead.
After we determine that the person is ineligible, we work with that individual to relocate, housing authority, nonprofit organization, etc. They have to show or at least provide some level of effort on their own in addition to what we're facilitating with them to be able to even get an extension. We're not in a practice of displacing someone, but we do want to make sure that they're doing what they can in addition to what we're helping them to do in order to get relocate to more sustainable homes.
So then, in essence, you have not been successful. And I'm saying, I know that this is a fairly new team here, so you are trying your best to move this along now. That's basically what you're saying.
Yes, we are.
All right. I need to, I've looked at the testimonies and I have to agree with my colleague, my male colleague that spoke earlier about the fact that, there's a lot of information that's provided to us and the information is provided like right on the heels of the meetings. So it's very hard to digest the information. And that's one of my pet peeves. I think that if we are going to have a meaningful discussion, it's important that we receive information in a timely fashion. But I have to ask this question because I did a quick review of all that's in front of me. And what came to my mind is, I have to ask, what is the true goal? And this is between, not only for HFA, but also for, what is that collaboration between Housing Finance Authority and Virgin Islands Housing as it relates to what is the strategic goal for the Virgin Islands as it relates to what we're looking to see as far as housing stock in the territory for the next whatever amount of years, and then similarly so home ownership. And I asked the question because I recently went to Council on State Governments meeting, and there were some folks presenting from Canada, and they were able to share with us that they needed X number of housing units in their community by 2040. Let's just use 2040 as a number. And then they were also able to break it down and say that they were, so they were looking to bring on or build X number of units every whatever amount of years. And then they were also able to say, and this is what's left on the table based on our land mass. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, because all of this is in front of us, but the question is, what are we truly working towards as it relates to housing stock in a territory and home ownership opportunities in the Virgin Islands as far as the needs of our community? I think that is very much missing from the conversations that we've been having both with HFA and VIA housing. And that's it. I mean, if we are able to get that, then I think that we would be able to understand a lot of what's in front of us. I don't understand it because I don't see a clear strategy behind what we're doing.
Senator, I will just start with an overarching view. There is 300 homes in homeownership that in the overall plan, the housing plan from the governor, that we'd like to be able to establish 300 homeownership opportunities. There are also the rebuild plan from the Housing Authority to be able to replenish and upgrade, refurbish the Housing Authority's public housing units with the FEMA funds as well as with the CDBG funds. The next piece of that is we have Argonne National Lab working to give us a cost of construction in the territory. That's
okay,
drives.
We're going there. I'm not discussing costs. I was very specific about what is our strategic plan behind, what is our strategic goal. How many housing units we need in the territory for the next amount of years? Do we have that information? Do we have a clear document that we can share with our community and say, look, This, based on our evaluation, this is our needs. We're working towards these needs. And by 2025, we're going to have 10 of them. By 2026, we're going to have 15, and so on and so forth. That is a very important part of how we make progress.
So that is all included. I probably gave you too much information, but that is part of the plan to be able to establish and validate what the cost will be for the next 2 years of these 300 homes and the development cost that we're experiencing right now.
Okay,
But
so you don't have the plan because we're talking about costs, and cost is not what's on the table for
1
me.
minute.
So do you have a plan, a goal? What is the goal?
the goal is 300,
And the goal
300
is-
homes.
And 300 homes, units,
Units.
homeownership? What is it?
Homeownership.
Okay, so I'm also talking about housing stock. I'm talking about housing communities, stock. What's that plan? I mean, I didn't plan to spend all this time on it, but clearly, I don't know that we have a clear plan that we've delineated as to where we're going.
30 seconds.
We have what we want to see, but we don't have a plan as to where we're going that will support our community down the road, that will meet the needs of our community. That is my primary concern. So I'm going to leave that there, but it's something for us to really think about as far as where we're going, because I'm not certain. There's a lot of information in front of us, but I don't know what none of this really means. I don't know what it means. Is it meeting the needs of our community? What date
Time
does this give us as far as meeting the needs of our community? Based on our population, based on birth rate, based on where we're going as a territory. That is my primary issue. So I'm going to leave that there. I have a lot of other questions. And then I guess if we have a second round, let's talk about moderate income, mixed income use properties or facilities in the territory. I think it's time that we have that discussion because we continue to talk about our Vision 2040 plan and the fact that we want to bring Virgin Islanders back home. And if we don't have a mixed use conversation, mixed income conversation, then all we're doing is continuing the trajectory that we are on and continuing to suppress and oppress our people here in the Virgin Islands. We got to figure this out. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Point of information, Senator Neville Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Octley, in respect to housing for contractors or those individuals that we're expecting perhaps on a short-term basis to be able to come in, is there a separate discussion or a plan in place to address that?
Yes, so workforce housing is part of the overall conversation that we're having. The multi-prong approach, looking at existing properties that can be refurbished to address workforce housing, and after that, stay within the affordable housing stock in the territory once that particular project is completed. So yes, we are working on the overall housing solutions, starting with identifying property within the government that can be utilized for workforce housing, and then continuing to work on, with the Housing Finance Authority, of course, in the affordable housing plan that this body approves, to the number of homes that we can do for affordable housing and moderate income housing.
So if I could just quickly follow up on that, if I know that you're interested in bundling some of our projects, so if you have a taker on one of those bundles, then how do you then address the issue of accommodating the housing that will be required for those individuals that will be coming in addition to what we already have at home, but how would you be able to address the housing for those individuals?
And that's a good question. Within every proposal that we receive, we want to see the method of construction. We want to see the resources that you have, so that'll be part of what your solution would be for the manpower. We're outlining that is a challenge, and we want to see your approach. In that solicitation as well, we're going to outline what the territory has available for any of your proposed solutions, i.e. if there's a man camp, we'll say that, well, we have X amount of property available that you can erect a man camp on these sites, helping to just letting them know what resources exist and what the solutions are that you're going to bring.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. In respect to housing plan, I know the Housing Authority, they do have a plan and also a redevelopment plan. So they are coming in the second block, so we can have the discussion at that time. I just want to put it on the record. Also, let me speak to the Charlotte Department of Emergency Housing. For those individuals who has been there for some time, and I know they were approached in respect to relocation. With the first-time home buyers program that the Housing Finance Authority has, with the SLICE program that's available, and with other programs that's available, have these individuals been put through the pipeline by the Housing Finance Authority since they are there temporarily, and they need to be relocated? What is being done in terms of collaboration and working with these different programs to assist these individuals? Can you speak to that point, please?
Sure, Senator. Thanks for the question. Dr. Berry will address that. But again, we are using every means possible to have these individuals not just be thrown out, but all programs available to them. Dr. Berry, please.
Being that many of them are over income, so how does that look? Yeah, in terms of their income.
So our home ownership department has reached out to, or they've been referred by our rental properties manager to our home ownership area to start the process, the application process relative to being a part of our eligibility listing. And that allows for counseling, etc. They've also been advised that there are other opportunities, but keep in mind that they may not necessarily be qualified or eligible, I should say, for the VI slice. But this is where education comes in, Senator. This is an opportunity for these individuals who are transitioning to also get the support from us with regards to homeownership counseling.
How is that going? And have we been able to assist anyone?
I want to be diplomatic in what I'm saying, but I'll just tell you, it is very difficult for someone who is accustomed to a certain income or rental income or rental requirement to now be told that they're now eligible for less than a 50% market rate rent, to transition to getting into a more aggressive environment of seeking more sustainable housing. I'm trying to be diplomatic in saying this. So we have tried our best and we will continue to try. We have not given up on our tenants who are no longer eligible, but we can only do so much. And we strongly encourage those that may be listening or communicating with us to continue to do their due diligence and reach out to us if they have any issues that we can assist and provide some referrals if necessary.
Okay, very well. Colleagues, I'm going to do a quick rapid round for anyone that has any other questions for our testifier, because we have a next block to go. So I will start with Senator Joseph. I'm going to recognize you for 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's a slip. I was typing something else. I wanted to ask you, because it's been in the news, and we are talking about housing. I did read in the news that there's consideration for funding, federal funding. I'm suspecting it's either HUD-DR or HUD-MIT, to be used to purchase the properties of Loveland, as well as other properties. Okay, Bellevue. Where are we with that? What they mentioned, and this was a developer speaking, is that they can't talk about those funding sources. But I'm going to submit, if federal funding is being used, there is that sunshine law in place. Once the money you can redact the documents. But where we are with that, and what can you talk about it in any way as far as where we are with those discussions or negotiations?
As far as Calabash Boom and Bellevue, a developer has submitted an application. That application is in the process of being vetted.
Okay. And that's for Calabash Boom and and Bellevue. What about the one for Lovingland?
Lovingland as well.
Okay. So it's 3 properties.
Correct.
Okay. And so it hasn't been finalized. Are they the application and the funder source? Are they looking at what is the funder source? The funding
They
source.
have applied for sources between the mitigation grant and the disaster recovery CDBG-DR.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you the amount because I don't want to give it out of there. But like I said, once, it's just my knowledge that once the persons apply to any federal or any government entity, some of those documents are typically accessible by the public with the Open Sunshine Act. But I'll leave that there. I also wanted to touch briefly on the documents you provided, which outlines the subrecipient responsibility for ODR based on the HUD CDBG-DR. This document is voluminous. I haven't been able to read through everything on it, but it's very voluminous. And I'm hoping, Mr. Chairman, you will call them back in very soon so we could have a really good discussion on it. But tell me, are we meeting the Section 3 compliance?
Yes.
For this contract, you're meeting it?
Yes, we are, and I have Alana Lavenier, Director of Policy and Regulatory, that could speak to that.
The Davis-Bacon Act as well.
Yes, again, it is a requirement. We have hired specialists in our office that do that daily for them. We provide any technical assistance. Yes, it is being done. I can have Ms. Lavenier elaborate if you choose.
Certainly. Media, kindly recognize Ms. Lavenier's mic.
Lavenier, Director of Policy, Procedure, and Regulatory Services. That is a requirement of HUD for Section 3 and Davis-Bacon. We do have a labor compliance specialist on board that actually looks at the Davis-Bacon weekly and the weekly payrolls. We also collect the estimated Section 3 hours for all of our construction firms. And every month we have monthly reporting where we request that information and we look at.
No, that's not what I ask. I'm asking for this agreement as a subrecipient for ODR. Who have they met their Section 3 requirement, which is to hire individuals who are low income?
Yes.
So have they met their requirement?
For most of the contractors, yes, they have. ODR is our project management firm. Therefore, this applies to those that are actually doing construction and those types of services.
No, that's not my, and I could go back to my other hat as a Section 3 manager.
Okay.
It's typically for any contract which meets the threshold of $200,000 as a subrecipient. They are responsible to comply with that Section 3 mandate. Okay,
That's performing construction services.
It's not only limited to construction services. Okay, I'm not going to belabor it, but maybe I should share that information with you as well. Now, I want, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just one final question. Where do we have, who is is there a consultant for the housing affordable funds? The homeownership affordable funds for those who were affected by COVID? Do you have for the HAF funds, do you have contractors and consultants helping you as far as doing the due diligence for those funds?
We do have we did send out an RFP for a case management firm Thank you. To help us administer that HAF.
Okay, and it was awarded?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and what's the amount? And to whom? I'll let you answer on the chair's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Please state your name for the record before you speak.
Ballet Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, is $752,000.
And what's the name of the entity?
The Strategy Group.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for yours. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a section in the testimony I'd like to read and see if we're on the same page. Looking at the financial snapshot, the balance of the CDBG DR grant stands at $770.3 million, with program-related remaining funds totaling $742 million. Within this, planning administration still hold $28.2 million. Planning and administration is one point I want to mention. Notably, 80% of $612 million of the program funds have been earmarked for ODR programmatic oversight transition, ensuring a strategic focus on program success. There is an optimistic outlook for the year ahead with a projected final year-end expended rate of 47%. That 47% is projected by ODR or projected by via HFA?
It's what HFA projects ODR will do in the upcoming year.
Okay, and this positive trajectory indicates effective funds utilization and a commitment to advancing the outlined programs. To date, our office has integrated CDBGDR staff only into daily operations and completed a full assessment of all programs to include identifying challenges and capacity issues and developing strategies to augment performance. In the next 60 days, ODR will continue to streamline operations, finalize action plans, and execute a key performance indicator for each program. ODR ended up with your testimony. You would be able to accomplish that 47% rate based on, so they got the information from you. That's your mandate for yourself.
This is in this agreement, and we've agreed on those indicators, yes.
Okay, so that collaboration stands.
Correct.
Okay, so in closing, it would be the bundling. I see there's talking about bundling, and my assessment in terms of bundling of some of these projects, what does it do to the local contractor, the little man who tries to get in one of these projects, so he could profit? Yes,
Senator. The bundling. There's the term bundling is not interchangeable. So the USVI Rebuild bundling is a separate initiative. When we talk about putting projects together, it's mainly projects that make sense to go out together when we refer to bundling. And in the Envision, we're talking about putting like homes. For instance, contractors on the east, we put the homes together on the eastern end of St. Thomas so that a contractor won't have to be going from Christiansted, but east end to west end to manage projects, making it more feasible. They can have a lay-down yard in the middle of their area for their material so that they can facilitate projects faster. So when we talk about bundling in Envision, that's what we're talking about. Projects that have similar scopes, that we put these together so contractors get roofing material because they're all a similar homes, and it allows to economies of scale.
Okay, so it doesn't
mean
any. Okay,
no, not at all.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Interim Director Clendinen, can you provide to the committee a list of the different consultants and the amount of those contracts, please?
Sure.
To the chair. Thank you so much, Senator Francis. You recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, ODR or HFA, can you speak to, I know that under questioning there was some response in regards to senior homes and senior assisted living quarters. Can you speak to or can you direct me to where there is a plan or some discussion in regards to the development of senior homes in the territory?
I'll take that. The Housing Authority has proposals in their rebuild plan for their properties that some of the properties would have a elderly component, a senior housing component. So I think they will be the best. They haven't submitted the applications, but that's all part of their plan.
So there's no funding that have been set aside by HFA under the disaster recovery for that program?
There's funding, and let me go ahead. Okay. There's funding set aside based on the proposal of what the Housing Authority wants to do, but they have not submitted final applications for us to vet the how at this point.
And if you have private developers that's interested in also applying for this, they should be contacting VHA and not HFA?
So the solicitations will be done by the applicant. So if they're proposing to refurbish those solicitations, and of course all of them would have to be competitively bid, and any potential developer who feels qualified can respond to them, but that's a requirement of all the federal programs.
Okay. And in regards to the transition of Envision programs or other programs that was coming on the ODR from HFA, has that been completed? What phase are you currently in respect to that?
So we have successfully transferred all of the employees and all of the programs. We have a timeline on things that we need to accomplish, and the last piece is for us to finalize our performance indicators and ensure that we start and we begin report. We have already begun reporting on the progress to Housing Finance Authority and just working out any other small kinks that happens with any transition.
Can you speak to what programs are actually being a part of this transition?
Yeah, sure. It's the housing, of course. There's infrastructure, economic revitalization, public services, public facilities. What is that? That's it? Okay, that's it.
That's it? Very well. And what remains with you, HFA?
HFA as the grantee holds all compliance, monitoring, environmental, finance. Yeah.
So you become what, the check and balance of this programs now? You'll be able to come in and be able to oversee, ensure compliance. So what's your role?
Every day. That's what we do. It's our job to just monitor that they are abiding to our agreement and they're moving the projects forward.
Thanks. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I'm on page 51 here of 76. You got to bear with me. I don't have a PhD. But invoicing, we agreed that invoicing the contractors getting paid was very important. Is that correct, Ms. Dayna Clendinen?
Clendinen, yes.
Yes. Oh, by the way, what's your position title?
I said it in my testimony. I am the Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, and I'm also the Interim Executive Director.
Right. That's the second part is what I want. So you're still acting, right? And I think you were the Personnel Director before you came over here, right?
Yes, Senator. And before that, I worked at Public Works.
Okay, good. So let's go through this here, because just imagine I'm a contractor and I finish the work, you inspect the work finish. So now here you're saying that the VIHFA will not reimburse the sub-recipient for work performed until there's evidence of a signed payroll certification. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, good. And I'm on page 41. Okay. Then the sub-recipient must then submit a request for reimbursement and upload it to VIH's financial management system, and the sub-recipient will be required to set up an account through the system and provide all required information, including information related to dedicated bank accounts. They will also be required to ensure that all project sub-recipients have followed all this process. So if I finish the work and I don't get this done, I can't get paid, right?
We do have to have the documentation for you to get paid. Failure to provide any documentation and HFA release any money, we are subject to recapture. So we don't want that.
Okay, you see, well, I don't have a PhD, and for some of the contractors, this information and to provide all of this is difficult. So I assume you have a group of personnel in your office that can assist the contractor with that?
Again, we've always, through our compliance department, we provide assistance. We have met with contractors. The team, prior to moving to ODR, has sat with contractors and say, this is what you're required. We've held meetings before. Hey, we want you to come and bid on this, but here are some of the requirements. Here are things you will have to do. So we continue to educate when and where we can.
Okay, thank you. Let's speak English now. Is that a yes or a no? Yes. Are you providing this assistance to upload in the financial management system?
Yes.
You're providing assistance for all of the contractors, sub-recipients? Because, you know, if, Mr. Chair, let me just finish up, thank you. If I work and I finish the work, you inspect it and you accepted the work, all the other thing is your issue. I have done the work, you've inspected and accepted the work. I need to get paid, and I'm not that complicated of a contractor. You got to help us, or I ain't going to work for you no more. Thank you
Senator,
very much, Mr. Chair.
I assure you, we try to simplify the HUD rules for everybody. And again, when we award a contract to any contractor, that is what we're saying on the upfront, so everybody is aware of what's required.
So you're telling me that HUD rules is that the contractor have to submit the information to VIH FA financial management system? Are you telling me that HUD requires that, or that's your requirement?
No, Senator.
Can you submit that through the chair?
No, absolutely. But
yes,
what I'm saying, Senator,
hold a second. I'm talking.
One at a time, please.
Finish my question. Thank you. My request through the chair is I want you to submit where the Department of Housing and Urban and Development requires the sub-recipient contractor to submit a request for reimbursement that's uploaded through the Housing Finance Authority's financial management system. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Thank you so much. HUD requires HFA to provide documentation for payments to be made. Without documentation, we can make no payment. So part of that, yes, is we've developed a process that says, please upload your documents to the system so that we could move it on and get you paid. You don't upload it, we can't move the documents. We put it in a system because our contractors were complaining. They can't find the doc. We can't look to see where it is in the system. Everybody's moving from desk to desk. We develop a system. We say put it in the system so you, the other sub-recipients, can see where it is. So it's not HUD requiring the system. HFA requires the system in order so we could get the documentation, track the documentation, because when HUD comes to look at what we've made these payments, right now they just pull stuff from our system to be able to do their reviews and audits, etc. We gotta have the documentation. And I don't want it be said to our small contractors either, that you have to have a PhD to do this, because you don't. We will help you through the process. It's just about documentation. Thank you, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. Senator K. Patrick, recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up, because I didn't know that this system was in place. So
this brings better accountability, transparency for our contractors and subcontractors, correct?
Correct. So they would be able to upload. It stops all what was happening before. I gave it to so-and-so had it. So we have the system in place. And I was just reminded that system is a part of our grant agreement with HUD.
So you would say this is one of your processes that you've implemented for improvement.
Right. It has been implemented, yes.
Okay, good. If you were to tell us today, just giving us an idea of 3 high priority areas that VI Housing Finance Authority has, just 3, the top 3 high priorities, what would you say?
We only have one, and it's housing.
And it's housing. Because, you know, one of my colleagues addressed it for senior housing. And I think it's very important when you talk about recertification. It scares me that individuals, their income changes. And what happens when you do a recertification and this person is no longer eligible based on your income criteria? How do you address this situation for the senior community?
Sure, and again, it is listed in our policy, but for the benefit of everybody listening, because it is a very good question, Dr. Berry, if you or Ms. Johnson can respond. Thank you.
If I'm understanding your question, is a senior who's living in emergency housing is ineligible because of their income, what do we do?
Mm-hmm.
We assist them with connecting them with persons who are charged with case management. For example, nonprofit associations, organizations. They may have been referred by Catholic Charities. They may have been referred by Lutheran Social Services. We reconnect them with them. We also connect with Housing Authority. We've even had individuals that have come to us and say, you know, you could give us a reference because we're trying to get in on this major list. You know, there's a long list in most organizations. If you could please help us out, make a phone call,
30
give a
seconds.
reference. So those are some of the things that we're doing to help all our ineligible residents, not just the seniors, but we are cognizant of the fact that, you know, as you get older, you need a little bit more support, and we're trying to do as much as we can.
So that gives me to even ask that when was the last time that the income requirements had an increase? Because, you know, time goes on, people get raises, increase in Social Security. When was the last time that income criteria was raised or looked at for the territory?
I can't speak to what the last time was. I can tell you that, as Ms. Johnson indicated earlier, on an annual basis, HUD reevaluates and makes a decision with regards to what the fair market value is for the region. And based on those requirements or recommendations, then we'd only charge 30% of that. So it's not even 50, it's even lower than that, because we recognize some of our individuals may have some challenges with income.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Let me ask a question in respect to the emergency solution grant. I know on page 9 of the testimony there's a chart here, and that grant is critical because it does so many things for so many individuals in need. And I know I've been sending them to different non-for-profit, but there is no funds there for that program with all of the non-for-profits that I send these individuals to. So there's no more funds available to give to those non-for-profits for those individuals that need the service?
I want to understand your question, Senator. So based on the chart where we showed the total of 1.65 million, you're asking if any new organization can come for funding?
No, I'm asking, do you replenish those? Are there any more funds available to any of those organizations? Because when I reach out to those organizations, they're stating there is no funds.
So there'll be opportunities within the mitigation grant, in which under public services grant, that they can apply should they need funding for other activities.
And when will that be? What the time frame for those funds to be available? Because people need those funds like yesterday.
Right. So we did some outreach in January in terms of notifying the public our notice of funding availability, because I believe we just finalized the policy to send to HUD, and they should have application, etc., at the end of March 2024.
Okay, thanks for the information. I appreciate it. Colleagues, I think, point of information, Senator Novak Francis.
Thank you very much. Director, is there a council or an umbrella that bring all of the stakeholders as it pertains to housing under one roof? Do you have a council, some type of a...
Right. We are members nationally.
Locally, I'm more interested in the local stakeholders that meets and really just have this housing discussion and being able to connect.
We have it for when we speak of in terms of homelessness, the unsheltered, that we don't, but we work regularly with Housing Authority, of course, ODR, on Office of the Governor on housing.
Human Services, there's any component of human services?
Under our interagency council with Human Services, yes. Nonprofit organizations, yes, because we do have that arm as well.
So there's an arm that makes sure that the governor's mandate and mission in respect to how moving housing forward, what is that umbrella called?
Interagency council on, that one is homelessness.
I'm talking about housing though, yes. Anything focus on housing?
We do it together. It's not to my knowledge, a state agency that says all of housing under Office of the Governor.
Do you see the need for something like that?
We work together already. We come together already. Housing Authority, ODR, HFA, private entities. We come together. It may be helpful, but we already work together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And also, I must add, they do have the continuum of care that actually basically does that also, and that's very critical to the housing stock and housing issues. And also with our agency, there's a lot of funds that's available. Nonetheless, I'm going to have you put a closing statement, 30 seconds. Director Octalien Williams, on the record.
Sure. Again, Senator and this body, thank you so much for, again, keeping the focus on housing. Housing is critical. It is one of the top 5 areas that we focus on for the recovery. We are particularly focused on Envision and moving it forward. It is a priority. I have a list of priority projects, and Envision is number 1. So it was replaced by JFL North, used to have that spot, and we fixed that. So now we're focused on getting Envision together and pushing affordable housing forward for the territory. So we welcome the opportunity to come back and bring updates.
Thank you so much, Director Octalien. Now we go to Interim Director Clendinen.
Senator, thank you as always for these opportunities to come before this body and provide updates on our status. We truly enjoy the conversation. I do want to thank my staff for what they do for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority day in and day out. There's a lot of cleanup work we are doing, and we will absolutely get it right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your testimonies and responses. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess.
Thank you.
We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read this block 2 agenda into the record?
Block 2. Update from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority on the status of affordable housing and operations of the authority, with emphasis on the condition and maintenance of public housing communities. Invited testifier, Mr. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, VI Housing Authority. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I go to the testifiers to put their name on the record, I would like to introduce my 2 interns that I have working in my office. Please come forward, interns. And let me tell them a little bit about you and what you do. First, we have on my left, Sangeline Asias. She attended the Williams-Octalien High School. She's in the 12th grade. Her favorite subject is English, and some of her hobbies are watching TV, cleaning, and cooking. She is an NAF Finance Academy. She's a member of that. She wants to be a pediatric nurse. So please give her a round of applause. And I hope you enjoy your time in the office. Don't move. And also we have the young man to my left, Mr. Devante Freeman. He also attends the Williams-Octalien High School. He also is in the 12th grade. He's a pretty good basketball player, almost as good as I was, but he's a pretty good basketball player and a baseball player. He plays for the school team. He also enjoys social studies as a favorite subject and playing video games. And he's also a member of the NAF Finance Academy. And he wants to be a mechanical engineer. Devante. Those are my two interns while they attend high school. So, guys, I hope you enjoy your time in our office, okay? Thank you so much. And before I begin, I would like to take a brief moment of silence. I was informed that former Executive Director at the Housing Authority, Mr. Robert Graham, passed last evening. So please let's stand and take a brief moment of silence. Thank you. My condolences go out to the Vija family, his family, and the board members. I know he will be dearly missed. He has done a lot in the housing space, especially the Housing Authority. I worked for him for many, many years, and we have had our differences, but at the same time, his heart was in the right place. So, condolences. I'm going to have you guys put your name on the record, starting with my left. Ms. Anthony.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director.
Good afternoon, Ms. Alexander, and welcome back.
Good afternoon, Robert Protho, Director of Administration.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dorothea LaShawn Hicks, Director of Development Modernization for Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hicks. Ms. Alexander, you may proceed with your testimony. I'm sorry, there's one more person in St. Croix. Can you please put your name on the record for me?
Farrell, Assistant Director.
Can you repeat, please? I'm speaking to the mic. You cut off several times. Take your time.
Ween Farrell, Assistant Director, Asset Management.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. You may proceed with your testimony, Director Alexander.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, Vice Chair James, Senator Boquez, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, and Senator Carla J. Joseph. And good afternoon to all the distinguished senators here today, legislative staff, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, my dedicated team, and the listening public. My name is Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The following staff members are present with me today: Ms. Lydia Powell, Chief Operating Officer; Ms. Ween Williams Farrell, Assistant Director of Asset Management; Ms. Akela Anthony, Director of Housing Choice Voucher Program; and Ms. Dorothy Hicks, Director of Modernization and Development; and Mr. Robert Protho, Director of Administration. Yes, sir. I am honored to come before you today as a representative of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, along with our 177 remarkable employees. Their unwavering dedication and tireless effort in serving our communities are truly commendable and deserve our deepest appreciation and recognition. Today, we will present a testimony regarding affordable housing issues in the territory, including VHI's strategic plan to transition public housing and issues affecting our older public housing community. The Virgin Island Housing Authority managed a comprehensive public housing portfolio including 22 developments across 12 asset management properties totaling 2,225 units. As we embark on the new year, I am excited to share with you the strategic direction that VHI will be taking in 2024. While we maintain our commitment to property development in both St. Thomas and St. Croix, our primary focus this year will be on the refinement and enhancement of our two major programs, which is public housing and Housing Choice Voucher Program. In the realm of public housing, our goal is clear: to address the maintenance issues as top priorities. We aim to align with HUD standards and subsequently elevate our operations to meet the industry benchmarks with the ultimate objective of enhancing the living conditions of our current residents. By incorporating best practices in time management and streamlining procurement processes, we are confident that the Virgin Island Housing Authority will reach the desired level of efficiency and effectiveness. Within the Housing Choice Voucher Program, our efforts will be directed towards maximizing the utilization of the program. We recognize the potential for implementing best practices and are exploring avenues such as adjusting payment standards or securing additional funding to bolster service provisions. Furthermore, we are committed to providing comprehensive training for our staff, empowering them to excel in their roles and potentially increasing productivity and leveraging internal resources rather than relying on extensively on external contractors. As we move forward, our key priorities will revolve around ensuring compliance with physical condition standards and optimizing occupancy rates. Additionally, we are considering strategies to incentivize our employees through various means, including the possibility of overtime opportunities to accommodate increased workloads and further engage our dedicated team members. We are confident that with our collective efforts and focus on these priorities, VHI will make significant strides in advancing our housing programs and serving our communities better. Annually, we've received close to $10 million from our capital fund and around $7 million for addressing improvements at the sites after deducting related obligations. Leveraging additional funding from FEMA, the Disaster Recovery and CDBG, DR sources, we have the opportunity to allocate some of the resources towards stabilizing our properties, also contributes to our overall operational efficiency. Moreover, we are in the process of converting certain properties underneath the rental demonstration program to enhance our portfolio's conditions. By maximizing our capital fund, we aim to reduce our reliance on external loans for upcoming projects. In response to the status of the 8 priorities housing developments under the redevelopment program, the post-hurricane challenges and strategic shifts. Before the 2017 hurricanes, VHI already faced $2 million in deferred capital improvement across the housing stock. The hurricanes added an additional $240 million in damages. Despite substantial approved recovery funding, only a fraction of that money has been utilized for upgrades, highlighting a critical need for a refreshed strategic approach. Presently, we are advancing 4 pivotal projects which collectively signify a significant step towards revitalizing and expanding our housing inventory. These projects encompasses the extensive rehabilitation of 248 units within the Walter I.M. Hodge Pavilion and 124 units at the D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace and Alfonso Gerard Complex. Concurrently, we are embarking on the development of 144 new units through the Estate Dunu redevelopment 22 Phase 1 and 22 North Redevelopment 22 Phase 2 projects. In parallel, we are fostering homeownership opportunities through the 5H program at Williams Delight. This comprehensive approach not only aims to augment the availability of affordable housing, but also to enhance community resilience and livability across the territory. The VHI's redevelopment plan addresses unmet housing needs in the territory and meets all three components of the national objective, which will, 1, benefit low moderate persons, 2, aid in the prevention or elimination of slum or blight obsolete public housing, or 3, meet the need of urgency. That is the prevention of further damage to hurricane impact old public housing. To ensure that low to moderate income families are not left out of the territory's recovery efforts, over the next 2 years, these 4 pivotal projects will provide 441 new units of construction and modernized communities with energy efficient components. The current housing priority projects, Waltham Hodge. The comprehensive rehabilitation includes 20 residential buildings and 1 community building. The plan calls for 4 phases totaling 248 units, a senior center facility, and final construction is scheduled for completion in August 2024. To date, there have been over 350 jobs created and over 350 work hours, approximately 70% of which qualify as Section 3 and another 4% which qualifies as targeted Section 3. And additionally, there have been over $11 million in minority and women-owned business enterprise contracting. All improvements are designed to meet the National Green Building Standards and Tropical Zone certification. All renovated apartments receive new windows, doors, appliances, fixtures, floorings, cabinets, ceiling fans, LED lighting, and new coat of paint. Each unit is now equipped with new low water usage kitchen and bathroom fixtures and highly efficient electric water heaters and Energy Star appliances. Estate Danu, redevelopment 22 phase 1. The new construction project includes 14 residential buildings and 1 community building. The plan calls for 84 units. The project is in the process of being restarted in the second quarter of 2024. We expect construction completion in 2025. The 22 North redevelopment, phase 2. This new construction is a 5-story building with 60 units at the location of VHI's old Central Administrative Office and Anna's Retreat. With a preference for seniors, is expected to have financial closing in the third quarter of this year. Our estimates construction completion is in December 2026. D. Hamilton Jackson and Alfonso Gerard Place revitalization. The comprehensive rehabilitation of these 2 communities include 122 units situated in the Richmond community of Christiansted. 12 of the total units are in floodway at the Alfonso Gerard site. These units are not included as a part of the revitalization. Other housing options will be afforded for those families. We anticipate a financial closing in the second quarter of this year and an estimate construction completion date in the third quarter of 2026. Williams Delight revitalization. The community was built in 1969 and included 300 single-family units on 43 acres. HUD approved the entire site for conversion to home ownership for residents. To date, 36 households have become homeowners and 75 units will be converted to home ownership. The comprehensive rehabilitation will require demolition of approximately 183 units. With the sale of the lots for home ownership, we anticipate construction completion by the fourth quarter of 2025. Stony Ground Revitalization. This is a 4-phase new construction project designed for seniors to age in place with supportive services provided on-site through a partnership with the Department of Human Services and other relevant stakeholders and nonprofit entities. The first phase includes 98 units in 4 buildings. The goal of the first phase is to provide replacement housing for the residents of the Wilfred Pedro Homes, AKA the Wim Gardens community. We are awaiting acquisition approval from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to proceed with the purchase of the property. 22 North redevelopment, 22 Phase 3, and Lucena Millen revitalization. These projects are on hold at the time as we continue to evaluate the feasibility and moving forward based on the costs and financing. Addressing the backlog and future plans, the strategic focus adopted in 2020, a 10-year plan to replace the aging infrastructure, is being altered due to the need to address the unresolved deficiencies across the existing public housing units now. Recognizing the urgency of this issue, VHI has prioritized the resolution of these deficiencies in 2024. Our new approach includes the strategic use of the remaining FEMA funds designated for each community aimed at addressing disaster-related damaging and mitigating long-term vulnerabilities. Furthermore, VHI is committed to allocating its annual capital fund to rectify deferred maintenance issues. We will continue exploring rental assistance demonstration program, which is also known as RAD, and mixed finance transactions as innovative strategies to rejuvenate our aging housing portfolio, ensuring our resources are efficiently leveraged to enhance the living conditions and safety of our communities. The status of the repairs and occupancies for each AMP. VHI public housing inventory contains 22 developments grouped into 12 asset management, currently totaling 2,525 public housing units. In this section of the testimony, I will provide the updates and areas of concern, including vacancy, occupancy, rent collection, maintenance, and human capital. Occupancy overview. Occupancy units. The asset management is proud to announce an occupancy rate of 94.85 as of February the 7th, 2024, the highest in the history of the Virgin Island Housing Authority. During 2023, the authority had 168 new move-ins, which equal to 160 or more newly rehab units. Thus far for 2024, we moved and rehabilitated over 27 units this year. Vacant units. To date, the Virgin Island Housing Authority have a total of 47 vacant units that are viable units to lease for the Housing Authority. 43 of them are in St. Thomas, and the residual is in St. Croix. On our waiting list, we have 945 applicants. 386 of them are in St. Thomas, and in the St. Croix district, we have 559. Rent collection overview. Tenant accounts receivable, which is known as TARS. The balance as of January 31st, 2024, the TARS balance was reported at $905,493. The repayment agreements is with 62 head of households. Encouragement for repayment. All residents that have a current balance of over $3,000 are urged to sign up for a repayment agreement and to seek assistance through ERAP, which is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Maintenance and service requests, work orders overview. Work orders. As of February 8th of 2024, VHI had 2,222 open work orders. Asset management is committed to addressing work orders monthly. During the month of December, staff concentrated on decreasing outstanding work orders that are 91 days plus outstanding, in addition to managing routine work orders. Completed work orders were 792, was completed during the same period. The impacts to work orders completion, there were two major factors. The high number of work orders was based on availability of supplies and materials and the number of budgeted maintenance positions for hire. The status and plans for the maintenance staff and operation of the authority, strategic focus, and our strategic shift towards rectifying the impacts of the national disaster, focusing on our long-standing maintenance challenges and addressing the backlog of our aging portfolio. We are committed to enhancing internal capabilities. This entails a deliberate move away from the reliance on external consultants and contractors and redirecting our focus towards developing a more core competency in property management. Achieving excellence in this domain necessitates a well-trained, knowledgeable workforce equipped with the necessary skills and tools to drive our mission. Training and development. This year, we will see an intensified focus on our staff training and development. Each department will be equipped with a detailed training plan featuring monthly goals tailored to enhance the staff proficiency and performance. Moreover, our recruitment strategy will transcend traditional job posting. We aim to forge strong partnerships with local educational institutions such as the University of the Virgin Islands, actively participate in job fairs and host open houses. These initiatives are designed to engage directly with prospective candidates, providing them with a comprehensive overview of the careers opportunity at VHI. The Department of Asset Management submitted its staffing needs for the fiscal year 2024 calendar year. Thus, interviews are currently ongoing for property management and maintenance staff. 2 individuals on the maintenance team have been promoted within the last 60 days. The Department of Asset Management has been working to backfill 3 property managers positions and 1 foreman position. The property manager these properties are currently being managed by assistant managers. The sites that's currently being managed by assistant manager are Curran Terrace in St. Thomas and Wolford Pedro, Williams-Octalien over in St. Croix, and Marley Homes over in St. Croix. The property that's currently working without a foreman is Oswald Harris over in St. Thomas. Updates on the implementation of the fiscal year 24 annual plan. Overall, VHI's implementation of its goals and strategies is outlined in the fiscal year 2024 annual plan. Is an ongoing effort starting with the revision of the agency emissions and continued occupancy policy, which is our ACOP, which goes into effect March 1st of 2024. The update on the housing demand study. Before hurricanes in 2017, the housing demand study indicated that there were 500 units, 5,000 unit shortage of affordable housing. After the hurricanes, the current unmet need for the affordable housing increased to approximately 20% or 6,000 units. To validate the actual unmet affordable housing need in the territory, the Virgin Islands Housing and Finance Authority is commissioning an update to the housing demand study that will determine the true demand for affordable housing in the territory. Traditionally, the demand for the Affordable Housing Authority is predicated upon population trends. However, estimating population trends is dependent upon several factors, including the influx of individuals and relocation of families. Based on the 2020 census, the population in the territory declined from 106,000 to only 87,000 individuals. Thus, it is critically important to have a realistic estimate of the populations for the next 10 years and beyond. Accurate population trends will affect long-term planning, not only for housing, but for schools, healthcare, and other services. For affordable housing, it is important to know the demographic trends and the projections by age. There is a clear global trend as well as a national aging of population. This fact requires appropriate planning for services for seniors and affordable housing. To address this trend, VHI plans to increase the percentage of housing for seniors as part of our redevelopment plan. The status of income verification and reduction of unreported income. Asset management received the initial IVT, which stands for Income Verification Tool, on January the 7th, 2023. The report stated that the authority had 1,661 total households which were evaluated, and 195 or 11% of those households reported discrepancies. During the recertification process, managers completed the 50058 form, income for all tenants. VHI reported a total income for all tenants in amount of $5,892,572, of which $4,124,671, or 41.18%, was reported as unreported income. As of January 31st, 2024, the total household evaluation was reported at 1,726, with 116 or 6% household only reporting discrepancies. The form of the 558 income was reported as $5,312,859. The unreported income totaled $2,074,397, or 22.95% of the reported income from all tenants. During this review period, asset management met weekly with the managers to ensure that the required information was requested and received by the managers, and the required processes completed to reduce our unrecorded balances. Managers are encouraged to comply with the HUD mandate, which require all certifications to begin 120 days prior to the expiration date of the current list, which eliminates many of these deficiencies. As of January 31st, 22 or 21 communities reported only 76 outstanding recertifications. Status of a housing choice voucher program authorities and most housing authorities' progress and challenges in terms of landlord recruitment. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is a key federal initiative designed to help very low-income families, the elderly, veterans, individuals with disabilities find decent, safe, and sanitary housing in the private sector. With a budget of $15.7 million, the program currently supports approximately 2,092 families, maintaining a 70% utilization rate, with 1,459 families receiving assistance. We expect to fully utilize the budget by the end of the fiscal year to address the increasing need for housing assistance. Our program contends with private rental and Airbnb markets, escalating costs, and limiting the number of households we can assist. The Housing Choice Voucher Program provides tenant-based and project-based vouchers. Presently, there are 1,781 applicants on the waiting list, on a tenant-based waiting list, and around 3,279 on the waiting list for the 6 project-based communities. Based on these challenges, we keep both lists open with new applicants. Currently, there are over 200 families are searching for housing, and we expect to distribute an additional 200 vouchers this year for 2024, highlighting the critical demand for available units. In 2024, VHI plans to boost the Housing Choice Voucher Program reach and efficiency through innovative partnerships and processes improvement, collaborating with the University of Virgin Islands. We aim to tap into the students' digital expertise and energy to attract more landlords to the program, enhancing community engagement, and program visibility. Additionally, VHI is actively building relationships with government agencies and private entities to expand the availability of housing options for participants. These efforts are crucial for diversifying the housing stock accessible through the program. Simultaneously, VHI is refining its leasing procedures to ensure that housing assistance payments are processed swiftly and accurately, bolstering landlord confidence and participation. These measures are part of VHI's commitment to widening housing accessibility, making the Housing Choice Voucher Program a key support system in the territory's most vulnerable population. Beyond these operational demands, VHI is proud to manage 5 specialized programs underneath the Housing Choice Voucher Program, targeting the unique needs of vulnerable population within our community. Despite their critical importance, we've observed underutilization in these programs and are actively engaging with stakeholders to improve participant rates. Underneath the first program, Foster Youth to Independence, launched in 2021, the FYI initiative supports youth transitioning out of foster care who are at risk of homelessness by providing 26 tenant-based vouchers. Currently, this program is assisting only 4 families within the territory, emphasizing the need for referrals from the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services to reach more eligible youth. Underneath the mainstream program aimed to assisting non-elderly persons with disabilities, this program offers 75 vouchers starting January the 1st, 2021. 17 families now housed with the goal to lease additional 10 vouchers this fiscal year. Despite notifying nearly 1,900 applicants, only a fraction met the eligibility criteria, highlighting the ongoing need for accessible units in the private sector. The Emergency Housing Voucher Program, designated for individuals and families facing homelessness or escaping domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, or human trafficking. This program currently supports 13 families. Collaboration with the continuum of care partners is essential for expanding this support, though the referral period concluded on September 30th, 2023. The SRO, which is the single room occupancy, this program in partnership with the meeting of needs of our community agency, despite 8 vouchers for individuals and families in need, successfully housing only 7 families to date. The Veterans Affairs Support Housing, which is the VASH program for our veterans. Collaborative efforts between HUD and the VA offers tailored support to homeless veterans currently we have 5 veterans in the territory. Referrals from the VA are critical. We allocated 25. We have a total allocation of 24, but we only utilized 5 to this point. And as a matter of fact, on March the 12th and 13th, they have a boot camp training for housing authorities to try to find other ways to expand this program. The National Standard for Physical Inspection of Real Estate, which is Inspired V, in 2024, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority will transition to HUD's Inspired V, moving away from the traditional HQS inspection model. Inspired V introduces stringent standards focused on the health and safety of Housing Choice Voucher Program participants, presenting a significant enhancement in housing quality oversight. Scheduled for the last quarter of the fiscal year, this shift demonstrates VHI's dedication to improving living conditions for voucher holders. We'll collaborate closely with landlords, tenants, and community partners to ensure a seamless adaptation to Inspire V, maintaining our commitment to safe and healthy housing in our communities. The Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, known as HOTMA, the Housing Choice Voucher Program is set to fully embrace the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, HOTMA, by January the 1st, 2025. this landmark legislation represents a profound transformation of the HCVP operations, including comprehensive regulatory updates to modernize the program. In anticipation of this significant shift, VHI is actively developing a detailed training program for our staff. This effort is designed to ensure our team is thoroughly prepared to implement HOPMA's advanced guidelines effectively. A key component of our preparation involves creating a new software for HUD compliance tailored specifically to meet HOPMA's detailed requirements, facilitating a smooth transition to the updated regulatory framework. HOPMA introduces significant updates to the Housing Choice Voucher Program, notably redefining key elements such as income and assets and deductions. These changes require VHI to overhaul certification processes for participants and update our documentation and forms accordingly. HOPMA streamlined administration procedures aim to reduce the workload on housing authorities and improving our service delivery. VHI is dedicated to ensuring a smooth transition to HOPMA, involving stakeholders in the process to prepare collectively for the new operational framework. This approach reflects our commitment to enhancing the efficiencies and effectiveness of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, consistent with our goals to deliver superior housing solutions. In closing, this perspective approach to employee development engagement is expected not only to elevate our service delivery standards, but also foster a more cohesive, motivated, and efficient team. By doing so, we are setting the foundation for sustainable improvements and a stronger, more resilient future for both our employees and the residents we serve. VHI is committed to living up to its vision to provide sustainable communities to families so that families can evolve economically and to improve the lives and strengthen the communities through quality, safe, affordable housing.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, Director Alexander, for your testimony. Before I go to my colleagues for our first line of questioning, let me inquire in respect to your testimony, in particular, the status and plans for maintenance, staff, and operations of the authority. Who heads the maintenance department? Who is in charge of maintenance at the authority at this moment?
At this moment, we have Ms. Farrell, Wayne Farrell, our Assistant Deputy Director of that department. She's in charge.
Is Mr. Farmer still there?
Yeah, he's out of the office right now.
So he's in charge, but he's not there at the moment.
Yes, that's correct.
The reason why I asked that question because most of the issues at the Housing Authority and that I see in this testimony is maintenance challenges, many long-standing and other challenges. How many? You said you have 222 open work orders as of February 8, 2024. How many of those, can you break it down for me? How many of those work orders are emergency? How many of them are urgent? How many of them are routine? Can you have that breakdown down for me, please?
So I don't have that number for you right now, Senator, but there was 2,222. Typically, as you know, the emergencies are addressed in 24 hours. I'll break those numbers out for you. I don't think those are part of the routine work orders because we normally track those separately. So I believe those are just strictly routine, but I will provide you with both of them.
Supposed to be done within 24 hours.
That is correct.
How many of them are routine? Do you have that number?
I would assume that all of them is routine.
You would assume. We cannot assume. We cannot assume. We really cannot. Okay, very well. I'll get that from you at another time. In respect to maintenance, though, I know that, and I did call you. I was at one of the housing communities last week. I did a walkthrough, and the condition I saw the office in, the management office in, to me was unacceptable for anyone to be working in, much less tenants in the units. And I brought it to your attention. It was unacceptable in my opinion, and I spoke to staff also, and the one young lady that was there actually left because she had issues with her working condition, and that was her first day there to do some outreach in the community. Did you take a pass through that community? By chance, did you pass through that community and take a look at the situation?
Yes.
And what's your opinion? Honestly.
Honestly, all the sites that I went at have, most of the residents have some real serious issues. So we have been doing inspections, and we're going back out to ensure that all these deficiencies that we have been seeing are going to be addressed. Because one of the main concerns is that these things are not being addressed timely.
Thanks for your honesty. And you spoke to having a well-trained, knowledgeable workforce is effects with the necessary skills and tools to drive your mission forward. And that's why I asked for who was in charge of the maintenance staff, because what type of certification and or training does Ms. Farrell or Mr. Farmer have in respect to maintenance?
What training do they have?
In respect to, yes, training to HUD and housing and or outside of?
Well, I can't speak exactly to what their skill set is right now because I haven't actually went through the HR file. But I would tell you that we do have the experience in-house. Currently, we have it in-house. We have certified property managers. We have certified maintenance managers. We have some certified mechanics. So we have certifications in just about every category. We have certifications in occupancy specialists. We have certified construction managers. So we have the skill set there. It's just a matter of working together to make sure that the folks that need this assistance get it.
Do you have the numbers?
No. I'll get those numbers for you, sir.
No, what I mean by that, do you have enough of those maintenance staff with a skill set to honestly address the needs of our residents on a daily basis?
I think we have enough now to be able to get to where we need. We have enough now that's sufficient enough. But to get where I like for us to get to, no, we need to be able to hire some more employees.
Director Alexander, I honestly beg to differ. I think that's one of your biggest problems and challenge in terms of maintenance. When it comes to staff, there is not enough staff to address the needs of the residents in terms of timely response to work orders. As I went to the different housing communities, and the staff is way less than it used to be, and the challenges are more than they used to be. So I believe at the last board meeting, there was discussion in that respect in terms of the plan moving forward when it comes to maintenance and reducing staff at certain communities. And I totally put on the record, I'm 100% against that. Because we need bodies. Basically, we need bodies. And bodies who are skillful and know what they're doing in order to affect change. But nonetheless, I'll digress and go to our first senator to do that first line of questioning. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifying panel here. I want to say a special good afternoon to Ms. Pell and, of course, all of the senior management staff that has been weathering the storm since, and of course my condolences to Mr. Graham. But Ms. Pell, I really want to say that you have worked very hard and you've weathered the storm and kept the ship afloat. And I appreciate all of the efforts that you have put forward along with the rest of your team. I wanted to put on my hard hat and get my jackhammer out here today because I'm going to drill down on what the chairman was talking about, because there are 2,222 open work orders as of February 8, 2024. And I'm curious to know what measures the Housing Authority is implementing to address such a big backlog, especially considering the challenges related to the availability of supplies and the reduction in budgeted maintenance positions. Because what that really equates to is people living in less than perhaps adequate conditions. So I really want to know what we're doing to try to solve that huge backlog.
Thank you, Senator. So we have addressed 792 of those work orders. And it's just time management to make sure that we address them, but we will address all 22 of them. Doing a complete analysis.
2,222.
Yes, it's 2,222, and thus far we have addressed 792 of them, and we are moving forward to address them. HUD gives us 11 days to address any work orders. We're trying to get down to those 11 days and to get it down even further. But we do have 11 days underneath HUD's rules to be able to address work orders, routine work orders, and 11 days. So we're still going through the process to address those residual of that 792.
All right, well, I echo the sentiments of the chairman because this is a maintenance issue, and whatever needs to be done to try to curtail that from having our people in less than adequate living conditions, we need to act effectively and quickly. Concerning the housing demand study, when is the updated housing demand study expected to be completed, and how is the VI HFA even coordinating with you concerning the data, and what strategies are you utilizing for affordable housing opportunities for our people?
So I don't have that information at this point, Senator. I know they've been commissioned to do that study. I don't have that.
Very well. Well, I will expect to hear more about that the next time you come.
Yes,
I'm looking forward to hearing some of that. Concerning landlord recruitment and retention, given the competition with the private rental Airbnb markets, what specific strategies are you implementing to try to compete so that we have more housing choice voucher programs for our people?
So I've been looking at that situation. We will continue to reach out to other landlords, but is a much higher issue out there than what exists. And the issue is that typically in the past, the housing choice voucher was considered like the best ticket there, and it was enough money on that voucher to be able to acquire a unit somewhere. Most folks now say that the housing choice voucher doesn't have enough money to be equal to the cost that people are charging for units. Well, in case of the Virgin Islands, the situation here is very unique, and it's unlike any of the housing authorities in the states. And you have about close to 3,400 housing authorities, with the exception of Hawaii. So they go up to 120% of the fair market. But in the Virgin Islands, I strongly believe that it needs to be another situation where an exception for the Virgin Islands, where they have to allow folks to go up to maybe 130 or maybe 140% of the fair market rent, because the cost of living here is extremely high compared to other places.
I'm happy to hear you say that, because that's one of the hugest challenges that we have here in the Virgin Islands, and understanding that from early is definitely a plus. And I know my time's going to be running down, and I wanted to sort of touch on some of the things that you're going to be transitioning into. You're going to be transitioning from the Inspire to the V standards.
Yes.
You also are going to be implementing HATMA, which HATMA has been passed since 2016. And, you know, I'm just a bit perplexed as to why it's taken us this long to be able to implement HATMA standards here in the Virgin Islands. And in addition to that, I have questions about how you plan to implement that, and of course, educate the tenants of what their requirements will now be based on those HATMA standards. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Yeah, so you are correct, Senator. It did come into play in 2016, but we have time. Technically, we had up until June to implement the program, but you can prolong the program up until we will be in effect in the coming months. But in terms of the program, is basically is a modification. Is a modification of the overall public housing and Section 8. There's some things over the years that HUD has identified that needs to be put in place in terms of income, in terms of assets, that needs to be modified and have a cap on that moving forward. Because when they look at the program, they look at the program globally from some of the issues that impacted. And we had issues where they now confirm that folks that live in public housing shouldn't have assets over $50,000, or they shouldn't have income, or not should have income. What happens when you have some that makes over $100,000? How long is it before they term out in public housing, or what are the options they have if they make over that money?
So concerning the Inspire, moving over to V standards and the implementation of HATMA, what have you done already, or what are you going to do concerning the outreach training for the tenants, the employees? You know, what's taking place in that space?
So
Mr. Chair, with your leniency, please.
We're just going through the HATMA process right now. We just take the resolution to the board to get that approved. In terms of Inspire, the residents will know, because what it does is focus more on the items inside of the unit. Technically, HQS and UPCS focuses on the site and the
Could you,
condition.
with the acronyms, could you say what they are, please, so we know?
The housing quality standards, which is typically used in HUD. So now they're using Inspire V. And over in public housing, they was using UPCS, which is your Uniform Condition Physical Standards. And now they're using going to Inspire over there. And those are more focused on the inside of the unit, because typically when HQS and UPCS, they focus on the site and the objects around a site and some of the things in a unit, and the unit could be deplorable. So now these inspections are more focused to items inside the unit.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, Mr. Alexander, there's a lot of work to do.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot of work to do, and you have a solid sidekick over there in Ms. Pell. Okay, and you can take my word for that. Just be focused, follow through. It's an uphill battle. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. Point of information, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go back to the earlier conversation that was had by the chair with regards to the maintenance program and the fact that there is a concern that we need more bodies, if you will. But for me, I look at it a little different. So I need to find out if you have task orders. Do you have relationships with specific contractors that will come in to address your plumbing issues, with your your cabinet issues, your carpentry issues? Do you have task order relationships with, you could call them supply contracts, whatever it is, with specific contractors, maintenance contractors, that if you have those types of challenges, that you're able to call them in because you have a fixed price and you know what they're going to charge, and they come in to provide the services? Because we all know of the challenges that we have attracting personnel, and that's not unique to the Virgin Islands. So I would like to hear what VI Housing is doing with regards
Yes,
to that.
thank you, Senator. Yes, we do have vendors that we use in terms of electrical, plumbing, if we have those type of issues. But also, we would like to be able to make sure that staff get the training in-house, and you may have some small issues that don't warrant a contractor or a vendor, and we want to make sure we build that skill set in-house to sort of mitigate spending all the type of money that we may spend for a contractor. Not that we are against spending the money, but we want to be prudent in our efforts and making sure that we spend the right money and make sure that we have addressed the issue.
Okay, so you do have task orders in place.
Yes.
That you can call in a plumber and his fixed price is X dollars per whatever it is. You have that in place.
So
I
we
want to
don't,
make sure that your
yeah.
response to my question is you're understanding what I'm asking.
yes, we don't have per se task orders in place, but we do have vendors in place.
So then the question is, do they have to price you every time you call them? Or is it?
Yes.
So I really think that if you all are not doing that, you probably need to, we have other departments and agencies here, like our Department of Property and Procurement, our Virgin Islands Port Authority. They do task orders. Our Public Works, find out how they do it, because it's better to have a contractor that you can call in, because you know that this is what he charges you per hour. So you have 5 of them in a circle. This is what you charge. We have to figure out a way to. We can't have willy-nilly pricing. That's my concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Let me grab the point of information first, and I'll be. Senator Fonseca, point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Dwayne Alexander, yes. Excuse me, this is the first time we met. But I wanted to go back on the work orders, the 2,222 work orders. You say here impacts the work order completion, and that on page 6 of 10. A reduction in the number of budgeted maintenance positions. A reduction in the number of budgeted. So say you had budgeted 100, now you have budgeted 90. Did you lay off any maintenance positions? Is that what happened?
No, we have not.
Okay. But that impacts your ability to complete the work orders. So since you reduce the maintenance budgeted positions, how are you going to be able to complete the work orders?
We are continuing to recruit for folks, but what needs to be clear as we convert to RAD, those folks those positions that we had in RAD, that property actually convert to Section 8 and is no longer in our public housing portfolio, which is the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. So the funding for those jobs are no longer in public housing anymore. That becomes.
I ain't too sure I understand, but is there a proposal now before the board to reduce staff, maintenance staff?
No. No.
No. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Before I go to the next senator, which will be Senator Joseph, let me ask you, Director Alexander, in the housing community, when they went to asset management, where they are still right now, each AMP is like a entity upon itself in terms of business, how they operate and run their budget, correct? Each AMP have a separate budget?
Yes.
Okay. So with the asset management model, I know like a year ago, I requested from asset manager, Farmer, a preventative maintenance plan right here on the floor. I still have not received it. Okay? Now, I know there have been impact in terms of retirement and separation since then. And staff have decreased. So there is no way you can have enough staff to run those communities. In addition to that, I understand what you stated in terms of watching your budget when it comes to outsourcing contractors on a regular basis to routine maintenance, repairs. That's where maintenance staff comes in. And that's why you have those training programs for them. As a matter of fact, the Section 3 program assists in that endeavor, and the Youth Build program assisted heavily in that endeavor, but there's no longer a Youth Build program. But I know the Section 3 program has many workers who are residents that assist the maintenance workers, correct?
That's correct.
So with that being said, it will be a good idea to see how you can reach out to onboard more Section 3 workers within the housing communities to assess and help the maintenance staff with the repairs to other communities. So I just want to ask, Is that part of the plan in respect to your routine maintenance plan?
Yes, it is.
Very well. What about also having those employees work on weekends and increase their morale in terms of onboarding them like we used to, to do the vacant unit on weekends? Is that part of the plan?
Yes, it is. It's part of the plan. Yes, it is.
Very well. Okay, it makes sense. It makes sense. It helps with the morale also. Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, the listening audience, of course, to my former home, work home, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority staff. Mr. Dwayne Alexander, I would like to say welcome back. I remember vividly when you, Mr. Graham, may God rest his soul in peace, and I do express my deepest condolences, as well as Mr. Patrick Moss came to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, I believe, if my memory serves me correct, in 2008. And you actually were there to turn around the agency. And under Mr. Graham's leadership, we emerged from receivership in 2014. Am I correct in my memory?
That's correct.
Yes. Great. And I was part of that team because we were managing our money and assuring that all of those units were properly maintained, and we were providing opportunities for our people, and I'm referring specifically to those individuals who are residents of the Public Housing Authority, as the chairman mentioned, with the Youth Bill and the Section 3 program. It was fantastic time for us to do those good work, and I know that those times are coming right back again. I have every confidence. Now, let's go into some of the questioning based on your testimony. Now, I noted that you mentioned in your testimony, specifically on page 3, the RAD, and you spoke about it in a little overview of it, but that's a critical component, and we need to tell our listening audience, and the senators also needs to be a bit educated on it. Some of us already have an idea. How many communities have been designated for RAD?
How many?
3.
3.
What are they?
Currently,
please state your name.
Sorry. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Walter I am Hodge. And then the next one will be the D. Hamilton Jackson Terrace and part of the Alfonso Piggy Gerard site.
Okay, so everything is on St. Croix. There's no RAD being projected on St. Thomas. Are you working on any RAD projects?
Not at this time, because we do have to evaluate the redevelopment plan. So at this time, no.
So when those projects are completely under the rental assistant demonstration program, what does it mean to the employees, first of all, who currently work in those housing communities, also known as asset management properties?
So, thank you, Senator. One of the key things underneath the RAD program, if we step back and look at what is the purpose of the RAD program, and it is that with all the capital needs in the country, HUD had to find another way, or allowed agencies to find another creative way to be able to do finance to improve the properties. So typically underneath the RAD properties, you do a redevelopment underneath on top of that, or rehabilitation, and you actually take it from public housing, which underneath one allocation, and place it underneath Section 8, which is the Housing Choice Voucher Program.
So one moment. So they will be now project-based.
That is correct.
Project-based housing voucher programs. Go ahead.
Yeah, so now it goes from being a public housing entity now to basically a housing choice voucher entity. Now, because it's investors' money, and there's loans on there, that is managed totally different than it is public housing. It's no longer public housing anymore. So typically, when there's jobs associated with that, those jobs are no longer a part of that portfolio. So we have to find jobs for those individuals else places. It is my goal that if we do any RAD deals moving forward, we want to manage that in-house.
Okay, so are you going to do it similarly how you have it structured with Louis E. Brown? Or are you going to, wherein you have a private, do you have a private property manager there? Or what is your vision for these RAD communities?
So my vision is based on my previous experience. I like to manage all our own RAD deals, and that way we can get that management fee back in-house and we be able to sustain jobs for our employees.
Excellent. And that's what we want to be able to hear, that we aren't losing our very skilled workers and they're not becoming unemployed, but we are, for a better word, repurposing them under a new entity with probably the same benefits. I'm hoping that they will still be able to have the same benefits that they have now while they are employees of Virgin Islands Housing Authority proper. I'm hopeful. That's something for you to contemplate. Okay, now let me switch. Let's start with the back of your testimony, the Housing Choice Voucher Program. It was represented
1 minute.
that we have about 70% of the utilization rate for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. I'm on page 8 of your testimony. Can you indicate for us basically how many persons have left the Housing Choice Voucher Program because they
30
were
seconds.
unable to actually find homes? I'm just looking for the St. Thomas St. John district. In the St. Thomas district, St. Thomas St. John district, their voucher term expired because they were not able to find any homes here in the St. Thomas St. John district. They receive a Housing Choice Voucher. They were not able to identify a home and get a contract. Do you have any statistics
Time.
on that? Mr. Chairman, kindly allow me.
Okay.
Yeah, you can respond on my time.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. So in the Virgin Islands, it's very unique. Typically, when you give a voucher, you extend it for, when you first receive a voucher, you receive it for 60 days, and then you get an extension for, well, you get it for 60 days unless you have a medical condition, then we normally give it to you for 120 days. But if you get it for 60 days, we give you an extension for another 30 days. But in the Virgin Islands, we have folks that have extensions up to a year. So it gives them time to be able to find a unit. It's hard to be able to detect if they leave because they can't find units, because getting a voucher, you can use that voucher anywhere in the United States. So because they may not find something here, or they may want to go somewhere else with that same voucher, they may take that voucher with them wherever they go at. So it don't necessarily mean that they couldn't find it here, or they just wanted to port out to somewhere else.
I understand that the vouchers are portable. Mr. Chairman, this is a critical question, because then we are losing our population. That's why you're seeing a decline somewhat in our population, not only because of the hurricanes, because we have Housing Choice vouchers that are portable. And that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a good thing that they're portable. But I needed to know how many persons or how many families did not, that whole year expired, and they were not able to find a unit under the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and that voucher was returned back into the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That's what I'm trying to get down. But you could give that number to the chairman. My time has expired. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Let me expound on that. I know after the hurricane, many individuals came to my office and my colleagues' offices in respect to them losing a voucher because they could not find a place. Of course not. We have a housing crisis. That's impossible. We reached out to the housing authority at the time, and there was some pushback, but they extended it up to a year. After the pushback, up to a year. But we spoke to the health official in Puerto Rico, and they said it's up to the agency based on our situation. I know it's kind of difficult with the voucher program, how it's done for them in terms of their workload and what they need to do in order to comply. But how they told us it's up to the agency, especially when it comes to a crisis. Because one thing I learned about HUD and know about HUD, they always have extenuating circumstances. And they work with you. They do. It's up to the agencies to implement policies to the board to address those challenges as we proceed. Because we really, really have a crisis in the territory. We must find a way to be creative to work with our people instead of having them to leave the territory and live somewhere else. You know, so just want to put it out there. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I also want to join my colleagues in offering my condolences to the Graham family in this passing and to all the staff and faculty there at the department agency. And welcome to Executive Director Alexander in your new role. You mentioned that we currently have in stock 2,536 units. Can you provide the breakdown per district? And I really want, so we could have a clear picture also from that 2,536, how many of those are occupied?
Hi, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Of the 2536, the number occupied as of our February 7th report, let me see, 1,932 units.
Very well. Do you have a breakdown per district of the units?
I do not, but I can give it to you before the session is over.
Please do. So only 1,932 are occupied. The remaining balance, is it available under construction? Can you break that down for us? What is available? And what is under construction? What the stages of these other units? Because if we're talking today about a housing crisis, we need to have a clear picture of what this look like.
Well, currently, as we stated earlier in the testimony, as far as vacant units, we had about 43 on St. Thomas and 4 on St. Croix vacancies that were available.
43 on St. Thomas?
43.
And how many on St. Croix?
4.
4 on St. Croix that are available. Okay, how many you have that are under construction?
Under rehabilitation,
Yeah,
it would include the same 47. So those same 47
so
are
they're not-
vacant,
okay.
and they will be going through a rehabilitation.
So they're not currently available?
They are not currently available, but they're vacant.
They're vacant.
Right.
What's available?
That number. Yeah, right. It's going to be hard. It has to be that 40. The same 47 is what is going to be available, because those are the same vacant units we have to rehabilitate in order for, or available to be rehabilitated, I should say, in order for persons to occupy. So it's the same
right
47.
Now, you don't have anything available to be occupied.
Correct. You mean ready?
At this moment, ready.
Right. That's correct.
That's serious.
And Senator, to clarify, are ready units are already assigned to individuals? They're pre-assigned.
They're pre-assigned.
Correct.
Those that are ready, because you also been moving individuals from one area to another to continue your rehabilitating and remodeling process.
Correct.
So this is really serious, the situation that we're in currently. So then you only have 47 that are under construction, but at Walter Hodge, you have a project going on there. So how many, those have been already are assigned, that's what you're saying, right? They're coming online because they're being rehabilitated, but they're already assigned to individuals.
Walter, Hodge is a different, because it's under the RAD program. As you see, we have a notification that's been publicized that waiting list is now open. So we have approximately 100 units that will be going through. People can apply. We're currently using the current waiting list that we have for public housing right now, and those people are being vetted through the verification.
Okay, so those will be new clients, new tenants that you would have in that area.
Correct.
Okay, and what's the size of your waiting list?
Waiting lists currently on St. Thomas, 386. St. Croix, 559.
559. Okay. And basically you're saying you only have 4 that will be available St. Croix, 43 St. Thomas. So this is serious. Now, we had before us the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and we were questioning them in regards to emergency housing. What conversation, if any, are you having and is with them regards to transitioning individuals that are in emergency housing units to the units that you will have available? What's the synergy and the collaboration between because we have individuals that are sitting in their emergency housing for years, maybe decades, that should be a priority to get them into house in and out of emergency housing unit. And what are the conversations that you guys are having?
30
in regards
seconds.
to that? There seems to be a lack of maybe wraparound services to assist these individuals to transition out.
Well, we recently began conversations with the housing finance in regards to that and that transition, but there's going to be a caveat because those individuals have been living in those conditions for years. So the verification of income in regards to our facilities may be an issue.
Time.
Okay, so that poses another issue.
Correct.
For the government to assist those individuals. But have they provided a listing to you of those individuals that fall maybe within the category to be transitioned to?
They will be supplying us that information, and we've given them some alternatives to look into with some of the other site-based projects to see if they can meet that income requirement.
Very well. My time has been called. I want to thank the chair for allowing me to ask these questions. And clearly, thank you for hosting this committee hearing. We definitely have to continue to be on top of this until we see some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to this housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your point of information. Senator Fred Gregory's bank, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back quickly to the previous speaker with regards to the number of units, those that are now, I think based on the number, is 2,536 occupancy, but 192 occupied. So that leaves, you had the 47 that's now available, so that leaves like 557. So what I need is clarification. That 557, are they demolished, being demolished? Are they being repaired? What does that 557 represent? What are we doing with those units?
Senator, sorry, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Could you go back to the page in the testimony?
It's not the page, it's
Okay.
a question from my colleague.
Okay, the calculation.
The calculation.
Okay.
So when you do the math, you have 604 units left, but you also share that you have 47 that's now available, so that leaves 557. So I'm trying to figure out, of the 557, are those up for demolition? Have they
Correct.
been demolished? Or they're units that's being repaired?
Correct. So currently, we have 235 of those units that are in a category that we call undergoing modernization.
Okay, those
So
are modernization.
they may have asbestos, lead, some major structural issues. Some of it, maybe a fire had happened, something along that line. So that's in that category. We also have 210 units that are in the category where they're approved for demolition or disposition.
And the difference?
The
difference
difference
is
is
about 112.
spread across units that have what we call special use. So they've been using for Head Starts, different FSS programs or self-sufficiency programs. But I do want to have the opportunity to give you a full, proper calculations of those categories.
All right.
But that's just the rough numbers.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, and I'm glad you brought it up because before she had the point of information, we're going to ask you to explain the different categories with MOD, etc. And I'm going to go right back to asset management. That is the reason why it's important when it comes to asset management, the certification process. Right now, I know back when I was there, the managers, the foremans, the asset managers had to be certified in those areas you spoke of earlier that's changing. Is the former asset manager and or assistant manager certified through HUD with those trainings and those programs?
Yes.
You spoke about AHQS and UPCS, etc. We had to be certified in all those areas.
Yes.
Are they currently certified in those areas?
Yeah, yes, they are. And if they're not, we'll make sure the ones that's not certified will be
No,
certified.
are they or are they not
Well,
at this time?
I can answer for that. Yes, they are. It's an annual training that is done, certified property managers and maintenance. So
And-
only the difference of staffing that came new between last year's training and this year's going to be scheduled training would be the difference.
So, the question again. The head of maintenance, the asset managers, are they certified?
Yes,
Ms. Fowler and Mr. Farmer?
yes.
Very well. Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewers, listeners, and present. Director Alexander, how long have you been the executive director position?
About two weeks and a couple of days.
Only that? What? We got some blows for you, man. Okay, so what's your background? You put that on the record as to what's your background?
So I, in my previous position, I was the president and CEO in Jacksonville. Prior to that, I was in Montgomery in the number 2 position. Prior to that, I was in the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority for 7 years, and 5 of the years I was as the number 2 position as the deputy executive director, and a year and a half in the interim executive director's position. Prior to that, I was here in the Virgin Islands as the deputy executive director and the chief of staff. And prior to that, my tenure here, to here the first time, I worked in Philadelphia, which is the 4th largest housing authority in the nation, and I was directly responsible for our public housing. Prior to that, I worked in Miami, St. Petersburg, Florida, and Corpus Christi Housing Authority.
Okay, great to hear. And I asked that because, you know, Miss Pell has been here for donkey years, and she's been the one coming before us, taking all the blows, and you know, I support her 100% for the position. And again, with your background, she told me that, you know, support you. So I'm on board since she told me to support you. I was just letting you know. So Ms. Pell is the go-to person. You see you in the second position for many different positions. She in the second position. So she's the go-to person. And I just want to put on a record again for now. Yeah, just to, and I said we had the opportunity to meet and do some interaction and stuff previously. So, and you have the greatest first name in the world. So I support you 100%. Now, you know, the last time we had a town hall meeting here a couple months ago that Mr. Chair held in regards to housing. And basically, from what I recall, they were doing, I think it was to try deal with the rent collection. They were putting out to collecting delinquent rental that was owed. And on top of that, they were saying they're going to increase the rent. And so take it from there. Is that still in process where I think they were collecting the rent, and even if you paid up your rent, they were still increasing the rent, and I think the numbers were through the roof, that I really had a problem with housing at that. Are you aware of that?
I think that might have been a meeting that me and Senator Blyton, is that the meeting that we attended?
No, the meeting we had here in the legislature. We had it here in the legislature. Ms. Pell was present. A town hall meeting it was. Yeah. So, Ms. Pell, you could brief in regards to some of the issues that were brought up, and you know, it outraged and incensed us to the highest. So you could mention that so Director Alexander could be aware of that.
Will do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so yeah, she could bring you up to speed on that, but it had to do with catching up on people's rent, and then they were going to increase the rent, even though once they collected it. And some of the numbers were very high. You're here for 2 weeks. You say you have 177 persons. Do you have any unionized employees?
I didn't hear that.
Do you have any unionized employees?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Have you met with them?
We meet this week.
Okay. Pay issues. Your employees have any issues with pay? And I say these things because regardless of what you say for the stock that you have, you don't have a maintenance program. You could call it what you want. You have individuals going to fix 2,000 work orders is unheard of. So to say, so with you coming in 2 weeks, did you bring a strategic plan with you that going forward, these are some of the things I intend to accomplish short term? These are some of the things I intend to accomplish long term. Do you have a strategic plan for yourself?
Yeah. Yes.
So it has been is the implementation phase in process?
Mm-hmm. Yes. That is correct.
Okay, so for short-term goals, what are your short-term goals to the end of 2024 to accomplish?
Well, we have some short-term goals that we plan on getting to by the end of the month.
Okay,
So,
what are those?
Those are just the maintenance issues, because we have some people that are living in some bad conditions that needs to be addressed. They can't wait till the end of the fiscal year to address. So we need to address those now.
So I apologize.
Yes.
Realistically, what do you intend to accomplish by the end of March, was what we were saying?
We want to address all the emergency work orders that we have out there, not in terms of emergency, in terms of main emergencies, but in terms of just addressing the issues that we need to address, whether that's through overtime or the critical work orders. We plan to address all those by the end of the month.
How many work orders are those?
I guess the residual of the 2,200.
1 minute.
The residual of the 2,200 that we initially spoke of earlier, we plan on addressing those.
No. If you have a strategic plan and you telling me I was giving you to the end of the year, you give me to the end of March. So then to the end of March, 2,200 work orders, how many of them do you intend to complete in order that? I was giving you to the end of the year.
And knowing the actual business, that technically work orders should be done, and
30
HUD said you
seconds.
should have 11 days, but in the industry standard, it should be 3 to 5 days. But in more realistic, you can get it in 1 to 3 days. So having the work orders that we have at the point in time that we have them at, it shouldn't be there. Technically, we have to be competitive to people that's in the real market of managing property.
So what you're saying basically, and before I wrap up, is 2,200
Time.
work orders can be completed by the end of March?
Yes, providing we have the
In
materials.
industry standard of 2 to 3 days where it should be done?
Yes, the industry
To
standard.
me, that's impossible. But again, what I'm saying, if that's your standard, then I'm going to check you at the end of March to make sure we could cover that. And in closing, Mr. Chair, for your employee development, if you could speak to what do you have going forward as a part of your strategic plan for your employee development. Develop in-house first before you bring on new person. So you could just mention that for me. Thank you, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff.
You want to speak to that?
Robert Protho, Director of Administration.
Speak up, please.
Robert Protho, Director of Administration.
Proceed.
Robert Protho, Director of Administration. So we've started implementing the development plan based on our senior leadership team meeting last week. The directors of each department have started to identify the critical courses that their teams need to be successful. And my team has started to identify the mandatory training and development courses that the agency needs to be successful. In addition, we're looking at improving our onboarding process so that we can retain the employees that we bring on board.
Mr. Chair, could you just request them? If I may, Mr. Chair, could just request through the chair your policies regarding what you're planning to do in that information that you just mentioned, the policies governing that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
I want to make sure I understand the question. So you would like for us to submit the plan?
Correct. Through the chair,
Yes.
in regards to your policies that govern it and your actual plan for the short-term strategic plan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will make sure we get that over.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Let me piggyback off my last colleague line of questioning in respect to the work orders and having it completed by March. That would honestly is going to be a heavy lift because it would depend, as I stated earlier, on the type of work orders. Whether it be routine work orders, urgent work orders, and what type of work orders each of them are. You know, whether it be a plumbing issue that takes time, because some work orders take 5 minutes, you know that, some take 2 hours. So it depends. You know, so it's hard, it's kind of hard to say, give such a short time frame. It's going to be difficult and a heavy lift to complete that. But nonetheless, let me ask in respect to the RAD program and converting to RAD. And my colleague always speaks of unions, you know, and which is very important in the territory. If you go to RAD, would those unions still be in place based on that type of structure? That's my question when it comes to RAD.
So it all depends on how you look at it. I know my experience in working with RAD properties, and I've done several of them, yes, we have union employees on those jobs.
Is that a requirement of the contract? Is that a requirement of the contract when you go to RAD, that you keep your unions on board?
Well, in a case of what I experienced, we took employees who were in a union, and when we converted the property to RAD, those folks stayed at the property and they're still part of the union.
Interesting. We'll follow up on that. Because as we know here in the territory, there's a shortage of maintenance workers and workmen, and there's a demand, as a matter of fact, in the market, so you don't want to lose your employees neither.
Yes.
So you got to look at those options. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, the Vija family, and I too want to offer our condolences to the family, friends, and of course colleagues of the passing of Mr. Robert Graham, and to say that I really had an opportunity to work with him for quite some time, going back to 2008 in my former capacity as a police chief, commissioner, and as well as the within the Senate. He made it his business every election cycle, every new Senate cycle, to make sure that he came in and briefed the senators. And I'm really just sad to hear of his passing. I think I had the opportunity to see him right after the State of the Territory in sub-base, and it's just really sad to hear that he's gone on, but that is past the life, right? So, Mr. Alexander, I know that in the previous senator's questioning, you spoke about being the VP and CEO at the Jackson Housing Authority, and I believe that the best defense is an offense, and I wanted to ask you whether or not that separation from Jackson Housing Authority, is it an amicable one? Is there any pending litigation, you against them or them against you?
No, I resigned from my previous position except the position here.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, I know I read there where there's an Inspector General investigation going and everything. There's nothing that will implicate you in any issues there.
No whatsoever.
Very well, thank you. So I'm glad to clear that up and move on. So we just talked about that whole work order issue, and I too am very concerned about having 2,222 open work orders. Obviously, under that scenario, we have individuals that seem to be having some issues with their apartments. And I heard the question about task orders or anything else, but if it's out of the reach of you being able to do this in-house, is there any consideration of actually perhaps putting some of this responsibility on an outside contractor to assist in bringing down some of those work orders?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Okay, so that is something that you'll probably take under advisement and see the feasibility of being able to do that?
For sure, yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. And can you just quickly just talk about what some of those deficiencies may be and those work orders?
I don't know them offhand, the specifics of them, but just like Senator Blyden mentioned, some of them may be long-term, some of them be short-term, some of them may be for 5 minutes. I haven't evaluated them per se, other than looked at the overall numbers. But I will look at them to determine the deficiencies of them.
Okay. And you have gotten, you say you only been on the job for 2 weeks, and I know that you have been here previously. Have you gotten an opportunity to at least do an assessment, a quick and dirty assessment of the VHA at this point?
Yes, I have. I've been to every single site over here in St. Thomas and been to several sites over in St. Croix. So yes, initially I've made an assessment of some of the properties.
Have you also been able to review the housing plan and some of the initiative that Mr. Graham and the team have worked on and proposed to do in the near future?
Yes, yes I have.
Have you been engaged in a discussion with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority in respect to the availability of some CDBG funding to support and assist in some of those housing initiatives that's supposed to be undertaken?
No, I haven't been per se in a meeting with them as of yet, but I do plan to meet with them in the future.
Okay. Ms. Pella, are you in a position to give us an update? We had them here earlier today, and they spoke about the fact that they have not quite received any planned or any requests for funding thus far on this. Where are you in terms of the presentation of the availability of funding through the Housing Finance Authority to support your initiatives?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So I could speak briefly. So we have been collaborating with the Housing Finance Authority as far as the CDBG-DR funding. We do have two applications in process that we are working through with them, particularly for the DUNO to restart and the Hamilton-Jackson Alfonso Gerard project. So they're not approved by them, but we are working through those two particular projects right now with them. Okay. Additionally, we have the 60 unit. No, I'm sorry. That one, Sean, isn't CDBG-DR. Sorry, that's Alfema and tax credits. But we have to reassess that whole redevelopment plan. As you know, initially when we first started it, it was projected at $1 billion. It's now gone to $2 billion. And so we really have to sit and evaluate, especially the FEMA funding, because there is a end date in regards to the expenditure of those funds and the deficiencies that we do have in the units to get those resolved.
Thank you for saying that. And of course, if we continue to wait, it's going to go to $3 and $4 billion. Time is not on our side, and I said that earlier, and I continue to maintain
1 minute.
that we don't have time on our side. In regards to the voucher waiting list as well, 1,781, I think I heard was the number. What is any creativity, any innovation, Mr. Alexander, again, with your wealth of experience in housing, any creativity in how we could be able to start to make some inroads on this waiting list and get some housing quickly?
Well,
30 seconds.
In terms of just finding access to units, because typically, even though we may have 1,700 people on the waiting list, not all folks, but it's not like a unit per person. So typically and that's just with any program throughout the country, it's usually on a scale of maybe 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. You normally put out maybe, I was talking about it earlier, we are looking to put another 200 vouchers on the street this year, which allows us to have 400 vouchers. Out of the 400 vouchers, we may only lease up 100 of them, and that's typical. Typical of putting maybe 100, 400 and getting 100. You might get 150, but it's rarely where you put out 400 and get 400. And you see some of our smaller programs, which I talked about earlier, we have 24 vouchers for the VASH program, but we only utilize 5 of them. So it is challenging in terms of finding units or working with folks to put units on the program. But again, in its golden day of the voucher, you can get into just about any unit you wanted to. And we have to take another step to see if there's other options in increasing the payment standards here in the Virgin Islands, because again, unlike any other housing authority, you don't have that option here that you may have. You're challenged here with a situation that you're not challenged with in any of the other jurisdictions.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up with 2 quick points?
You may wrap up.
So the challenge for me is that as I go around the community, I continue to see a bunch of abandoned homes, shuttered homes, and those areas. And I'm really want us to start to look. And I know that there was some program where there was a $50,000 that be made available for homeowners to quickly, I guess, stand up some of these homes and make them available for rental. But, how do we start to make some inroads and being able to occupy some of those facilities that continue to be out there? That is something that we could explore. The other quick thing I wanted to ask you was whether or not there is an opportunity, or have you discussed the possibility of a public partnership, such as GRS? I mean, they have large parcels of land that may be available. Is there an opportunity for you to partner with them in terms of being able to do a build-out of a housing complex that will be made available, again, to address some of what we're seeing in terms of our waiting lists?
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, it is a possibility for a private private-public partnership. We just haven't gotten to that point. We have done some I believe, in the past, but moving forward, we would definitely look into developing more public-private partnerships. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of question. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, let me ask you, Director Graham, because based on the testimony and based on what I understand and know about the space, right, you have maintenance issues, major challenges when it comes to maintenance, right? You have a shortage of employees, right? You have the reporting system of income verification and unreported income. You have a large amount of unreported income. And at the same time, you have many individuals who refuse to pay the rent, so you have a large TARS, tenants account receivable, there that you're facing on a regular basis, right? The TARS is a result of individuals feel they're not getting the units fixed on a timely basis or at all. That's why your TARS are so high. Many of them are saying, I ain't paying the rent. They ain't fixing my unit, I ain't paying the rent. But at the same time, they have a responsibility to do it the right way. Put it in escrow account. They can not pay the rent, but they have to do it the right way, and that's where education and meetings with the residents comes in. So everyone had the role to play. At the same time, when it comes to your challenges, when it comes to your residents, we have many communities. As I said, I walk the communities, and I plan to do a tour with my colleagues in short order because of the condition I saw. You have many communities that do not, number one, have playgrounds for the children. None. You have communities that are community center. That's for the residents and for the students to have activities and programs closed. And I'm going to name them for you on my time because I already went to the communities. So you have many challenges that you're going to have to really source out and prioritize what's important and what's going to help in terms of your management of the properties and the tenants' involvement in being part of that change moving forward. Okay, so I just want to put it on the record briefly, and I'll go to Senator Fred Gregory for her line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me just first welcome back Mr. Alexander. And we do know that we have challenges here in the territory, and I think you're here for a reason. You're here to move the needle on the challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands. So it's my fervent hope that you and your team will be able to do that, because there's no doubt that we have challenges. Let me ask you, so you've been back for 2 weeks. So this is a question I'm going to ask, and if you can't answer it, that's fine. I'll get the information from you another time. But based on your return to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, what do you see as the unique operational challenges that we are facing here in the Virgin Islands? Give me 3 if you have 3. And how do you intend to mitigate those challenges?
The number one thing they're saying, I think the Housing Authority has been very aggressive. Thank you, Senator. I think the Housing Authority has been very aggressive and taking an effort into making sure there was some more developments in the pipeline.
So development.
Yes, I thought that was good. And we want to continue to keep developments in the pipeline, but also we want to make sure we take care of our existing properties that we have. These residents, these close to 2,000 residents living in these units, where we get most of our complaints and most of our issues.
So property maintenance.
Yes.
Third one.
Staff morale.
Okay.
That would be a big priority to work on staff morale.
So I'm going to hold those, and I'm certain that you're going to be back to this committee. So I'm going to hold you to these. So make sure when you come back with your testimony, you're able to help us or help me to get a better understanding as to what you're doing to address these 3 issues that you've outlined here today.
Yes.
So I see that let me see where to start. Let's talk about the status of the income verification and reduction in unreported income. And I see you have, I think the percentage is incorrect, but we're going to focus on that. You have some 4 million. What's that number? 124,671 was reported as unreported income, right? So that's page 10 of your testimony. And then, so that's about 69%, right? And you said that you are meeting with your managers weekly to address that. But it was something that was said in the testimony that was a little troubling. And it says on page 10, managers are encouraged to comply with the HUD mandate, which requires all recertifications. So do we encourage our managers, or we direct our managers?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah, they are directed to make sure that they are in compliance.
Okay, so do you have, I mean, you're new, so do you currently have KPIs in the authority?
Yes, we do.
So, and those KPIs, each manager should have their key performance indicators, correct?
That's correct.
And so those are being managed. If they're not being managed, tell me what you intend to do as it relates to the key performance indicators so we don't have this conversation in the future at this level.
So
or
that's
if we
one-
do have it, there must be a specific reason for it.
Yeah, so that's one of the key focus is to make sure that we enforce and follow through on the key KPI. I think with the issues of the work orders and the reexaminations and those things not being in line with what it should be in line with is because those things haven't been monitored on a regular basis.
I'm a firm believer in what gets monitored gets done. I say it on this floor all the time. If you don't monitor it, folks forget it. They said it and they forget it. So what gets monitored gets done. So it's my fervent hope that we will see coming out of your leadership a higher level of monitoring. Okay. So under the unmet need for affordable housing, I think you shared in your testimony about 6,000 unmet need, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is 6,000. So, and I know that, are you working with the VIHFA to address the unmet need? So we have 2 housing entities in the territory. And if we have because I asked them this morning about the unmet need, and I probably didn't say it this way, but your testimony helped me to, be able to have a conversation about it. So your unmet need is about 6,000. And do you have a plan for the next, I don't know how many years, to address your unmet need, and how are you collaborating with the Housing Finance Authority to address the unmet need? Because I don't know that you could fill the entire unmet need, but there must be some collaboration because there are other opportunities on the HFA side as far as housing communities.
So thank you for that, Senator. I am actually reviewing everything that the agency have in place in terms of their plans, and then I will meet with VIFA. Make sure that we're not duplicating any efforts.
Correct.
And that if it's a possibility, we can collaborate on some things.
So the time is now for us if we're not doing it. I mean, we don't do this every day, so we don't know what's happening on the ground as far as the work is concerned. But the time is now for Housing Finance and VI Housing to get together to begin to address those issues, because you talked about the redevelopment plan, but that conversation must be taking place as well with the redeveloping of the redevelopment plan must be taking place as well with Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. That's where my concern is. In order for us to move, we have to move in tandem. So they have to know what you're doing. You know what they're doing, and we're aligning how they're doing what they're doing with their responsibility to make sure that we are able to meet the number. And if we can't meet the number, then we should be able to say, this is what's left on the table of the 6,000. That's my concern. So I think I've made myself a little clearer. Mr. Chair, can I ask, I think I have 1 or 2 more questions.
Please proceed.
So we had the unmet, so that is of tantamount concern. And then I see that you, let me just ask Ms. Pill. I recalled back in, I want to say it's about 2 years ago when you guys brought the plan before us. Lucinda Millen was in the plan.
Yes.
And I was very excited about it. And I was like, how are they going to get it done? What are they going to do with our elderly folks? What's the status of the whole Lucinda Millen rebuild?
Well, as part of the plan, we have in play right now the redevelopment or the new construction of a 60-unit senior at the location where our old central office.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Good. So that's part of that whole making the Lucinda Millen available at some, or
correct,
or vacant at some point, right?
Correct.
So this is my concern. So I note in you under number 3, you have the 22 North redevelopment phase 2. That's it, right? But you said with preference for seniors, but you further said that you're building a new construction is a 5-story building. Is it going to have elevators?
Yes.
How do you propose to have seniors in a 5-story building? Help me to understand that.
Yes. Similar to Sugar Estate, that's, a smaller 4-story facility, but we've added another floor to accommodate based on the area, land available and the terrain associated with that particular site. But yes.
So elevators.
Elevators.
Okay, well, my time has been called, and I look forward to having more conversation with you, perhaps on a one-on-one, so you could understand some of my concerns, and I could hear from you what your vision is, because we haven't really asked you your vision today. Perhaps you could answer that on the chair's time. What is your vision for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority in the U.S. Virgin Islands as you take on this new responsibility? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Director Alexander, your vision? What's your vision? What is your vision for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority?
Thank you. That's a very good question. My vision is to put many units in the Virgin Islands. I know it's a challenge with getting new units here, so I definitely would like to be able to add several numbers of units each year that I'm here, as well as maintain the units that we do have, and then in the long term, look to maybe do some acquisition deals here as well. So we want to work on 3 different levels: acquire, develop new development, possibly acquire some, develop, and maintain our development as we move forward.
Okay, very well. Ms. Ortiz, put 7 minutes on the clock for me, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How did I get Senator Fred Gregory before you? Okay, you may proceed your 7 minutes.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alexander, ED, I want to let you know that other than experience in VIPD, right, I think of the 15 senators, 3 of us are actually former employees of the Housing Authority, so they has a wealth of knowledge from housing here. So, we got the biggest posse. Of course, we all like Miss Lydia Hughes Pell. We know that she's very qualified, and I'm sure that she'll provide you all the valuable information you can rely on. I wanted to first go to the procurement process and the payment of contractors. How important is timely payment of contractors to you?
It is very important to me. I think that typically if someone do a job for us, they should invoice us in 30 days, they should receive payment.
Excellent. Because we were privileged to, right before the Housing Authority, to receive testimony from the Housing Finance Authority. And so I want to ask you with the pay request process, if the contractor has completed the work satisfactory and you've accepted the work and they've submitted you certified payroll, what else does they need? What else do they need to submit to get paid? They've given you a pay request, certified payroll. You've accepted the work in place. What else do you have to? What else do you require for them to get paid?
So thank you, Senator. But that's a very unique question because it all depends on what type of job it is.
Okay, well, let me ask you, do you require the contractor to upload the pay request information to a housing authority financial management system?
No, we don't have.
Do you require the contractor to have a bank account set up that specifically can be paid? Do you require the contractor to have a bank account set up to receive that payment, or you cut him a check?
Yes.
Yeah. And you see, this is what I'm saying about the Housing Finance Authority. They were trying to say that they are doing this for accountability. But the Housing Authority, who also deals with the same CDBGDR funds, HUD funds, and this is the HUD agency, is telling you that they have a different process. That's why the Housing Finance Authority is taking up to 13 months to pay a contractor, and that is why the Housing Finance Authority is having such a poor performance record. And if you look at the Housing Authority that is here before us, the executive director, upon question from my fellow Savanero, shows that he had prior experience in housing management and prior experience. The interim executive director at the Housing Finance Authority, who'd been there for how long, was a personnel director before. So it just shows you that the VI government, we need to make a decision with the Housing Finance Authority, because housing is a critical issue. And I'm sure the chairman of this committee will let you know that housing is very important. So don't put extra burden on the contractors to get paid. This is not a personnel job application where you got to upload your resume to get considered. This is construction, this is building. So now I wanted to go to another issue here, right, is the square foot cost. Tell me more or less what's your square foot cost per construction on St. Thomas and St. Croix? Because I don't think you have any communities on St. John right now, right? More or less.
I can get that information.
Okay, good. Okay, so now I wanted to go to another critical question here where you mentioned, and I have to congratulate you for taking this on, where you're talking about the deferred capital improvements. You said it was about 200 million, and then the hurricane came and they added another 240 million. And I continue to emphasize this is one of the biggest challenges of the Housing Authority. So you have a 440 million deferred capital improvements. And I'm going to explain it in my simple terms. You know, I don't have a PhD. But basically, that's the amount of money you need to be able to fix up all those 2,536 units and have them up to housing standards, right? 440 million. So what is your plan to be able to accomplish that, and how are you going to go about getting that funding?
So we are working on that now. So, I mean, we are building new developments that I.M. Hodge is one of the developments that's included in that equation during the hurricane. That's underneath RAD. And we talked about several other properties that we had that's being converted or will be converted in 24, 25, and 26. And the residual of that, the existing properties, we're looking at some type of strategy to address those in terms of renovations. And again, going back to the basics, some of that money could be used to repair the existing communities now until we figure out what we're going to do with those communities. Because what I'm adamant about is that I want to make sure that if we tear down a property, we want to put a new property right then and there. We don't want to tear down a property and not do anything at that property.
Okay, good. And then I want to, what's time call, Mr. Chair? I wasn't. Okay, I want to go quick to the overtime opportunities to accommodate the increased workload. So I understand this to mean that you have some work orders and you're willing to pay your employees overtime to complete those units. We're talking about overtime in cash or comp time?
No comp time. It's been my experience working here before. We had contractors doing work that cost us in excess of $40,000. The work that we could have easily just gave it to the staff in-house to work on Saturdays and Sundays, which would have been a fraction of that $40,000. And we done it and was able to save some money and able to get a lot of work done. And staff, the morale was better and people was happy because they was able to make some more money on the side. And then we was able to accomplish a lot of things on that.
Okay, and I congratulate you on that because that is a real incentive to those maintenance employees where, you know, they have 10 units to complete, but they only complete 8, but you have a timeline to finish them and you're willing to pay the employees overtime more money to do the work to get it done on time. And Housing Finance Authority, you need to look at what the Housing Authority is doing because you guys only done 24, 25, or 26 units in the last 7 years, and I don't see how you're going to accomplish it unless you look at what the other housing program is doing with the same HUD requirements to get the work done. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Madam Clerk, please put 7 minutes on the clock for me. It's a win-win situation, basically. We've been there, done that, and it makes sense. But let me ask, though, in respect to my line of questioning, I want to go there right about now because the working conditions for staff, as I said, I didn't like what I saw, and the units. Abatement. Is the Housing Authority still giving abatement for certain units that does not meet the standard of safe, sanitary, and decent housing? Or there's still abatements being applied to any unit within the housing stock?
Yes.
If you do, if so, through the chair, you can send me a listing of those, that listing, okay? Additionally, I'd like to have a listing of a copy of the ACAP, the Admission and Occupancy booklet. I'd like to have a copy of that also. Let me ask you in respect to training. Mr. Poto, when was the last time you did a training? When was the last time you did a training? You can speak into the mic. Say your name and speak into the mic.
Right. Robert Protho, Director of Administration. Staff, we had some training last week. Ms. Pell brought in some training for staff last week. We have opportunities for training of staff and asset management. Team members had some training towards the end of the year.
What type of training?
I don't recall off the top of my head, Senator. I can find out and let you know what the training was and who attended.
But you say you had training, but you don't remember what type of training was applied? Explain to me.
That's correct. I don't recall off the top of my head what the training course was. That was completed in the end of the year.
Why was OSHA called in on the island of St. Croix for the workers? What was the situation?
Why was OSHA called in St. Croix?
No one talking about? Very well. Let me ask you, in respect to inspections of both St. Thomas and St. Croix, when it comes to the voucher program, how much inspectors do we have in the island of St. Thomas, and how much inspectors do we have in the island of St. Croix? Please recognize Ms. Anthony's mic.
Good afternoon, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. We have one in each district.
One inspector per district.
One person assigned to inspections in each district.
And are they keeping up with the load, the workload, or can you use another inspector per district?
We can use several inspectors per district.
Yeah, I find that to be a very aggressive schedule for one individual to keep up with all of those inspections, especially with the demand. How many units do you have to be inspected on an annual basis per district? How many units?
So we're looking at least 1,300 units. That's for the entire program.
You need more than one inspector. That's a fact. Okay, very well. Thank you for that information. In respect to the housing communities, and inspection of the common areas, I know all of those work orders. Does that include common areas? The work order list. Does any of those work orders include common areas? Common areas for the facilitating public is non-living spaces throughout the grounds.
So we are working on, currently the site manager should be doing inspections when they walk the grounds. But outside of that, the maintenance people inspecting, but the managers inspecting units, they should be inspecting the common grounds. And also we have project managers on both islands who should be walking the sites to be able to look for any deficiencies in the common areas.
But you know what? I'm addressing these questions to the wrong person. I'll address that to Ms. Farrell. She's in St. Croix. See the assistant asset manager, I'll ask her because she should have a report and should know what the managers are doing. So Ms. Farrell, good afternoon. Do you know of the work orders that was reported? Does any of them include common areas? And do you know if common areas are being inspected on a daily basis? And please state your name before you speak on the record, please.
Good afternoon. Repeat the last portion of the question. I didn't hear you.
I asked if the work orders that's outstanding, do any of them include common areas, and are your managers doing inspection of common areas on a daily basis?
1 minute.
Yes, Senator. It is being captured and they are doing it.
Okay, very well. So I look forward to seeing a copy of that. In respect to urgent work orders, what I mean by urgent work orders, some of the units I looked at, there is, for instance, shower heads running constantly.
30 seconds.
And that's a cost to the AMP in terms of your water bills. You know, it impacts your bottom line, especially as the AMPs are assets management based. And those type of work orders you will consider to be urgent. It's not an emergency, but it's urgent work orders. You have screens for some individuals who have to have screens. That's an urgent work order. It's not an emergency, but that's urgent work orders. I look forward to seeing the listing of the different categories when it comes to the work orders to see exactly what's going on in that space and how we are addressing and or tackling those work orders moving forward. I know in the past also we had a time frame for each a time allotted to each category, whether it be hanging a door, changing a lock, changing a faucet, changing a screen, etc. Do you still use that scale, or you have something new that you go based on?
No, thank you, Senator. Very good point. We call that applied time.
Yes.
And we do, it should be set timelines for each task. And we will implement that in the coming days. And that should rectify some of the other issues we've been having with work orders. And also, that also lets you know your staffing levels, how you feel your staffing levels based on the applied time method.
Okay, lastly, before I go to my second round with my colleagues, let me ask in respect to home ownership opportunities. I know we had in St. Croix Williams-Octalien, and I know when they came in front of us last time, they spoke about 18 units in Harris Court, and they had to look at funding or whatever. Ms. Pell, I think you mentioned that when you spoke the last time. With Williams-Octalien, it came up, and then an expression was asked in respect to Harris Court and the 18 units, I was looking at my notes and it was said that they were looking for funding or what have you. Can you speak to both of those spaces, please, for us? If you can.
So as far as approved home ownership programs, there is only one at the Williams Delight Villas. I think the resident council at Oswald Harris Court has been proposing that a portion of the Oswald Harris Court community be available, if not all of the units, for home ownership. So that is something I do need to brief Mr. Alexander on so that we can formally respond in regards to that inquiry and request.
And with Williams Delight, of course, I was there several weekends ago, and I did a walkthrough with some of the residents that requested for us to come through. What's going on in that space for some of those individuals who have not completed the process? Can you speak to that? Because they had many questions.
So there are about 102 families, occupied units that we are working with. Of those 102 families, each of them are at various stages of the process. Some people have taken the home ownership class, some have not. Some are still deciding whether they do want to purchase the unit. So that we do have letter of intent. Some of the individuals are still going through the financing pre-qualification process. The issue that we're having is some of the units were deemed structurally unsound. So we had initially budgeted a $6 million figure to assist with the rehabilitation of some of those units that were not structurally unsound, but could be available for more homes for these individuals to be housed. Unfortunately, I think it was Senator Joseph that was going to try to find that money for us. We do need some assistance in getting that additional funding to continue the demolition and the rehabilitation at that site so that we could continue the home ownership program.
Okay, thank you for the update. Okay, colleagues, we're gonna do one more last round, a 3-minute round. Starting with you, Senator Boquist, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question concerning the, given that the housing choice voucher program is currently operating at 70% utilization, with 1,459 families receiving assistance, and the goal is to fully utilize the $15.7 million budgeted by the end of this year, is what the testimony said. How do you plan to reach that 30% gap, to reach that 100% utilization rate, particularly in light of the 200 families currently searching for housing?
Senator, one of the things that we discussed today particularly was the cost of rent in the territory. So that's continuing to increase. So we anticipate with projection that we're going to see an increased cost in the subsidy that we're paying for families. That's going to use all of the monies.
Okay, so you're sure you're going to hit that mark?
We're absolutely sure we're going to hit that mark. When we bring new families on and we grant rent increases, because those are coming in every day. When we look in our office today, we have over 200 requests for rent increases, and those are from just private landlords. When we look at our project-based sites that are requesting rent increases as well, we're looking at how we're going to fund those, and that would be with that same money.
Okay, very well. Let's talk about cost recovery. What measures do you have in place to recover costs from residents or responsible parties that have outstanding utility bills?
Utility bills.
Okay, so my understanding is that the Water and Power Authority is saying that the Housing Authority owes X amount of millions of dollars for water. Is that still not the case? Is that still the case?
I don't think he heard you. Can you repeat the question? I don't think he heard you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that the Water and Power Authority is claiming that the Housing Authority owes them millions of dollars for water in their housing communities. Is that still not the case?
There is a balance owed to WAPA for the outstanding debt to WAPA. Unfortunately, our CFO is not here today, so that information I don't have with me today, but we could
30 seconds.
We could get that information for you.
I may not be hitting the mark directly, but it was somewhere in the millions of dollars, is what I recall. But nevertheless, through the chair, if we can get a copy of what exactly that balance is.
Okay. And along with the fact that we have been meeting with the Water and Power Authority individually on situations in regards to reduce that number or to qualify that number, qualitate that number.
Noted.
Accuracy.
Noted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulquist. And with that request per amp, I want a separate amount for each amp because each amp is separate. So
no problem.
Okay, very well. Also, in respect to before I go to Senator Joseph, let me ask. I guess Ms. Pell, you will be able to answer this. The demolition package for Tonky. On the other side. Tonky. What's going on in that space?
Right now, that's further down on the plan. It's something we do have sight on. However, we are focusing on the Ras Valley side first.
Well, with that being said, I'll wait for my time to deep dive on that. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to briefly follow up with that line of questioning regarding turnkey. We were having a little sidebar. Are the units in the turnkey development included in your units that are under mod, or they're just totally offline?
No, those units are approved for demolition.
Okay, so they're already approved for demolition. Okay, yes. Thank you. Now, I wanted to ask a little bit more about the Dunu Estate Dunu redevelopment. I do know, I remember vividly when I became a senator that that was one of the first groundbreaking I attended in 2021. I know we've had a delay, and based on what you've represented as well as the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, they've represented that it's going to restart in the second quarter of 2024. And the second quarter would be by May of this year. I'm guessing June? How are we looking at the quarters? Because that's what I want to get to. Tell me a little bit about when we're going to restart this. Tell me about what are the challenges we have or had with restarting the Dunu development, because I was really excited about it. I remember visiting and having good parties at Dunu. A lot of my family members are former Dunu residents, and so they always come here and they ask what is happening with Dunu.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorothy Higgs. I'm Director of Development and Modernization at VHA. So we are really excited. We're defining second quarter to be closer to April, June. Mm-hmm. So our strategy, well, first let me address the three main issues that we had that delayed our restart. One was general contractor. I think it's very known in the territory that with limited major general contractors that can bond at that level. So working in conjunction with our Penrose partnership as the developer VHA selected. And the hope was to attract general contractors on the mainland as well as here in the territory. The challenge there that the first RFP did not yield a response. The second RFP yielded one response, and it just took us time to work through and do some value engineering to bring that project into feasibility. The second was the investor, because of the market in itself, not specific to the territory, but specific to the territory on attracting equity investors to come into the market. So our original investor was no longer a part of the second restart. And so we now have a new investor. And then, of course, with Fannie Mae, that's going to be a part of that investment team. That was the second challenge. And then third challenge is just resubmitting for the DR funds. Ms. Pell spoke about that momentarily a moment ago. And we are in the process of completing that application, getting that response, and restarting. And then the last challenge I would say is just restarting environmental prior to the investor and general contractor waiting to start the deal.
Okay, now you've given me all of these challenges. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman. I do have some follow-up question. Okay, I wanted to ask you regarding your contractor. You have identify a construction contractor, I guess?
We have.
Okay, and what is the total estimated construction cost?
Close to $84 million.
$84 million. We're going to do some math and find out how much.
$1 million a unit.
$1 million per unit. And how much? What square foot is each unit, on average?
Let's say on average 900, 9 to 1,000.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Thank you so much, Ms. Hicks.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, Ms. Assistant Asset Manager Farrell, let me ask you, in respect to your standard operating procedures, and I know I had a tenant call me last week in respect to a situation with her keys. Do we have a key policy?
Assistant Director Farrell? Yes. Site has the key policy.
Oh, we have a key policy?
Yes.
Okay, very well, because I had a situation when a resident that called me, and she actually moved out, and I told her why did she move out. She should have go to the office and address the situation before she moved out, but she said she did not feel safe within the community. She said they took her keys to a walkout in her unit, and then they never returned her keys. And at night, the guy came and brought her key to her apartment, which I think is totally unacceptable. But nonetheless, I just want to ask that question in respect to a key policy, because I know there's policies and procedures in place at the authority. Senator Fonseca. Senator Carrion. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good. Moving right along. What is your annual allotment for maintenance? Annual allotment for maintenance. How much? Yeah, how much you receive for maintenance? How much do you have within the budget for maintenance? Director for maintenance, capital project. Do you have it all together?
About $1 million.
About $1 million. And according to your estimation, Executive Director Alexander, on your experience, based on the square footage of the assets that you possess, what should that amount be to properly maintain the facilities? Is that sufficient, what you currently have?
So we do get about $10 million in capital fund improvement. So if you're talking about this...
Mr. Alexander, can you speak up, please? We could barely hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We do receive close to $10 million in capital fund money. So that's for major improvements. But on day-to-day operation, or depending on what the issues are, $1 million could be enough. but could not be enough depending on the deficiencies in the unit. And most of that goes back to doing inspections. When you do the inspections quite frequently, you identify the problem before they become a major problem.
Major problem.
So it's almost like preventive maintenance. So if you had good preventive maintenance up front, then that sort of mitigates some of the cost on the back end.
So the work orders that you have currently, what category would you put them in? Are they major issues? Are they light issues? What percentage?
I have not analyzed the work orders to be able to determine the severity of them.
And within the team, I know you're just there for 2 weeks, but the team that makes those assessments that are based on those work orders, they're divided by categories, I would assume, and level of urgency. So what does that look like? You might not know, but any member of your team can share that information. And what I'm trying to reach to is, there's two facets here. One is human capacity to carry out the work. Another one is the financial issues. So they're both things that go hand in hand. You might not have the people and have the money. You might have the money and not have the people. And in your case, I want to know if you have any of the two. And my estimation could be you don't. But I would like to hear it from you and what that number looks like when it comes to funding for that purpose, and also when it comes to labor, human resource, what does that number also looks like for skill force that you might need to carry out the job. So, because we're in a dire situation, and what I want to ensure is, as we continue to repair, rehabilitate, do the work that we're doing that we have funding for, that we don't go back to where we are now. So the measures that are in place, a lot has to do with labor force, individuals, but also finances. So what is your summation and assessment from your team? If we don't know, we're in a big problem.
Well, I mean, let's be clear, Senator. I can't tell you exactly what it is without knowing the conditions of those 2,000 work orders. But it's easy to make an assessment, but you can't really determine unless I know the capacity of the work.
I understand, and you just have about 2 weeks, but someone in the team should know, because these work orders didn't just happen last night.
Yes.
We just don't have that information today. We do have it in categories, but that's not one of the categories that we brought here today. We can supply that information. It is readily available through our system. So it's something that we could give you at a later date.
Well, please do, and I think we should have had that. You should have had that information, because we're here to talk about the status of our housing within the territory, and that's the main bulk of the reason why we're here, and to find a solution to the problems that we have. But please, through share, please submit that to this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I'm sure when we get the report, it's going to say screens, leaking faucets, running water in the toilet constantly. It's going to say locks need to change, door need to change, the regular wear and tear, because we know we have wear and tear in housing communities. So that's going to be most of the issues. The more serious ones are going to be like cracks in the wall, the unit need to paint, stuff like that, tiles lifting, trip hazard, and on. We know the regular routine work orders. That's usually called on a regular basis as you do inspection on an annual basis. But nonetheless, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 questions quickly. The last time that you were before us, Ms. Pell, there was a lady that sat right over there in the back there on the right-hand side. She said she was living in Oswald Harris Court since 1969, and they wanted to know about home ownership opportunities. Is it possible for Oswald Harris Court And also, I know in Pearson Gardens, you had, I think it's 240 units, 120 is the co-op, and the other 120 is still with the housing. Is there any possibilities for home ownership opportunities in Oswald Harris Court and Pearson Gardens?
Lydia Pell, again, this is something that I will have to discuss with the new executive director and provide a response in regards to the feasibility of it.
Okay, I'm sure the chairman of this committee will follow up on that. Okay, real quickly, I'm glad that you're concentrating on the seniors because, you know, we're an aging population, I guess the whole world. And so through the chair, I'm going to ask for a request on currently of the 2,536 units, what is the total that is senior and handicap accessible? In other words, seniors and handicap, two different categories. And then also I want to know your total plan for the senior units. So that's through the chair. I want to know of the housing stock, the total senior units, and those plans. Okay, other question I wanted to ask, with your new developments, any consideration being given for the mix of the low-income housing tax credits? How is it being financed?
Good afternoon. Dorothy Higgs, Director of Development and Modernization. So we are definitely exploring an 80-20 model, which is meaning 80% of affordable, 20% others, that will allow us to begin to bridge the gap between the individuals that don't qualify for affordable housing and those that
30 seconds
that will need that are not truly ready for home ownership. So we are exploring that. And can you repeat your question once more?
Yeah, no. Well, you actually answered. I want to ask you, since you are exploring it, the 80-20 mix, would veterans get a preference to occupy those low-income housing tax credit new developments? Is there a veteran preference?
And that's kind of hard to say at this moment. One of the things that we do, we conduct a market study when we talk about those unrestricted units as well as the affordable units to make sure that we are meeting the mark and serving the existing community as it is and that at that point.
Okay, thank you much, Mr. Chair, and then we're looking forward for that request on the senior through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Let me ask, in respect to, I'm staying on a community level, the community service specialists. How many community service specialists do we have per community at this time? That's those individuals that deals with the resident and the issues, whether they need assistance with in any area and they fall short and they need assistance.
Senator, I believe we have close to about 9, if I'm not mistaken.
9? So you have one per AM?
Mm-hmm. 7. Yeah, it's not set up by yet.
So, question. So, when we have residents who have challenges, whether they be a senior, a disabled resident, or they have challenges, how do we go about assisting those residents? For instance, do we still do housekeeping inspections? Does the Housing Authority still do housekeeping inspections?
Yes, good afternoon. Dorothy Hicks again, Director of Development and Modernization. Because I work a lot with, in conjunction with the Resident Wellness Empowerment of Division of VHA, how they're typically set up is they have roughly about 9 employees, and those individuals do provide one-to-one resident assessments throughout our communities. And then based on those assessments, then they partner with local organizations to ensure that we pair their needs to services within the GVI and the nonprofit and for-profit community.
You say you have about, how many AMPs do we have at the Housing Authority?
12.
12 AMPs, and you have 9 individuals who does that kind of assessment.
And just for clarity, so because we don't provide services, we are not the service provider. We are the catalyst to make sure that our residents receive those services.
I know that. That's why I'm asking a question, because I've been there, done that. And what we did, the property manager who deals with a resident firsthand on an annual basis, per instance, when it comes to recertification. Once you do a recertification, you know what the needs are, because you have a one-on-one conversation with those individuals. Then you refer it to those community service specialists, and then they carry out their duties and connect the dots. That's how we did it before. That's why I asked the questions, because I see that there's a lot of needs that's being neglected and that's necessary. So that's why I asked that question. I believe we need to pay more attention in that area in terms of outreach on behalf of our residents, especially our senior and disabled residents. It's very important. And again, when it comes to our community centers, I'm going to go there now. In this district, I know you have 5 AMPs. You have Corinne Terrace. Their center is pretty okay. I know they used to have a steel band program in that community. I would like to see that steel band program up and going again, because it really did fill a void, and the kids were really into that. Contact nose, they don't have no kind of playground equipment. They don't have any type of facilities for the children to basically be children. The community center is not up to par. It's unusable, basically. You have Berg's Home, you have the Head Start program in Berg's Home community, which is fine. But there needs to be something for those other children to have access to. In Bavonia, of course, we have the Boys and Girls Club there now, which is a good thing. Likewise, Harris Court also have the Boys and Girls Club. And Pearson Garden, I believe they just got their center fixed. If I'm not mistaken, I was there up to 2 days ago. I took some pictures, I looked at it. It's usable now. I would like to see a program in that center in terms of computers, etc., for the children of that community. Why I'm saying that, all of our community spaces, to include centers in the housing communities, are critical to the development of our children. So we must invest in them, and I believe that's one of the most important reasons why the centers are there. And now that we have most of the tenant councils up and running, they can run those programs, they can bring in individuals, they can utilize those spaces to help their fellow residents in the different housing communities. It's a win-win for all of the residents of the housing communities when they're involved in their community and they're having productive programs throughout. So I believe that we had a very good discussion today in respect to housing and housing issues and challenges. And I really want to thank the authority, both the Housing Finance Authority and the Housing Authority, Virgin Islands Housing Authority for coming in today and giving us an update. I know for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, it's a challenge. You know, you lost your last director, and our condolences goes out to the staff, his family, and I know that if he was here, you know, he will push in terms of we need more funding and we need more money for you guys, and you know, we need some assistance, you know, and some things was his pet peeve. But nonetheless, he will be missed. He will be missed. That's all I have to say. I will let you give a 30-second closing statement, Ms. Alexander, before we wrap up.
Well, I just want to thank you, Senator Blighton and all the other senators, Senator Fonseca and Senator Carrion, who's still here. Thank you all for hosting us today. We really enjoyed being here and giving us an opportunity to know exactly what you're looking for as we move forward. And Senator Joseph, how could I forget you? We appreciate the platform to be able to talk about what our issues are and what our problems are and what direction we're going. So we thank you.
And again, thank you for your responses. And finally, again, I look forward to having backdoor meetings also with the team, because it is my firm belief that you really need to staff up and have a well-trained workforce, and that's going to cut most of your problem in half. Based on my experience, that's going to take you far, far, far away, and also increase your morale, and have participation with your employees. Again, I want to thank all of my colleagues for spending the whole day here with us. I want to thank my staff, central staff, media, security, legal, everyone, stenographers. Thank you so much for your time. The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunications is hereby adjourned.